good.
Sorry, 1 second.
And he is going to take one down already.
Yep, a little bit of a different setup there on the angle. Not just going to be playing straight in front of
I'll just run ads now.
rotations.
Can I do that? Can I actually just run ads straight away? Most people are coming in.
Won't quite spot anything there.
Yeah, I can. Actually, I should just do that every time, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, just rotating out of that one is RRQ. Kind of hamstrung now at this point. Nice little push out here from Saya player and his buddy Izu, just trying to get some information. Gonna see Estrella potentially.
Just around the corner, but as he swings in, yep.
So a bit late. I mean, I wasn't intending to stream today
Down by the headshot
because I have
thrown there from Elmi Moore.
I build this round to isolate the boiler.
Short double stack in boathouse, one in alley as well.
But it ended up being before 9,
Have this site stacked
and
up.
they have to come back later. But
Third there for
maybe
contact.
this is done by then.
The swing gets ready to come in. Xparrow going to be noted, tries to swing in. Rossi this
So
time not going to
I'm a little bit like, might as well try it, see how long.
maybe
Maybe
as a judge in
do it
hand,
for
also the sheriff, but
because they're doing
ready for
stuff
this
around
now.
the
Rossi
balcony.
pivots back over to
Nice
switch
shots
to
from
pick up
Rossi.
flips.
Whoa,
Just
just
like
flawless.
That, it is a flawless
okay.
deny on the conversion here as T1 get themselves on board in round 3.
Well, it all starts with the pick.
RRQ
and then after
picked the
that, it's
scent, we got
kinda just
Lotus and a
one by
Breeze.
one.
Okay.
You saw RRQ trying to be very sneaky on the map. Just multiple members trying to sneak into spots, and T1 handled it excellently. Saya player started it off here. A little push himself. Rossi handles this very nicely, sensing the pressure, and then picks up his third right there.
You guys are trash, bro.
Well, it's round 3. Maybe a little bit early, but Rossi feeling it, so you gotta respect the confidence. He has been performing well, you know, despite the misfortunes and the losses for T1. Still has been putting
And
up
replays
some
is so
figures,
good
so
for
looks like he's
Pacific.
off to a very solid start.
Yeah, I do feel like, honestly, in Valorant, your confidence level can certainly affect how you play. So even if you're just saying it for yourself or also for your teammates, just to get people hyped and say, no, we're better than these guys. You know, he might not absolutely feel like they're trash, but it's good to say it and get your team in the right mindset. As a double peek here, and Saya player's going to take him
So it gets
out.
cleared out by
Estrella, all
3.
alone once again, not going to win that one.
And just a hair off. I mean, even with the double swing,
I thought Rossi might have flashed, but not quite.
Potential for him to be able to find that, but flips now.
I guess he was just there as support.
Pushes way up through Cat.
Yeah, also, like, we might need to, like, end the stream early or random points, just because. But in that case, I think I'm calling, well, Quantum now.
Again, double stack in here to boats alongside Excurate.
Hello.
Spraying through. Is Elmi Moore going to be able to displace both of them?
How's it going?
Just goes ahead and equalizes the player count. 3v3
Oh, it's not bad.
Hey, you can see they
I'm
were
just talking about how I would have made the format.
Saya's so clean in this round.
I don't,
every time
like,
he's
hate
one-tapping
the,
people down.
like, playing the other
We're gonna need
group.
him, though, for this retake as Jemkin
But
and
it's,
Elmi Moore in a
it
pretty
feels
I think
weird where
overly
it's like,
confusing.
yeah, it's like, oh, there's no head-to-head, so it's just, I think some teams are good. There's going to be a team that feels like cheated by losing on map differential or something like that.
Well, I think it's more so that there's a very decent chance that one of the teams in, like, especially in Pacific, one of the teams in the stacked group is going to get eliminated,
give that one
and
over to
probably
Izu.
T1 who will finish like 2 and 3.
Very nicely done from the side of T1.
Well,
Really just
actually, they could
starts
even
out
finish
with
2 and
Saya pressuring
4, right?
out of a main.
We'll get through, and that's bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of was just Saya by himself,
but
and then he gets
that's
this one and picks up.
But I was just
third
saying,
as
I think
well.
a cool way that it could have been
Actually, he's the
done was
first one to
like
go onto the site
if it
here,
was
so
done
he does
in
go
a
down, but
big
it's
ass
still
Swiss, because obviously then eventually teams will qualify. Because the main problem with that is too many games, but teams will eventually qualify. The only problem with it is if, say, you're a Fnatic fan or someone and they win all their early games, you don't get to see them later on.
Whatever
Yeah.
works.
But it also makes the last games really hype. Because you'll have all of the teams that are like 2-2 left,
Yeah,
and they'll
yeah.
play for a spot, rather than what's going to happen, which is like, and now we have Koi versus,
with the last couple of round
it doesn't
wins.
fucking matter because Koi are already out.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with any, like, round-robin stage. I think just doing a normal round-robin is hard enough. Like, if I think to, like, last year's, like, main stage, post-lock-in, pre-Tokyo.
Yeah, you know. I
But
think
this one, I just think it's so much harder because you lose so much, like, context and nuance. It's not like, oh, yeah, these are the top 2 teams from like their group, so they're playing for like top seeds. It could be that these are the top 2 teams, but the way it's played out, both are going to be top seeds anyways. This game literally doesn't matter, even when you have 2 like hype as fuck teams playing.
Okay, Screwed does well there. I also...
That's a good flash.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh, you trolling.
At 71, sends out the dart.
30 seconds left.
Moore gets himself across the opposite side of the drone to try to chase. Pulls back into the
Well,
side.
no, the other thing that I actually find that's a bigger problem is to say Koi lose their last game. Are they even going to try?
Yeah, why would you?
So, like, for example, if it comes down to... actually, a good example is Koi, because they're coming up against Vitality in the final week. So if Koi are already out and just don't try, maybe they could have won that game. Probably not, like, if we're being realistic.
You got circuit points, though. I mean, you have 1 circuit point if you win, which isn't a lot, but it's
one
something.
circuit point. They basically have to flawlessly win split 2.
Well, you never know. Going on a run seems to be a thing that bad teams seem to do towards the end of the year.
Yeah, but there's no LCQ to save them this time.
That's why it's going to be all in stage 2.
Kind of is the same as stage 2.
Widely just keeps them pushing into the site. Switch now. Going to be hit. Spray. Fruit.
Don't really want to save face. Yeah, I get. There's no saving that though. Like at this stage, their last 3 games, they're fucked.
That's the end of that drone. Gonna be looking to get on in here.
Would you be able to make a liquid, solid, and gas pun if you ever cast liquid game? Something like just about liquid looking really solid. They ran out of gas. That is fucking. I'm pretty sure we've already done that.
Yeah, but not even trying really.
He's able to find it. Rotate around the back to come onto the corner, and side player cannot line up.
You definitely said that liquid have evaporated.
4K4 Xfero as RRQ get 4.
Let's go RRQ.
And keep in mind, T1.
Let's go orange team.
In that round as well, another operator for Saya, and they get.
I need to enter that competition, the RRQ one. Like if you get the bundle, there's a chance that you can win a trip to Korea. I think it's only just me that's got the bundle, so you know I've got good chances.
Might as well just go for it. Yeah, he's got a lot to say about that one, and I would be hyped to play myself as well.
I mean, this would be a massive
to Orange Gen G. What?
We do have the Blade Storm behind this, and we know it's Saya. What kind of magic he can work with?
Is it because they got similar logos?
Already a bit of damage across. Xfero and LB Moore getting tagged up. Lockdown is available. Should they want to?
Gen G are more
Can you ask
gold.
Ryan if any Chinese teams are looking good?
Yeah, Trace are looking good as per usual.
Let's see how aggressive.
Who else do I like? FPX look better than they did at Madrid, which might seem like easy because they didn't look that great at Madrid. But they've changed their roles around and now it actually looks like it fucks. EDG seem to have like solid roles now, so they look a lot better. Depends what you. Everybody looks better, but it sort of depends on like if you mean the teams that we might see at Shanghai, Trace,
Gonna get the jump on Australia.
Billy don't look too shabby at the moment.
Not gonna be able to win that one.
But I think there's a big like gap between EDG, FPX, and Trace.
Keep in mind, that was an eco for them. I think they had 1 stinger.
And then obviously Wolves win.
To the side of T1, and that is
My bank have a random draw scheduled to give away tickets to Seoul. Hey.
Had to detain, some early damage.
Tickets
that
to
would be
where?
cool.
Saying, you know what, I will sacrifice
Seoul.
myself to at least try to get a trade.
Korea.
Flips, opens things up really nicely, but it's this misunderstanding about where Izu could be. Not respecting that potential flank through B main, and then just stranding the spike.
It's just a shame how badly JDG have been doing. But like they look better. Like they look better than they did at kickoff. It's just like typical, so much to fix in so little time.
Are they winning their games?
No, they lost to EDG close, and then they lost to a team called Nova that everybody expected was going to be the worst. But it was actually like Nova would just, they had some cooked up stuff.
Trying to take away some of this more stagnant utility from the other side.
Well, that sounds better than Bleed.
Yeah.
Saya once again on a bit of a walkabout, playing a fairly narrow angle, checks over
The
towards
zero
the left,
involvement rate we have that makes a local bank give away tickets.
Catches him in the head, right there through the corner. Now flash denied as Rossi does get nullified.
That's a great flash. Who's it from? Estrella.
The cost of that entry, but RRQ now with 4 members will be able to get the plant, and I think overall T1, Carpe and Execute left alive are going to have
Ryan,
to call for a save.
have you been learning Chinese?
Running the opposite way. Just,
We.
you know, we did
I
have
love bits.
a little bit of
More pronunciation. Trying to get my way around some of the annoying names in China.
Yeah,
That's what you gotta do. You learn Chinese, and then you don't have to worry if there's going to be an English broadcast. You can just join the Chinese broadcast.
Yeah, just me and Alan. That's the new duo. Fucking hell.
Honestly, if one day I just turned on the Chinese broadcast, I just saw you like
And I'm
talking
like,
Chinese,
"Ni
I don't even think
hao."
I'd be that surprised.
Li Zhao, Ryan Central.
Yeah.
Xfero's still
Mo has
hunting.
just said,
He will get
Ni
taken
hao
down.
ma, Sunny
And this is
D.
about the
Yeah.
best case scenario. I was gonna say,
I like that that's the thing that's like continued for however long.
These 2 players stay alive.
Well, that's just
Extra
Mo.
innings, just
No one
one
else
away from
brings
having
that up.
lockdown.
It's
Now
just
he has
Mo
that
bringing that
line
up.
Going into the next round. Would have gotten it, you know, if he
Yeah,
had
but like for
Wolverhampton
example, like
winning the
no,
Shanghai
like
Cup.
calling nobody by their name is difficult when you can say nobody peaks that, and then you talk about the player, you're saying that actually like no person peaks that. So calling him like Wanga, like Wang Bro, like the Chinese audience do, and then HFMI is Zimaga, I think, which is alphabet bro. They just called everybody
yeah,
something
that-
bro.
Fuck it out.
Outside of that one kind of mix up with the
You can say this in the Chinese broadcast. Something tells me, Colin, that I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, it's been overall, you know.
We just need to learn the
it's
important
scrappy. There is
words.
certainly some bite behind the bark here from T1 today,
It is, I have no idea.
but starting off on the defender's side, you want to be able
That
to
means
wrap
I don't
up
know Chinese.
several more rounds.
Yeah, and then you're just quiet
When
for
are
the
you
rest of the
casting in
show.
China?
We get ready to go back into this one, but for now, quick
Is that a trick
interjection.
question?
As in Chinese, or is in at an event? Because as of right now, I'm not doing either.
Elios, if you were the coach in that moment.
I mean, given his success rate,
Get ready to learn it.
just the overall performances of the team, I would probably
Is T1 potentially going to go
Don't think
0
that
and
will
4?
benefit me too much.
Doesn't bode well that they're like attack, like the RRQ are attacking first on their map pick, and it's looking good.
Yeah. I do think that.
Yeah,
Sean's
to be honest, a lot of teams have started to do a lot better on attack on this map.
Too many times. Although
Yeah,
Here
it's always
before
a bit
Ryan
tricky.
becomes the Chinese caster, June of...
kind of giving them the advantage as well.
Oh wait, caster June. I read that as like
Times, but
the
outside of
month, but it's not. You
that,
didn't
mostly
miss
it's him
any.
getting punished.
Are you able to handle any spicy food? Because if you can't, China might. Well, I've been to China 3 times, 4 times, 4 times.
Again, wanting to go for this
But a while ago.
inside the smoke now here on
And they
cap.
definitely, there's definitely some very interesting foods that my stomach didn't massively agree with.
Overall, only more down to 60. Dash forward.
I guess if in
Also
doubt, you
seeing
just
the, like-
McDonald's every day.
Jemkin just dashes
Well,
in
that was the. I still think one of the funniest moments ever. I was with Harry, or just Harry, for people who don't know. And basically everything we'd eaten had duck in it to some degree. And because in Shanghai there was a smell of like
back, not allowing him to
sewage, but
line up.
also duck, so it just like kind of molded together. So just eating.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Fair play, sci-fi. So eating duck just like was off the menu. Like we just didn't want duck for a day. So we went to McDonald's. Now I did the smart thing. This is something I can recommend. If you're struggling with food, if you want something that is the same everywhere in the world, McDonald's chicken nuggets is the same. It doesn't matter where you go. The burgers might be different. Like anything else might be different.
I imagine
Other
the
than maybe
chips would
the
be the
fries.
same.
Yeah, but the chicken nuggies are always the same. So Harry orders a chicken burger. He's like, it's safe, it's a chicken burger. And I shit you not, they had supplemented the chicken for duck. And it was the funniest fucking thing. I looked into that man's eyes as he just bit into it and he went, this is fucking duck. He'd
is
ordered like a
duck and fuck.
McChicken and somehow it wasn't chicken.
Sometimes
Are you there just every bite that they took, just going, "Wah."
We've all been there.
He's done some side calling.
I mean, I don't really like
I
that.
remember that day quite vividly because we weren't sure if the woman sat next to us was dead because she was like fully like head down on the desk or on the table, and I was kind of just looking like, there's no way that anybody would just sleep like that in a McDonald's. McDuckin.
Just reading a time.
Okay.
Like, okay, Hunter's Fury probably pushed them back. They're going to try to get themselves back over in towards a main.
There's also, I remember with Starladder, I don't know if they requested this or if it was just the food vendor they hired was just weird, but it was like, it was the catering were trying to do a Chinese take on European classic dishes, and it created some of the weirdest fucking. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried a Chinese version of Swedish meatballs, but it's not good.
Wouldn't it just be like chicken balls and stuff? Like whatever that would be.
No, I don't know what it was, but it was very weird. But it was like they tried to make their own pasta sauce, and it was just not good.
I mean, it's the same with anything China related. Like at least they're trying.
As they make the attempt.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's funny because most of us just wanted to have like proper traditional Chinese food. So,
yeah.
But it was great because they do like a load of like dishes that were clearly European. Like you'd have like a meatballs, you'd have like a spaghetti bolognese or something, and then you just had dragonfish, and you're like, where did this one come from? Like that one's a little bit different.
Yeah, I have fish and chip option near me is like cod, haddock, dragonfish.
Dragonfish, yeah. Jordan battered dragonfish, Ryan. No, I think I'll stick to the cod this week.
Yeah. I think the only time you'd actually see it in is where people go like, what is dragonfish? And they go, dragonfish my balls on your face, where that doesn't work.
Dragon my balls on your face. Hey.
Yeah, this one, it's far too chaotic here. Messiah player to try to line up any of those shots with the operator. Drone now up over the top. Spots one in market. Excret now noted. And now taking down Elmimore.
Oh, get fucked.
That Guardian. Carpe with a reveal of his own. Is able to find
just don't peek.
Can't quite line up the other. So RRQ.
I mean, T1 at least brought it back a little.
No, felt like a lot of what Starladder did and everything felt like an IGL who thinks he has the read, but God, is he wrong? See, the thing that always upset me with Starladder was the amount of incredibly talented people they had on their team who they didn't value. I think that was always the most upsetting thing, because like I remember there was the guy who made like all the in-game like 3D stuff. He was the guy who made gloves in the game before Valve even thought of it. Like he custom put gloves on players with their team logos, and he was just like I said to him, I was like,
you've made Valve millions just doing that.
Yeah, he was like he was just like he wasn't even a producer, he was like an assistant, but he just did that on the side just because he thought it was fun. But it was great because when WePlay came around, they just paid all of those people. They just went, no, all of you come to us because all of you are fantastic.
Yeah,
that's why Starladder crumbled.
One thing with Misko working at right now, like he's obviously asking a lot about like, you know, off-season events, TOs, like stuff. And I swear every conversation is me going, fucking that WePlay Ignition event was the best event that we've had.
Yeah.
It either has me talking about WePlay or it has me talking about Convergence.
Yeah. Well, the thing with WePlay as well was they weren't even allowed to do most of the stuff they wanted to do. Like, they wanted, like, they kind of showed it, but they got told to stop doing it. They had, like, this massive AR studio, like, sort of thing that they panned to, and it was unbelievable. Like, I don't even know how they fucking did it. Like, you could pan out of the studio and into this, like, mythical fucking realm. They did it at a CS event as well, where it's like they do a camera flyover, and they basically, you'd fly over the audience, and then you'd end up in like a forest with like a campsite, and it had all the tents with all the teams in the campsite.
Help me! Get me out of here, please! Sorry, carry on.
Jesus Christ.
In this one. And
I hope WePlay. I'd love WePlay to do something again in
after all.
Yeah.
To be fair, I would consider you as the lone T1.
I mean, I think it's very like tricky. It is like interesting, I suppose, to like hear it from the other side's like POV. And I mean, especially with like off-season events, there's only so much like control that Riot would have. But I think ultimately, I was talking about it a bit yesterday, I would want for the off-season for Riot to take more of the hands-on approach. Because I know that it's not VCT, it's not theirs. But it's still important, most certainly for like the regions that they're covering. Because I think for EMEA last year, the off-season was dog shit. It was awful, really, when you compare it to what Pacific and Americas had.
Might try to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, we
saw RRQ coming in.
What, they only had...
Press and W just going.
We had Spike Nations, which was worse than it was the year before, because it wasn't a charity event, which I feel kind of just fucks the whole thing. Like, if it's not a charity event, don't make it like a content creator thing. Like, genuinely, like, bringing pros from Game Changers and the main scene is great. But, like, I think you have to kind of, like, do it properly. And I think what you do as well is similar to, like, the Overwatch World Cup, you do, like, trials. Like, you go, okay, Sweden, we're not going to just be like, oh, like, Spain. Like, we're not just going to go, let's just put Mixwell on that team. Like, just be like, okay, like, Mixwell could be, like, the ambassador for it. Kind of like he was this year, I think, or last year. And it's like, all right, actually try, like, Spanish players. Like, have 3 VCT players and then, like, 2 Game Changers. Trial people, see how it works. And then do something like that. Like, actually make it a proper, like, World Cup as opposed to whatever it is now. Because whatever it is now is good if it's a charity event. Because then you have, like, people like Megs or Marcus, stuff playing like that. Like it was with
7 to 6,
Blast.
tying up the pistol round count.
But, you know, and you have, like, Crossfire Cup was a really good event in that you had, like, the Spanish teams from Tier 1 playing with, like, the Tier 2, which is good for the region. But then you ruin it by putting, like, hero bans on it.
With the signature Marshall coming through. Only Elmimore really investing.
Yeah, Valorant World Cup would be sick. But, I don't know.
Made him known.
Even just a European Cup, like a Six Nations. But you just have to do it properly. Especially for, like, Nordic, that'd be cool.
The people want would be pro-level ones, which just, like, I don't know how many pros will actually be interested in doing that.
Isn't EMEA stuck off season because of how they group event by region? Yeah, a lot of it. That's the other thing too. Like, if you look at the off-season event page, nice extra. If you look at the page for off-season for 2023, it's awful because it's just a list of events, not really differentiating the difference between something like Red Bull Homeground and then like Team Liquid's like Northern Europe Open Qualifier thing. Like, there's almost like levels of how big an off-season... Like, the Riot 1 event in Japan shouldn't be treated the same as, like, a show match in France. But, like, I trust that this year's gonna... Well, I know for a fact that this year's gonna be at least better than last year, because there's something. But, yeah.
Well, at least,
and also Tier 2 as well.
Europe.
Is it actually in Europe this year?
Yeah, they announced this in Germany.
Oh, nice.
Extra not opting to spend too much, wants to have his economy.
I don't know where in Germany. If it's Berlin, then I'll definitely attend,
Cologne,
even if I'm not
surely.
working, but hopefully I will be.
Trying to make something happen here.
Fucking hell.
They just
RRQ, what's going on?
Izu coming up huge.
How do I get some Taco Bell?
A couple of upgrades as well.
They opened up a Taco Bell near me over the last like year or two. But I'm not much of a Taco Bell fan.
That is not the round you want to see if you're.
You don't fancy shitting yourself?
Yeah.
A timeout called.
Because I remember, I can't remember what event it was, but we were quite close. It was somewhere in London, and it was quite close to Taco Bell. And I told Beth, and like Beth was so excited to try it because she's not been to like America, she's not had Taco Bell. That we were trying to think of, would it be wise for me to get a Taco Bell and then bring it back on the train and give it to her like 2 hours later? But I guess luckily,
yeah, I'd say no.
Yeah,
that
luckily
like
I forgot.
99.9% chance of food poisoning.
That would be a major boon. And oh boy, Zaya spotting Elmimore.
We need a timeout. It is pretty early on in this half.
The world is in shambles following DFM's historic defeat by Gen G. Absolute tragedy. Yeah, no, honestly, no one saw that coming.
Clock stopped. Timeout confirmed.
Oh, who's in your chat? Hey, Woo. And hey, Mo.
Yeah, it almost was like...
But I also said to Miska, like, multiple times, you want to talk to somebody about, like, the off-season events or just events in the EU, good or bad, you and Mitch, easily. So I feel like you've got an eclectic mix of what has been good events and what haven't been good events for various reasons.
Yeah, fuck G-Loot.
Yeah, that was the one, that was one I was like, that in principle should have been good.
Fuck G-Loot.
You know what I mean? Like, that should have been a...
Yeah, you know, it should have been good until they didn't want to ban someone who said all Ukrainians need to burn to death. It was good until that point, you know?
Yeah. But I even feel like the actual,
sorry guys, there's
event,
nothing we can do. Actually, there is. It's your fucking event.
Whatever gaps you might be having.
And I think, like, if you leave that kind of thing up for Riot to sort, you failed as a TO when it comes to stuff like that.
It's more, yeah, it's more so as well, like, I don't even get it because it gave time. Like, it takes time to go to, like, the Riot side of things and go through someone else because it's off season. It's not their job. It's your event.
Yeah. And who do you go to? Do you go to your, like, contact for... Do you go to somebody like, well, it was Will that was sort of in charge of all of that EMEA stuff? Do you go to PR? Do you go to, like, publishing?
Just through the smoke. And
I don't think it matters. Oh my god, that's a nice shot from Flip. Holy shit.
Go on.
Unlucky.
Okay, no, this is short-lived. Short-lived.
Yeah, he looked angry. And,
Too weird that they're peeking it.
you know, not gonna get the
There, but I
ace.
guess.
That
It's
is-
good, well read from T1, actually. Just 3 people waiting and
almost worse
facing
than,
short.
we saw last time. I mean, 3 people in mid, you get scouted, nobody hits the target.
Wait, you
everybody
picked
just gets sprayed
Gen G to
down.
win? The number 1
There was no
DFM fan?
escape
Fuck.
for those 3 members.
Do you know what? That'd actually be a fun thing to do. It'd be a bit hard to sort of get everything up, but
You'll see the
do a tier list of all of the, like, EMEA events that aren't like VCT over the years, like ignition events, like off-season event, like, you know, like Red Bull Homeground when it was at Manchester, fucking G-Loot there.
Put on his best fishy chair.
Yeah, I get the thing is it's difficult because I feel like the viewer perception of events will be very different from my perception as if I worked it or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you didn't work every event, right? I know you worked pretty much all of them, but you didn't work all of them.
They have no idea that they're in the sun. I mean, look at Estrella.
Oh, and they just let you walk in. Yeah, timeout now for RRQ.
Swarmed. Ends up falling in T1. What a call. What a read. They say, okay, you know what? Let's just enter.
Oh my god, T1 are actually just obliterating them.
And now the cleanup continues.
Just walked in on them and fucked them in the bum.
This is domination. And
Felt like RRQ met up against T1 in the wrong week.
Yeah.
They wanted to beat them last week. What the fuck? Sire's on, Rossi's on.
It's lower stats from these two.
Walk into sight. There's nothing set up here to play contact for them. There's no alarm bot. There's no turret. Let's just get into the site.
Yeah, Kilios is right.
And peek some corners that they're likely.
Like, you've got the Omen sort of hiding behind a box like Paranoia in hand, waiting to play off of something, but there was nothing to play off of, so they literally just walked in.
I don't know if this is going to help, but you got to try. I mean,
I still remember Mike casting the We Play event, and honestly, me and Mitch thought that he wasn't that good, but we realized it was because he was casting with Matrim,
Yeah.
who on the cast openly said he had never played the game.
He didn't know the name of the guns.
I don't
He didn't know the name of the
what's
agents.
in them, but they
Yeah.
look
He was like, oh yeah, and Ray's using the slow. And I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
If there was any time for me to, like, go back in time to, like, change anything, I would actually if I know what I know now, I would go back to then and go through that ignition like phase, all of it. Because I was the kind, I was just tweeting like, because I was, you know, we had an EMEA event and they hired like Bok and Seymour to cast it as well. I'm just like, it wasn't even like, what the fuck are these guys doing? I was just like, oh, come on, like we just literally, I think at that point we'd only had like one ignition event.
2 days.
Yeah.
Just gonna walk at us.
Whatever I could get.
I think even before I'd followed you, I would just see that reel, and I'm just like, motherfucker, how is this different from the last one?
I was proud
you
of it.
fucking went hard. You were the most YouTuber commentator ever. It was like, I've casted one match. I'm gonna make an entirely new reel out of this.
I mean, I learned from a very early point when it comes to like things like out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, no, actually, to be honest, it definitely worked at getting you in. So
yeah, and I think that's probably the best advice for trying to get into like the door of anything. Is just there's nothing wrong with like being annoying because you have to do it. Like you have to be in people's faces to get their attention. Like if anything, that's maybe something that I should be doing more now that I'm not doing. They're worried of what Tom thinks about. Like, I don't want to put out. I'm terrified. I've got another show reel ready to go, but my hand's shaking over the post button. So like Tom Biz is gonna make a joke.
Considering sending the nano over to that position for the brief little moment. Flash out full, blind is experimental.
Yeah, especially at that point. Because so much of the talent back then, they're just rattling through them.
They had 4 players there.
Nano snapping them out of existence, and suddenly it is only Estrella left. Zaya.
I mean, the fact that Lotus is next doesn't bode well for RRQ.
Team Ace is T1 get themselves up to map point.
T1 kind of just dunking on him now. They play it quietly.
Mo just said, Ryan spammed my timeline so much, I was going to reach out to ask him for rates despite not having any event.
They were ready for the push, and it didn't matter.
It also was like COVID time, so what else am I going to be doing?
From Rossi, and they were just not able
to be fair, like,
well,
for Atlas as well. Casting reels is definitely like a good idea. Just especially because you can just send it to people. Like I think any extra experience you can have is always going to be good. So
yeah.
I don't think that's a bad idea. It's something I never really did too much. But like when I joined my agency, they were like, you should definitely have a casting reel. And like me and Mitch have one that is both of us in it at the same time, so we can send people.
Looking to just get the streak all the way across up to 13 and move on to their own map pick of Lotus, which has been very consistent for them.
I think, Mo, that was like that COVID period was the most I ever worked, like amount of days I ever worked, because there was a CS event every day, like every day, because basically they got to cut out player travel time. So there was just an event after an event after an event after an event.
I almost like, COVID was a horrible thing, but like how peaceful that period was. I'm not saying that, oh yeah, I want another one because it was, but it was like quite nice to be just in all of the time.
I'll be honest with you, I could almost safely say that is the worst my mental health has ever been.
Oh, I bet.
Like, by a fucking, like, country mile. Because it was just like, I don't know. It just,
destroyed.
Jesus. It was just like, I basically was just going from event to event, working with similar people. Like, it got to the point where, so I managed to travel back to the UK. Because obviously I was living in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so I think that was the other thing, is that it meant I could, for the most part, it was really difficult for me to travel back and see any family and friends. And then in Ukraine, it just like, they had really fucking weird rules on stuff. So the most insane rule there was that like, so I broke my keyboard. I may or may not have spilt an entire, you know those aloe vera drinks, like the ones that have chunks?
Oh, right, yeah.
I spilt one of those on my keyboard. Funnily enough, it didn't work after that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's done.
So I had to go to a shop to get one, and I went into the shop, it was open, and they went, oh, because of COVID, we can't sell you this keyboard I'm holding in front of me, and I was like, why? He's like, because of COVID. And I'm like, but I'm already in the shop. So, like, what relevance it has? He goes, yeah, but you have to order it online and collect it. And I'm like, but I am here and you have the keyboard. You're asking me to go back, order it, and then you come back again, and then you give me the keyboard, which would be worse. And he went, well, I could order it for you in the shop, and then you pay me. And I was like, or if it's to give you the fucking money and you give me the fucking keyboard.
Pointing at it. You're like, it's there. I see it. Can you just...
Like, what do you mean? Why the fuck would I order it here? Why would you order it for... You've already ordered it. You have it in the fucking shop.
Yeah.
But that is what I did.
Like, at that point, yeah, just give him the fucking keyboard.
Give me the fucking keyboard. It made no difference. Like, I didn't even need to be there for that.
Always someone paired with him when he was pushing out on the
yeah, but he could have just sold me it and then done that after. I didn't need to be there for that.
Yeah.
Unless there was a very clear intention to do so. So you have to credit Obscured a little bit, right? Obviously, we can't ever
we were like,
COVID was the best
we have
time
like a terrace balcony. Like, it was quite like us like being outside and getting fresh air was like easier than it would be for like most.
That's the thing. I imagine if I was in school, COVID would have been elite. Like, I know that sounds fucked, but like,
it just seems like
if I was at school still, that would have been, because I could have done my math homework, but then I can go just play games and shit all day. All my exams would have been from home. Like, that would have reduced my stress by 1,000,000%. Like, that sounds good. And I also bet, like, if you had a job that you could work from home, yeah, that wouldn't have been like. But again, you lose the social aspect of it, so it's definitely not great. It's not going to be great for you.
But you had people making an active effort to be more social online, right? So it's
they couldn't adapt fast
true, but I still feel like there's, at least for me, there's an aspect of, I definitely have a social limit that goes down quite quick, but going outside, like going for walks, going and just like making sure I do things out is really important, otherwise I just end up in a bad spot.
Yeah.
So like, that being in Ukraine, being not really able to do too much and basically just playing games all day long, and then I was either casting or playing, like that was what I was doing all day. So it's just like, it was nuts. And especially like that was the period where I think I was doing both Valorant and CS, so it was just like ridiculous. And in CS, like TOs genuinely took the piss. Like, it would just be, I'd go from an ESL event straight into a fucking RMR, and the RMR, they just extended it massively. When I went back for Christmas, they were like, oh, we want you to do all of our DreamHack events, but we don't want you to cast this one. So I was like, oh, okay. And they were like, you're going to host. And
yeah, like, yeah, I remember, because we were like friends at that point, and it was just an anxiety attack-inducing event for you, I think.
Well, it's also the thing that was, it wasn't even the hosting, like that was absolutely fine. It was the fact, have you seen that they've fucking spelt Lotus wrong?
Louts.
We are going into Louts.
We know he's a great chamber player, but he doesn't really do well with
that's the German name for it.
You know, that good hold. He doesn't have to be explosive, but he's not really faltering when their play wherever he's at. So these kind of nuances.
Or it's very like Jason Statham. Oh, it changed in real time.
Team that we were hoping to, perform like this at the get-go of
stage. They heard me.
Yeah, and the big thing
maybe they'd watch my stream just to hear criticism.
It's very cockney, Lotus.
Prepared to combat it. Now, when they were playing in their previous matchup, I think what RRQ showed is that they're very prepared to battle against an operator. They know how to take it out.
I guess like Valorant coming out was like
very comfortable picking up his own op as well.
Like very well timed from them, I suppose, to have a game effectively coming out in like peak COVID. Because you had that. I was trying to think like what World of Warcraft thing came out around like COVID, because I feel like it was.
That is really tough, and especially when you end like that.
It might have been Shadowlands right at the start, but I think it was more like
pretty damn good on Lotus. And
Like,
if they carry on this sort
probably
of
classic, I
energy
think.
going back into Lotus, even when they're shaky, they still do well. So if they're
So I
like
played
this,
something like
you can
WoW
imagine,
Classic when
it
everybody has to
might
stay home.
possibly be devastating. With that,
I imagine that was a
question
lot
about
of
Lotus,
fun.
and it will affect our ranks.
I felt like that was probably where people
Oh,
just
yes.
played the most, like COD and just other like.
He's not even kidding.
That's actually the thing. I think it helped Valorant quite a lot in terms of just getting an insane player base.
For this very question, we shouldn't give these questions ahead of time.
I prefer
so,
Hoven.
It seems like the viewers have voted for
It's not even the letters being spelled wrong.
76%.
All right, viewers.
Who will win the last round of the first half?
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh
take.
no, you can't cheat like that. Take it away my stats. I only got one.
Sorry, I have
See what he
people
Okay.
on my balcony because they're
1,
changing.
2.
Because we're having all of the cladding changed on the building.
Okay.
All right. I hope this isn't silver
Okay.
for me.
If I just saw
But you know what, the
people
viewers,
on
you're with
my
me. The
fucking
viewers,
balcony,
I
think
knew,
I'd
I knew
shit
that they were
myself.
coming. It wasn't like a.
Crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, okay.
We're together. I like that.
Yeah.
I'll be-
So they
I'll
came
be
around this
together.
morning, turned off the boiler and gas, and now they're like
so,
basically doing all of the cladding around like the boiler flues and stuff. Change the cladding, make sure that it's not falling apart, and then they'll turn the boiler back on. Because I wasn't gonna like stream today because I thought that it would take a while, but it's like no, literally 5 minutes in and out.
I mean, my logic's pretty simple. I
and
just
then
feel like
stuff
had
like
there's
that.
so
in-
many explosive players right now
So, like,
on
my-
RRQ that
The
it can
people
always happen.
below
It's
us in the
just a
apartment. Now,
simple
obviously, this is
fact.
nothing to do with us because we
For
weren't
me,
fucking
RRQ
here.
Mhm.
But they
was
like
always won the
complaining
last
that
round
there's
of the
water
half, and all
leaking
the matches we
through
played so
from
far.
our
Yeah, easy to
like
predict.
shower
On top of that, they're on
or
attack.
from our
So I think
bathroom, and
they
I'm
will
like,
always
I
have
don't
a
think
better chance of
there's
having
nothing
some
to
last,
indicate
like,
that
whether
there
it's
is, but
bulge or
whatever.
util,
So they
etc.
sent a guy
Are
to
they-
check everything.
Are
He
you
goes
cheating
into
or
the bathroom,
answer?
unscrews some stuff, screws it back in, and goes, "There's no leaking." And I went, "Yeah." That's why I said.
That's what we've been saying, yeah.
Oh. And then he just left. He was there like 5 minutes. Then, when I was away for Madrid, another person just came. They didn't. That one at least scheduled something. The other person just came to the door while Rim was here and just went, "I need to check your shower." And he was like, "I need to check it tomorrow." And so I emailed this company like, "Is that you or is this just some random creep?"
Yeah.
Just fucking comment. And so it was. They did the same thing. They just walked in, took some photos of the bathroom, nothing,
left.
and then they went. I got an email like last week. So it's been going on for a couple of months, saying, "Oh, we're gonna fix the problem." And I was like, "But no one found a problem. How are you gonna fix it?" And supposedly, you know the little like not trimming. I don't know what it's called. The little like plastic thing that's on like the edge of a shower to stop water just dripping onto the floor.
Yeah.
That is supposedly a tiny bit damaged, and they believe that that is the reason that they're
Right.
getting water damage below. And I'm like, well, we have a bath mat, so that's not true. But sure, if you want to pay extra money to fix that, be my fucking guest. I don't care.
Yeah, it's kind of like maybe a little, but not probably not. If it was leaking through, I don't even think they'd notice that amount of like water going through. Clearly, it's something.
Well, no,
else.
also we make sure, because after they complained, we made sure that nothing ever went through. So what I imagine is the people before us did something, and it just took time for it to be visible.
Yeah.
And now they're just like, well, it's getting worse. It's like, no, it's the same, or it's just mold from the wet. But yeah, excurate chamber, let's go. German efficiency. Yeah, that's the biggest myth ever. Like, holy shit. Doing my permit was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I was sorry, I'm just accidentally clicking a lot of stuff I shouldn't. I feel like that's the only like positive I can say about like everything about EMEA falling apart is I don't need to move to Berlin.
To be honest, it's like actually living here is fine. Like, it's just the setup to get to that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, especially it's like
because you just mean cars, Mo? Because other than cars, not true. Their trains definitely aren't fucking efficient.
Lotus,
Sup, Hayes?
Map pick, and one that has been It's pretty much all reliable for them.
Because I feel like, from the looks of it at least, that you're working like every day of EMEA. Like whether that's like part of your like contract, I suppose, like whether that's something that you could like negotiate for. Because I feel like that's the thing. By the way, I don't know how bad the sound's in the background, but like,
I can't hear anything. Oh, okay, I can hear a little vibration.
It's a lot louder behind me, but actually, if it's not coming through the microphone, that's pretty impressive. I've set it up well if that's the case. But yeah, I mean, at least it's kind of like that. And I guess with you as well, where you've had no qualms with moving to Germany because you like had to evacuate to London, essentially.
Yeah, it's like I was fairly happy to move to some degree.
Yeah, and especially like with Rin getting a job too
in the UK anyway.
Like
so
dream scenario, right?
Putting that sheriff to good use.
And 2 years headhunting German IT talent for EU job placement, and it keeps me awake how rigid they can be. That's the thing. I feel like it's so weird that, especially Berlin, there's a lot of like. People are very open about things, but then it gets to something bureaucratic and they're just fucking morons. Like you'll say something, you'll explain why that's dumb. Like take health insurance, right? So for me to get my permit, I need health insurance. Like that's a necessity for registering for a permit in Germany. To get health insurance, you need a permit.
Still not going to be an easy
right, so it's like for one you need the other.
So I have now got health insurance and I have applied for my permit, but what I basically had to do, which is insanity, is, and this is the genuine process, which I was told because I had to get an insurance broker. You have to lie on the form.
And it's never nice to lie on a form when you want to try and live in their country.
So yeah, because basically to apply for it, you have to say you already have a permit, because otherwise it's basically like a tick box on a website. And if you tick that you don't have a permit, they insta decline. Like it doesn't even go through. Like the woman's like, basically I have to tick that you do have it, otherwise they won't listen to me telling them why you need to do this. They'll just ignore it. And you just think, surely enough people must have got a permit that you didn't need to do that. Like you could have just had I'm applying and need health insurance. And also this was there's only one insurance provider I could use because of that, because all the others won't let you do it. And I'm just like, that's just moronic.
Took a hell of a lot more in reply. So 13 health remaining here.
Yeah, he's talking about Germany, Magnum, not even fucking America. And unless like he sounds so raspy, yeah, I've changed it now. I had to go into Fossilbot to change it.
Getting a visa in America was just expensive.
Yeah,
like it hard. It was just
it's easy,
expensive.
but you get outpriced.
Yeah, no. The thing is though, I genuinely don't mind so much when countries do that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you don't want me to move here, so charge me for it. Don't just be a dick. Like just make things really, really hard. Just go, okay, yeah, sure, but you have to pay me X amount of money, and I go, and then I weigh up the odds myself if that's worth the risk. I make sure, obviously, like I'm not gonna fucking like I don't know, sell fucking drugs or something. But like,
starts it off very nicely with that long
I don't know,
bulldog
just
shot. They know exactly where the
just make it accessible, make it possible.
They take out Xfero and then pretty easy follow up there.
I've also noticed with the German visas, a lot of the stuff, the timing on it was just waffle. Like one of the things it said was that my visa would take 6 to 9 months to process, and it took 2.5 weeks.
Sometimes that's
part of it was going into
and so far 10 rounds in a row.
wait, no, am I thinking of I think I'm thinking of when you went to LA.
RRQ gonna come in here pretty quickly, but
I remember you had a day where you had to go in like passport control and
yeah, I don't think this is gonna come as
it, like because they take your passport, take your information, and that's like queuing for an hour kind of stuff. But I don't know if that was for Germany or for America.
towards A main. Smoke now going to be thrown down, trying to peel some of that pressure
So
off.
I imagine it's sort of similar to like your passport, right? Like if you tried to do your passport and I post it all or send it all online, it's going to take a while. But you can get your passport done and made in 8 hours if you go to one of their like facilities. Because that's what I did before I went to Gamescom.
How is it easier to make it to Shanghai/Seoul than Madrid?
Depends where from.
That is kind of fucking mental, Mo. That's kind of mental.
Oh, for them.
Yeah, he's the one guy. The other two already gone. Let's see if he gets the jump onto Xfero or Flipshider. And they seem to have a good idea that he is here as well. And
swing and a death here in a brief little moment as
he needs to die to the spike or something.
He needs to get that death bonus and eventually will, but it's going to be
He didn't have anything to save.
For RRQ to deny a bonus conversion.
But they did the bop. They did the bonus off.
For them, still going to be half shields across the board, so they're going to be slightly vulnerable, but I think a nice reply and a little bit of luck as well.
What was the like visa situation like for Rin? I guess it was different because it was like sort of coming from Ukraine, but if she
hers was hella complicated. It's still hella complicated.
If she like came from Germany and had to live in the UK, would she even be like able to? Because now it's like you need to be earning over like 30 grand a year or some shit. Like you're priced out, but the horrible way.
I don't know. I don't know.
Might start getting loud now.
Fucking hell.
They absolutely run them down.
Holy shit, that was a fucking crowd.
I don't know who's going harder on that around T1 or the fucking drill behind me.
Performance there, side player clearly unhappy with.
Was that audio? They're like changing the cladding on. Oh, yeah, I don't think it should take long.
Crazy on them.
Oh yeah, I saw. I didn't really look into that too much, but yeah, the moist situation was like.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention.
Nice guys. That's good movie.
Because I don't even know really.
That they could go if they weren't signed to an organization is kind of fucked.
Yeah. Any hope of.
But I wonder if there's some sort of, I guess it'd be like fraud, so it'd be really risky to do it. If there was a sort of deal of like, we're going to drop you for this event and then we'll pick you back up afterwards.
The showstopper doesn't seem to get any value, but
yeah, I imagine. I don't know if they could contractually do that, but the thing is, I think if it was a small team, that might be a problem. But for Moist, you could generally just go, we'll release you, you play, and then we'll sign you again, and they're a big enough org that would be fine.
Yeah, I think it's also moist enough to work. What is it for Rocket League that they were doing it for? So they would, like Epic could probably pay for their like flights and Apex. So like EA would pay for their flights and their hotels and stuff anyway. And then any prize pool money that they would get, typically the players always get the fair share of it anyway. So the only thing that you lose out on is just like the actual like branding side. Fucking gun game for Excurate.
Just enough time to be able to get that defuse through here by Rossi. T1 now 4-1.
The timing for Estrella is so unfortunate.
That's really unlucky that he fell back into the snake right there.
Yeah, we have Grenfell cladding on our building. And obviously a lot of this stuff of like changing buildings cladding has been like a thing since what happened at Grenfell, which is what, like 5 years ago now? The fact it's only getting changed now is, I mean, I'm glad it's getting changed, but I can't believe it's taking this long.
Yeah. Rossi having any tech issues? Not yet.
It's going well for T1, so not really. 6 years ago, wasn't it? It was 2018, yeah.
But also not quite being prepared for a lot of the aggression that we're seeing from T1.
I mean, I don't know what it was like you as a Londoner, Tom, but stuff like that, like, absolutely, like, infuriates me.
Brian lives in Grenfell? No. I'm assuming it's the similar materials used in the Grenfell building.
Yeah, for sure. There was a big fire in London, in Grenfell Tower. Lots of people died because it was a big tower block, but the cladding wasn't fireproof. Or as fireproof as it probably should have been for cladding of a building.
Well, they cheaped out, basically.
Yeah, they cheaped out onto material that was very flammable for some of the shouldn't have been flammable.
But he lived in the tower.
And then looking through it, so many buildings
to really change up their strength.
had that type of cladding, so everything needed to be changed. Luckily, like, I live on the first floor, so
trying to push into mountain. This actually worked on their eco round, do you remember?
I'm pretty sure like all of the major buildings, like however stories high, had the same cladding, which is crazy because Bristol doesn't have many like high-rise buildings at all.
Just sat here within the smoke. Do they suss this out?
And then there's also the issue of like, well, who pays for it? So like people's mortgages went up on the flats and stuff like that. Luckily, I rent, and like whilst my rent has gone up over the 8 years, I mean that's more just, you know, cost of living going up in inflation and taking the brunt of the payment there. So I guess I'm luckier than most. Because if you got too much, I'd be like, right, I'm out. Not many people can do that if they've bought flats like this.
Tiny little corner that he can tuck into.
Oh yeah, nobody got arrested after Grenfell, which, yeah, boils my piss. The voice lines as well just added to that situation.
In the round and RRQ. The timeout, it does work a treat for them. Still,
it's like, have you heard the one with Killjoy when she's in those situations where she's like, imagine if I die like right now, and then just bomb, just get headshot. When it gets interrupted. Nice try though, you can barely see their head.
See, they're getting excited now. From the side of Elmy Moore, picks up the 4, as you mentioned. He really did a great job of holding down the site from outside, from the mounds. And even with Saya player and
sorry, yeah, I just saw that message. Can you time out Mo? Because that's actually just a hate crime.
And no surprise, I think they're just gonna send it once again into this area of the map.
The Prowler to check. Flipshider now in a very rough position.
What constitutes as somebody being a Tory outside of voting Conservative?
In the meantime, just pushing out alongside Excurate. Picks off Xfaro. 3 players now.
I guess basically just anything that sounds overly middle class.
Off the rip before the planters even come in, they spot absolutely nothing. So they can take some forward space up through Waterfall across to this C-Link. Can they deal with this massive approach that's getting ready to come
It's the snob attitude.
How am I a snob?
No audio here for Elmy Moore.
I'm sat in my fucking diva shorts.
Rossi in the meantime.
Bigotry and capitalism. There you go, you're getting a lot of traits added to you here, Ryan.
From Jemkin to try to further slow things up. Gets the spot.
Yeah, I love being misinterpreted.
Can't quite get it done with the Odin. Takes them low, but RRQ, they managed to hold on.
You know, 3v5.
As someone from New Zealand, you just described how everyone thinks of the UK. Just everyone. Nice.
Ryan heavily contributes to capitalism.
From the defensive side, outside of BLD,
there's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Getting the kills, but in terms of, you know, solidifying the round wins, not so much. And now they're really feeling themselves in a very close round that they did just win there. So RRQ, I like that they're finding answers here.
Gotta love the Geordies and the Scousers. Must be some of the smartest people on earth.
Is that funny actually? Because I've been seeing that Eric Dimbros has been playing a lot of TFT recently, and they're like quite a high rank at this point. I think him and Angel entered like a TFT tournament, and they came like 2nd and 4th. So they've been like hitting the ground on it recently. And I saw Eric playing, and I messaged him, but like, because I was playing at the same time, I was like, you need to teach me this game. And Eric said, actually, most stuff that I've learned was from Ardis. And I'm like, I can't imagine Ardis playing TFT. I'm going ghostly, raging. You know, it just doesn't. It doesn't feel like he has the temperament for it.
Paint shells into Bend. Gonna force him back out into the open where he's able to challenge against Saya. He brings us back into a 2v2. Now a 2v1 as Estrella finds Rossi.
Elmy Moore is fucking trying hard to drag his fucking team through this.
Elmy Moore back around the corner.
Oh,
but Excurate holds his ground.
Oh my, Excurate.
To find the limbs and the defuse.
Wow.
Why are you suddenly getting Tory accusations? Because Mo is an instigator.
I thought RRQ had that one in the bag, but the clutch comes forward.
Pipson plays Mortal Kombat. One player gets eventually lose everything so far. One of my friends, One Amongst Money, who used to do Overwatch content, has a saying that he likes because he's a fighting game player. Every game's a fighting game. It's actually like when you like learn how they tried to like play and maneuver around stuff, it's very true. Like even all of the stuff that Anders goes on about, like aggro, mid-range control, like that's present in fighting games because it's all like normal moves, blocking, and then grappling. Every game has like a rock paper scissors system, unless the game has Viper in it, where there's no counter to Viper. It's just Viper, Viper, Viper.
Pretty decent career as a rabbit hunter.
So the thing is, whenever I watch an Anders video, I'm like, I see the concept behind it, but it does feel incredibly complicated.
Yeah, it feels very rigid as well. Like, we've been talking at it at length because I feel like it's like a religious movement. I feel like there's like a cult of Anders nowadays when it comes to stuff. You know, people like Kim are in it, obviously. I know Naori's been talking a lot more. When I hear like non-catalytic util people saying that, I'm like, I wonder what like content they've been like consuming. But the biggest problem I think for me is like, say like you've got this comp from RRQ. Like it's the Fnatic comp, they built it, it's effectively the most well-rounded, most adaptable comp that you could play because it's been built with the I've forgotten the name of it. Like class system that I'm not gonna say class system because I feel like I'm just feeding into fucking Mo's narrative now.
Sorry, what was that?
yeah. But you know, you play this comp that RRQ are playing, and you play it in these positions because the data suggests that playing here on defense or doing this on attack is like the optimal play. But then they'll say lose to T1. Immediately, all of that data and all of that, this should be the optimal way of playing, means nothing, even though it still works.
The best example of that is KC versus Foot.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers ran a Sage and 0 initiators and won the game.
Watching Anders' watch party for that was so funny. And the best part is like from the days afterwards, everybody would ask, what did you think of like Foot's Lotus comp? And I swear you could just see the veins on his head just like bulging every time somebody fucking asked him what he thought.
Objectively wrong. He sounds like a fucking, I don't know, a homophobe in the UK.
Yeah, it's just, it's that meme of like the guy holding his breath, you know, and he's like wanting to say something. Just all the time. Style dynamic merchants. That's such a good way of putting it.
Not just one off the rip to just make one part of the map.
See, the thing is though, I'm always, I like, this is what I think would upset him quite a lot. Because I always found this with Lothar as well. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with the stuff that's being said, but I find it very funny when the opposite of what all of their data says happens.
Yeah.
That for me is much funnier. Like, whenever it's like, no, Raider objectively shit, and then something pulls out a Raider and wins the game, and I'm like, what now? And they're like,
I mean, I just hate that attitude full stop. Like, it especially with doing stuff with like Odd One Out. Like, no disrespect to like the game changes people on the desk, but they would say stuff about like, oh, the way that they played this was just like wrong, and like their post plans weren't good. It's like, you just naturally when you're working on a desk, you just miss a lot of information. And like, there's either two ways you can go with it. You can either get super buddy with all of the coaches and the players, where you can get that information from them and sort of just, you know, press for some questions. But the problem is you almost become reliant on that, so you don't want to be too critical.
With that, I actually think that my biggest pet peeve for like up-and-coming analysts is hearing them just regurgitate shit that isn't their own opinion.
Yeah.
And it's like, I have no problem with you like grasping from like content creators or from coaches or whatever. But some of the stuff I'll hear, I'm just like, I know you've just read that off a sheet of paper, and you don't actually have, you've not built any actual opinions on why they do stuff. And I think that's, like, for example, when, I think it was G2 Gozen were running a Reyna comp on Ascent, and they had some really cool like setups and ideas. It wasn't just that they went, we're better, we're just gonna pug them. That's not what happened. They had like cool combo flashes with the Sky and the Reyna. It was really nice ideas. Some of it didn't work, but they had a lot of cool concepts. None of it was mentioned. The analysis was Reyna bad, but they won because good at shooting. It's like, that's not analysis. You've just heard enough people say that Reyna's bad, and so you didn't watch the game. You just saw Reyna bad, and then you didn't actually pick out any analytical stuff. Because that's the thing, a comp can be objectively bad. Similarly to Foot's comp, I think their comp was objectively not a good comp, but they had a game plan. So that's what the analysis should be. What did they do with it? And I think that's what Steel did quite well. Is he came out and actually said what they did with it. But that's the biggest issue. It's just like, oh, well, I don't think this should have worked, so even when it does work, I'm going to analyze it like it didn't. And it's like, well, fuck off then.
Yeah, I think it's like being that this is suboptimal. You know, it's even like the chamber on this map.
What?
Yeah, I mean, that's thrown me off as well. That's just fucking stun-locked me because I don't even know what he was talking about. But yeah, like I think a good example of this, and like the team's different, and it's been a while now. Like when we started playing Bind with Bod 1 out, JD was very like, let's not play Viper, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like playing Bind without Viper? Like there's no teams other than like Paper X that play without a Viper, and they play with a Harbor instead. Are we gonna do that? No. And you sort of look at it, especially from a game changer's perspective of just, the argument was, we only have so much to prep it. If we try to play the same as everybody else with a pick like this, where the agent doesn't necessarily suit the roles of the team, we're just going to lose. We can't play it better than them outside of, like, we can't play and manipulate the map. So let's play something that disrupts the way that the Viper wants to play it. Like, so we started playing a lot of like double initiator with a breach, and then had a Cypher and stuff, which, you know, some teams are doing in VCT now.
I feel like that's something that like Loud does really well. Is like they'll run like, or even Gentlemates as well. Like you're running that Phoenix like comp, and you're like, okay, why are they doing this? It's just to fuck with what everyone else is doing. It's not. Because if you put fucking the Tug and Takas on like other roles, it's just not gonna fucking work properly. So they're working around the players they've got.
Can they get a read on where Rossi would be positioned if they actually decide to?
I don't know. I think that is the issue. Is like
Jade is a fucking phenomenal idea.
Certain opinion on stuff. It's really difficult for them to just admit, like, okay, actually, this was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is understandable, I think, for people that are coming into the scene early on. Nobody is happy to be wrong. And, like, part of our job is to predict. And even if we don't necessarily, like, we might know something. You know, like in this series, but actually a good example is like Istanbul. I was talking to Alex quite a lot, and I was like, oh, you know, how do you fancy your chances? You made like top 2. And he's like, we're super burnt out. Like, we just need a break. I think everybody's just tired. So honestly, I don't think we're going to do that well at this event. And lo and behold, Paper X went out in groups that year. And it's not like I was there, I suppose, going like, yeah, I don't know if I fancy my chances with Paper X. Like, I think they could go out in groups this year, because it's, I think, very easy to try and like use stuff like that to leverage your opinion to make yourself right in the future. But what I guess I've kind of realized now is like, you just kind of go for the narrative. I don't like when people like predict against the grain when they're doing like predictions on a desk, because if everybody does it, then the underdog is the favorite. You've set it up to be that, and that's not true. And then you get people on the desk that's like, oh yeah, I predicted this team and I was right. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter who you predicted. All you're doing is basically going into the game and going, this team is the favorite. Like T1, I think in this series should be the favorite. Even our RRQ
most of the time, I'll be honest, I just, unless there's like a really surefire winner, I'll just predict against the other person. I can come up with a reason why on the fly most of the time. But the whole point of the desk is to be entertaining. It's irrelevant whether or not you're correct.
Yeah.
If you could make being correct entertaining, then sure. But if it's just like, I'm just gonna tell you I'm correct and give no reason or rhyme as to why I thought that or anything, then yeah, fuck it, who cares?
Yeah, because I think that works of like, if you can actually go in and say, you know, I say T1 should win because of just how good they've been, they've had a really bad run of form, and you got RRQ. If you actually come up with how RRQ can win this series, like label the win conditions, that's amazing. But if you're just doing more, yeah, if you're doing it like if it's T1 versus Bleed, and you're like just saying Bleed and being like, you know, this will be the day that EA does well. It's just a bit like, ugh.
I will say the veto thing is always hilarious to me. Like when you see, if you ever see someone predict the veto and they predict some obscure fucking map, guarantee they've seen, like, I've seen someone do that before where they predicted that a team was going to pick their permaban, and I'm like, you're a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
like oh yeah, no, I actually think that they've been practicing this,
and most times it's because they've seen the veto in the Discord channel beforehand. So they were just privy to that information beforehand.
Fucking, then you can't even justify why you thought something would happen because there was no fucking reason for it.
Sparrow doesn't look right. He actually would have been able to see X-Grid up on top, but because they missed each other, that means that he's going to be able to get the jump here. Spots them both. Can he transfer this? Goes for the
oh no, he goes for the harder one, easy one first.
Unlucky.
Rossi still on the flank, now getting the
nice
read,
try.
and as he looks away, X-Grid pushes through the wall.
I guess he wanted to go for the kill that he could 100% get first. Because there's still a chance that if he tries to go for execute there, he misses, and then suddenly the other person turns around and domes him.
I think one of my favorite things on the desk, which just really made me laugh, and it was just the most bone cold thing ever, and it was when the veto's coming across, obviously normally the analysts talk about it and talk about what they'd like to see, blah blah blah, and I think Stu asked bone cold, so like what maps are you expecting? And he goes, whoa, let's wait for it to finish. And I was just like, to be honest, why the fuck not? Like, why not just wait and see what the maps are going to be already? But I just found it so funny that she was like, oh, what would you like to see? And he was like, whoa, give it a second.
Yeah.
And obviously, they've paused it so he can talk. When Bo Cold was doing that fucking, him dressed as a pilot, I was genuinely fucking dying. That bit was so fun. I just have pictures because I was obviously they record it, so I like have just a countless amount of photos of him just dressed as a fucking pilot. Like this
personal
picture
use
is so fucking funny.
Like, let's just go kill them.
Yeah, I mean, again, don't hesitate.
It's like when a kid does like a fucking dress up thing for their parents. They're like, Dad, I've made a play, and your parents have to sit there and watch this absolute piece of shite. Like that's what that was, and it was beautiful.
Backside TPs.
Yeah. And you remember on Ascent, T1, they went over to the attacker side as
I'd like to see more glazing of duelists. Oh, what? Just just put it crawling in my skin. Just fucking hitting headies.
Here at Up, we're able to find one. It's a headshot onto Carpe. And overall, so far it's looking clean.
I feel like the desk in EMEA is like less this year. Is in like shorter and there's like less on it.
Oh, yeah, that's because it is. There's not a lot of time anymore. I think our desks should, in theory, be the quickest from game to game. Like, they're very short. Even the pre-show.
Yeah, I mean, the pre-show's like, it's gone from 30 minutes to like 15? 20?
Yeah. But we expected it on Ascent and it didn't happen. They got
yeah, it is weird in Pacific. Like they definitely have, in my opinion, the most of their money put into like really cool pre-record stuff. Like the fucking elevator thing was great. The coach talk stuff they've done has been fantastic. They did the Hot Ones thing like last year. But yeah, then the desk is just like people talking, and then they have their little leaderboard thing. I do quite like the leaderboard thing. That's quite fun.
Yeah, me too. I think that's just for me. Like, I don't want to. I've said this a couple of times because I don't want to be like, oh yeah, because I'm not working the EMEA anymore. I'm just gonna start like bitching about it. But like, and it's more that I'm surprised that like EMEA hasn't gone more in that direction when you look at what the LEC's done historically. Like all of the skits and cold opens and stuff that they've done. It's weird we don't really have that in VCT now, especially when it is like Riot led instead of another TO.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to do more skits and stuff, but I guess it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for like the first year at the very least, just make sure that everything's like the show is working before you like add anything else onto it.
But they timed it so perfectly well.
Yeah, and you also don't have halftime too.
Until the very last moment, right as that fight's about to come through.
I guess it sort of suits. I think like EMEA just as a region is a lot more like just dry because of the personalities. Not like in a bad way. I think it's just very matter of fact. Like I think EMEA probably is the best like analysis. Not only with like Steel and stuff, but like Kukuka's also really fucking good at it.
Just a bit of poking out of bounds here, but T1 looks like they do want to fight this. Bit of a spread at the moment. 2-1-2. See if they do look to go elsewhere as the rotation.
Well, that's it. I'm on the desk for day 3 this week, and I'm already just pitching stupid stuff to get Steel to do.
Yeah.
Much of a defense for now.
I have a bit plan using the green screen, and I feel like it's either going to be the most scuffed piece of shit ever, or it's going to be hilarious, or both. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm casting first 2 days. I think I'm casting your game, Gorilla.
4 players in position.
You're playing foot, right?
I'm thinking first and foremost. He ends up falling. Sparrow can do nothing but just sit here and stay tough.
I'm hoping for a 3-map triple OT.
Ooh, he cancelled the TP and he's lurking.
The site occupied here by T1. Izu now starting to work his
really
way
well played from Izu.
More memeable. Oh, this should be very. If it works, it should be very memeable.
If you can get Steel to say help sewers.
I'm not. That is not what I'm trying to. I think he would not forgive me. I think he's already just completely had enough of that shit.
I don't blame him.
Or
It's not playing for him anymore.
Doesn't hear the drop. Does he pull off of this one? He's gonna try to stick it. And Izu finds his timing.
Yeah, Izu plays that well. Good movement.
Just a moment away. Sparrow saying, I think I'm gonna get away with this.
Well, after almost a flawless pick'em last week, my pick'em this week is fucked.
The entirety of the way that played out after the plant, but started off.
Yeah, I think doing desk is hard. You know, first one's in, last one's out. And then with so many people watching watch parties now instead of the main broadcast, you just end up getting muted whilst people playing fucking connections and all that shit.
Did not work out for him. So T1 they get back
on the board. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be like, I'll just show him a collection of whiffs and just be like, hey Steel, do you think this team's throwing? That's what I'll do. I'll just get him to truly fucking hate me. I'd also probably get myself in big trouble with fucking Riot as well for insinuating that their players are throwing.
Can't be having that.
Backs away as Carpe trading positions. Just have to keep that door revolving. Cover going out. So it looks like they are going to make the call to start pivoting.
To be fair, both Izu and Karam both look really good. The thing that's depressing about this game is, like, obviously we've been talking about a lot of other shit, but like this is objectively like a decent game. Like both teams trying to play the rotation, individual players looking good. You got Elmimore popping off. Then we're gonna go into the next game, which is either gonna be ZETA winning dominantly or a real shit game, like really fucking shit.
Beginning here for RRQ. The shift back over. Showstopper out.
He's on the desk this week, so is it like you for a day? Because I know they got other casters in.
So I think Baya's just doing day 1. I think she had something else she needed to do.
Yeah.
So day 1 is her and Josh, day 2 is Mike and Josh, and then day 3 is me and Josh.
And
then obviously
I almost feel a bit bad for Lofar because I feel like he's just replaced him with Steel.
And now it is all just
yeah, it does kind of seem that way.
Shot onto Izu, but it's just too many targets. Takes Carpe to 3.
Mike and Josh on the desk. Yes, yeah. I'm talking only about analysts. And then basically the 2 days that me and Mike are on desk, so day 2 and 3, either me and Mitch won't be casting one of those days, and it'll be Ash and Pavlos, or Pansy and Hyper won't cast one of those days, and it'll be Ash and Pavlos.
And that sets up a nice crossfire as RRQ we're trying to engage on that side.
Reevaluate tactics.
And at this point, I mean, 3 rounds.
If Bleed win against ZETA would be really funny. Honestly, I'll be depressed. Like, I don't want that to happen.
Why do you think I'm still here?
I'm a big ZETA fan, and I am probably close to the #1 hater of Bleed. All of my hatred for DFM has moved to Bleed.
Yeah, at this point, I think he's probably said enough times.
Just because, like, obviously I'm sure there was something internal as to why they did it, but I don't understand their roster moves. I don't know why do, like, I know that people are like, oh, but Ego is retired. I'm almost guarantee he retired after he got kicked.
Yeah. Because the whole situation was so frustrating that they would rather not do it again. And
just to get RRQ in kind of a confused position, but RRQ, we're also trying to stack the
How much can we make?
And maybe try to catch T1
for a good position in esports yearly? You can make good money in esports, but it's like, it's difficult to get to the top. Like, it's a lot, like, it's one of the, it's sort of like the 10,000 hours fucking criteria. Like, the amount of time that you'll be putting in will be similar to a normal job. And the other thing I'll say as well, and this is the one, I know that this is going to sound, because I love the job I do, I love getting to cast, I love getting to watch esports, but it is stressful because you have, like, a lot of time on, a lot of time off, but also it turns the thing that you love into a job. So just be wary of that, because, like, I still love playing video games, but you have to bear in mind that it's, say for example with Valorant, I don't play that much Valorant because I watch probably, if I'm averaging it out, I'm probably averaging like 5 or 6 hours of Valorant watched every single day of the year. So, like, it takes a lot of the time I don't want to play, because I'm just like, I've just spent my entire month, year, whatever, watching Valorant. So if you're doing that anyway, like, if you're genuinely just someone who loves to watch every single fucking match and you love to, like, play all the time, like, you have that drive, then yeah, it is probably the right thing. If you're someone who's like, oh, this is really cool. How much do you play, Gorilla?
Right from the get-go, they were in total control of this round, so
promise me you'll never go weird, anti-woke, or punch someone up in the green room.
Too late.
Yeah, I could safely say I don't think either of these things are going to happen.
Getting in there pretty quickly, and it's going to be Izu actually to take him down.
Champion dead.
I smurf your peak. Gorilla, I've casted you playing. Like, Ryan was having to try and carry your fucking ass.
Yeah, thanks for that. Fucking as soon as Lotus come in, I go to Gorilla like, oh, what's a good agent on this map? And he's like, I'm not gonna tell you. We're fucking holding on to those vitality strats for like 6 months time.
I
put Gorilla, like, who else did you have? You had Lucka, right? I put that team together and I was like, oh, Gorilla and Lucka, that would be a good combination. And then Gorilla had like 1 kill.
Oh no.
Runs him down.
I'm pretty sure one of the maps, Ryan might have actually out-fragged Lucka.
I top-fragged the last fucking game, I'm pretty sure. I was like playing for my fucking life on Pearl.
Last chance for him.
Just trying to get something together.
He puts down the lockdown. He's sending it in the 1v3. But it just was barely not enough. Izu really clean, and oh man, just not able to feel the pressure from the third guy from the same angle, maybe not expecting that. And
Put some respect for my boy's name.
He was nearly gonna clutch that one out.
I think one of the problems as well was like Bodok and Meg were both just like at that point like sort of killjoy only players, like on the maps that we were playing. Because I think it was like Lotus and then Pearl.
What was my peak?
Noted.
Probably like Ascendant 2.
Rossi.
I've not. I don't know. I haven't put time into ranked in a long time. I'd like to see how far I can get at some point. Maybe I'll do that during the off season. I said that last time, but then I ended up putting all of my time into moving here.
Naturally.
So, maybe this time I'll actually do it.
I'm just like, if it's not 5-stack, I'm not playing.
Well, how else will you get boosted?
Eventually that just goes down.
Because that's what I'm worried about.
I reckon Salah's peak is like plat 2. The funny thing is, if he sees that, he'll actually be someone who'll get genuinely annoyed by that as a comment. He's the only one. Like, if I say that about, like, Eric, he'll be like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
But someone will be like, why do you think I'm plat 2? Why do you think I'm down there?
And maybe you get enough momentum to make this a bit interesting. You see that T1.
Yeah, exactly. How can you flush your teammates if you can't hear their reaction?
Oh, fuck off.
Here, especially from Xfero, feels like he's feeling himself towards the end of
the last place teams from last year cover the champions.
I suppose
yeah, you know, honestly, crew looked pretty good. I enjoyed seeing Heat and Kesnet.
Let's see now, big control over here.
I don't think I've caught a crew game yet. Like, I'm not really. I guess out of the free region, it's the one I'm keen on watching the least. Just because I think at least for this year, the good thing about like Pacific and China being this early is like the work hours. Like Beth will be at work whilst these are on, so I can just sort of sit and watch them. I've also found like if I don't watch the games live, the chance of me catching the VOD is next to none. Even in like regions like fucking Polaris, like it's so hard for me to.
Oh no, they're gonna lose like this.
The last one alive, last man standing. Drops down off the rope, the plant being held. Izu, that in his hands, and he's pushing forward, not pulling back towards tree. He's not stacking up, and the timing.
He's just missed the timing.
Misses him. Swing onto the corner. He is
oh dear.
Let's send it with a thrifty. Why not?
The new IGL.
Damn, I was not expecting that to be a 2-0.
I'd have changed the IGL to Excurate.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Make some changes.
Who was it before?
For 3
was it Carpe? Was Carpe trying to IGL?
All of a sudden, you make one change, and they just look
was it Rossi?
Sure.
Fantastically done here in this match against RRQ.
Who will win map 1?
Yeah, it's Carpe.
Colors, I would say,
lead.
But still, all credit to
Or
T1
ZETA.
Big victory here, 2-0 in this match against RRQ.
Never remember how long this break is. I'm just gonna put 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just given what we had been seeing as of late, there was concerns and.
Are we excited for Bleeds? Yeah, I mean, if this was like yesterday, yesterday's games, I wouldn't have streamed. Like, I was like, oh, it'd be nice to sort of cheer on RRQ a little bit. Maybe there's a chance that they can do some damage to T1. But then this next game, because I haven't got to catch any Bleed games live. Like, I want to see if it's as bad as it is. You know, it's like when people say like, oh yeah, The Room is a terrible film, and your first interaction is,
hoping the fans
let's watch it, you know.
In this team that they may just be able to make their way.
Not GE, well fake. I mean, that was a funny series.
Yeah, you got to keep that hope alive, and I'm just glad that, like I said during the match, it's better late than never.
But I think it was more funny just fucking Talon having 12 first kills and only picking up 4 rounds.
Let's go over to the analyst desk to break down this match.
And just like that, it is a 2-0 for T1. This is the T1.
There's definitely a series. Yeah, I mean, Talon did well to bounce back, but
I have no words.
It's just
how clean.
kind of ass.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna put the oven on for my food.
No worries.
It was just working over
probably
and
as well.
over again. And again, everything that we were mentioning on Ascent have really kind of come full circle into this Lotus map.
I'm turning this up now.
RRQ just could not
because
really deal
there's
with how
no
well
more
T1
drilling.
was just again able to win out this second map.
I need to keep an air up because I don't know if they're going to like knock and do anything with turning the boiler back on. Because they said that as soon as they were done with the drilling that they would come around and turn it back on, but they haven't, I don't think.
You're getting the information you wanted, your teammates gaining space somewhere else, whatever it might be, it's very proactive. Before it was basically, if we land the shot, then we gain.
Yeah, I think GE played well. I think Polvi, I understand a lot of the arguments against Polvi because like his performances haven't been great.
15 seconds getting the team set up for the next set play that they were going to do.
But
This team is absolutely restructured. And
like
who knows
GE are
what
working it
happened,
out.
But they are looking right back in action.
I don't know what's wrong. I feel like Polvi's just not comfortable offing. Like it's not only like literally the stat of like the less he opts, the better he did. But it was like where he was literally where he was putting his feet on the ground and standing with the operator. Some of the angles that he was on were just not good. Or he'd like get a kill, repeat the same angle, and then just get traded.
Trying to stop that tempo, that rotation.
Like I feel at some point, I've always said like the Kung Kung rule of like most teams, if they're not feeling confident with the op, you tell them like Kung Kung stat. The more games that he opt and more rounds that he opt on, the better he was. Polvi was like the opposite. So I think at a point you probably need to be like, yeah, probably just put the op down.
Sorry to let you down, but yeah.
I think he got more kills with the Outlaw than he did with the op. He was farming with that on Icebox.
Just like a Sage Wall, you know, some people gotta be put down and then get back up.
What? You should be G-ranked.
Polvi's issue is that he needs echoes.
No.
That's like saying, to solve my like anxiety, I need crystal meth.
I wasn't even on the desk for the first week.
It's a solution, but I don't think it makes the problem worse.
All right, audience. Again, this is a representative. This is your representative.
We should get Monya back since he's on reserve. It also is like, would Monya want to go back?
You can't stand for this.
Like, Monya's not obligated to go back and play for that team, right? If somebody else, like, you know, like an RRQ or somebody like that, fucking like T1 or something, I don't know.
I've been making so much fun of Achilleos here in bronze.
If I had left a team like GE and I had the option to go back, at this point, I probably wouldn't take it.
That's what you get. That's what you get for mocking me.
I'd rather sit on the bench than
Sorry, Achilleos.
ruin my stonks.
Okay.
Whatever. Like he says, this is not a real game.
I don't know. My stats tell me otherwise.
Oh my god. Well,
And that's also the other thing too. Like if
the glory here. Your prediction was also
it's the thing for GE fans as well. Like you know, let's say you just go to the roster.
I feel like that
this
was
year.
actually more of a coin toss prediction than even.
Would you be able to get like good players off of how well you've done from the previous 2 years? The only way that you could do it is if you do something like Carmen Cole, where you just get rid of everybody and you start with a coach like Eng. And you build around like their philosophy.
It was just fantastic.
Yes, absolutely.
Because like if say you just destroyed the team, but you've still got Spin and Big Time there, as much as I like both of them, if I'm a player and I'm seeing like, okay, they've destroyed the team, but it's the same like people behind the last 2 years effectively, do I think it's going to go that much different? Probably not.
To have their own reads on the tempo they wanted to make. Saya didn't have to kind of feel like he had to take the entire game into his own backpack, and then it faltered, but now they're back again.
Defense are all various intensity degrees of Simon Cowell.
Surely there's a bunch of other effects that are happening because Izu seems a lot more comfortable.
I mean, I'll be honest, I just think that it seems to be only the vocal minority, but I think the vocal minority getting under people's skins quite a lot.
It felt like he didn't really need to adjust anything for
like most people I've seen come in here that are like GE fans and stuff, like even in Tom's chat, seem like perfectly normal people.
Yeah, and then I also just want to give
but you see people like tracking people's tracker scores and just tweeting some horrendous levels of stuff.
But on the flip side, the other one who also had a big roast, which Xfero a little quiet today on both maps.
I just want us to win. Yeah, but it's a competitive region that you're in.
in both maps, quite frankly. Flips, of course, not having the greatest of times here on Lotus.
He goes mad on Twitter,
but again,
yeah.
part of it is sure.
I almost just wanted like one of the clips I've had over the last couple of days to like just be posted, see what people say, just to instigate shit with like GE fans.
And RRQ started to feel that they have to basically go through aim duels to get out of
I just want us to play. Yeah, I mean, that's my argument of just
all smiles when they were
GE are not obligated to carry the Indian scene in esports, full stop. Having an Indian organization in a league like this is more than most get when it comes to other countries, not only in APAC, but across the globe.
Anyway, we're gonna go down to the stage and
like,
have a chat with today's victor, T1.
If you're like an Indian fan of GE and you're complaining about how well the team's doing, go talk to a fucking OCE fan. See how they feel about their scene. Like, what if Global Esports didn't get in and Order did?
Now, massive congrats, Saya. Now, I just want to start with the question of going
Mina too as well.
games without a win. That could be mentally exhausting, but overall,
And my general answer is just shut the fuck up and be fucking grateful that you have
How
something.
did you guys try to keep the energy up to make sure
Because,
that
you
have
know,
that
I think events like Convergence don't happen without
pick up the
GE's
win?
like support, whether they attend the event or not. GE have like academy projects. We know that Valorant Mobile's coming in the future. I imagine Global Esports are going to be a proponent of how successful that esport is in India, where it's much more likely to see Indian players thrive than in like conventional esports.
We trust each other, so we like bring back our moment.
So, in order to transfer the good results from the scrim to what's going
I just
on
need Global
stage,
Esports fans
what
to
do you
use their
think was
fucking
the most
frontal
important
lobes for
thing that
once
the
and
team
just
needed to address?
think about stuff critically.
I think we have really on our team we have a lot of opinions.
It's called EMEA, but it's
So
secretly
we-
just
when-
E.
when we
Yeah.
played the game,
But also, it's the same thing for like
ideas,
Mina
we have
as
a
it is for
what-
India. I think of
but
just
we didn't figure out what are we
esports
gonna do actually,
is still pretty
So we
early
just,
days
like,
there. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated when you got stuff like Saudi Arabia, of course, but
So after that,
these are both like major regions of the world where we haven't had esports like being a thing for like they haven't had a huge amount of CS success in the last 10 years outside of I can't remember the team that was at the start of the major
helping out the team with this calling.
Jamie's team.
It was Autumn, the head coach, and then Kevin really wants to call. So
But yeah, I just feel
mean,
like a little bit.
I really trust Kevin too, so we just like decide to.
But I haven't seen any of those like GE fans, I suppose, that are just
Now,
like I see them on Twitter, but I haven't interacted with them myself for me to tell them to shut up.
On Ascent, and also the
Ryan versus India.
No, but seriously, I've just been saying on stream, like those GE fans that just can't keep their mouths shut. What I'm gonna say to them is just shut the fuck up and like back your fucking team, because I just said then, I don't know if you were here for it, like
Honestly, we have already
like India fans complaining like about like their team not doing well. Go talk to like OCE. Go see how the OCE players are feeling. Like that spot that Global Esports got.
Tyler, you're talking about Renegades.
Yeah, but like just somebody like Order. If Order got that spot instead of Global Esports, I think that the region as a whole would be a lot better off than it is now. So like Global Esports just being in the league is amazing, and it's not up to Global Esports to just make the whole Indian esports scene good. They're not obligated to do that. The fact that they have Lightning Fast on their team, I think, is great, but they don't need to do that.
Well, he's been pretty good of their players so far. Like, wasn't it the first map yesterday? He like fucking
Oh yeah, he destroyed.
went crazy. That's the one thing I'm sad about. That was like one of my bold predictions of the week. I predicted them to beat Talon, and they lost in OT in map 2, and I'm like, you fuck's sake.
Yeah, I want to see GE play a full Indian roster just to prove I'll run the GE fans. Like, yeah, exactly. It's just like you have a lot of teams that are trying to like represent their region a little bit more. Like, you know, Team Secret obviously for like Filipinos, but we have seen Filipino only teams make it to the big international events like Champs and Masters previously. Like, I don't know if they had the exact same amount of opportunities as like Indian teams, but still.
I'm sad that Talon stopped being like a full Thai team, because I don't think that the players that they've picked up warrant them not being a Thai team.
Yeah.
Like,
I think with the players that they could get, yeah.
I think Ban has been okay, and I think Governor has been okay, but I don't think either of them are like worth losing your identity as a team. Like, I think you could have just kept like some of the players you had. Hopefully, at least from my perspective, Bleed goes so badly that Scary leaves and we can get Scary back on Talon. Bring back fucking Sushi Boys and wear him for a party. Like, I'd be excited for that team.
Well, like Tier 2 looks good. Like, I mean, one of the first events that Talon played was the ESL Thailand event, where you have got like, was it Boom Esports? I can't remember who it would have been. But there was like a couple of orgs that actually were like pushing them and taking maps off of them. So it's not only the players like Sushi Boys' new team that were doing well against Talon. It was like other players that were up and coming that were actually like, you know, competing. But like, the player pool is better there than it is for India, right? You can't do that. If you get an Indian team, they're going to be worse than Bleed. And what's worse for the Indian region of esports as a whole? Like having a couple of players on the team that's doing okay.
What they need is a superstar import IGL who's already got experience in the Indian scene. It's time for the return of Echoes. Hi, Tom. Few words about Foot versus Vitality, please. Oh, it's going to be a banger. I think that's going to be one of the... I hope it's one of the best matches of the split.
I've already said that Vitality are losing because Foot is just Vitality's bogey team for the longest time. They won
3-1-2-1-2-0-3-2. Yeah. Oh fuck! I remember that 3-2. Holy shit!
Yeah, so do I. I was on the desk for it.
Biggest choke of all time.
Fucking Bad EG dropping like 40 on bind and losing.
I blame the coaching staff. Not keeping the mental fortitude up.
I mean, they did. Was Salah on Vitality at that point? I don't think he even was. I think it was Tanny.
Red Bull gives you wings.
There's more Gorilla's fault
remember.
then.
But either way, whoever was there, I'm happy to throw them under the bus.
Yeah. I remember...
The thing is, even if it's Tanny, I know him well enough that I'd say exactly the same thing.
Yeah. It's all your fault. I mean, Tanny's at NRG now, so he's falling upwards, I suppose. Bless him.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel a bit like bad for Tanny because he was doing so well at Moist Mogul, and then it combined with like Shopify.
My Central, you...
I forgot about
that. I remember you genuinely saying to me, like, no, you gotta stop saying this because they're gonna think that I'm pushing this agenda.
Yeah, because I was like actually helping. Like, I was doing bits of the early analyst stuff. I did was just like, I'm not gonna say I was working with Moist because I wasn't, but I was like helping him anti-strat.
You were damp.
Yeah, I had one toe in the water of Moist. But I didn't want to feel like I was trying to like
the worst sentence that's ever been said.
But I was trying to get involved, but I didn't want to like try to feel like I was really pushing for a spot because I wasn't. I was just like, I don't mind like doing this for free and helping a bit because I was only doing a little bit. So long as I get to like, I was really keen on seeing what it's like to be on a team, what it like feels like when you're scrimming, like your server time, odd review, prepping, all that kind of stuff. And yeah,
I didn't even know
it would have been cool.
One out made it through.
Yeah, I mean, I've not really been doing that much with them this stage. Like, I don't think it's like at this point because they're looking for orgs. I'm just kind of like, wasn't that involved with them since the kickoff event there, and now. So I almost feel like me trying to jump back in and help them feels a bit disingenuous because I'm only doing it because they made stage 1. But like they know that I'm sort of busy.
Mads is cursed. I feel bad for Mads. Played against you, went 72 and 54 and lost.
You're not supposed to do that on their fucking Adam's apple.
What the fuck? Like all of Jed's interviews are just like some random ass fucking shit. I love it.
Just psychopathic.
Yeah.
too much of the calls.
And let me run ads. Sorry, guys.
Scary.
I'm not a very good streamer when I'm on with you, Tom.
With a, you know, a star lineup of a roster, but
I'm not a good streamer at all.
That as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, whether it's comms, whether it's the calls, no matter what it is. Obviously, yes, they had to go through some circumstances.
But it's funny, like all of the people like with like RRQ and Moist, I was like attached to. It was funny, like how I was like, at least for Moist, I applied for the like the job that Vox Ice got, and I like had interviews and stuff.
Who, you know, they've found their wins, but they really need today as well.
I didn't also realize that Smart 7 was telling me that they went for that job too, and I think they got like quite high in it. So I'm like, okay, I'll lose that to like Vox Ice and Smart 7. It's like, all right, that's fair.
Happy
No worries.
birthday to you, Young-sang. Happy birthday. Open it.
Look there, he's just. You want me to open it now?
Do you like it? Yeah. I made it myself.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. What's your teammates getting you?
Today's win.
Oh, today's win. Okay, they're getting you the win. Better than the K.
Predictions on the map? I don't know. I haven't been tracking the Vitas for Pacific. I've just been on the back foot the whole time.
What is Jen up to with her shenanigans?
What are you supposed to do if you don't eat the cake? Is it a lie? I don't know.
This cake is a lie. Well, ZETA Division has a birthday buff.
The thing that is so bad for me is every time it's somebody's actual birthday, they get like quite a small cake. I'm not going to say it's a bad cake because it depends on how it tastes, but you know, it's like a cupcake. When it was Gio's birthday, it was a cupcake. Pavlos got like a small cake as well when it was his birthday.
At least coming into the series,
of course, when it's not their birthday and they get a cake, it's a fucking giant one. All of the bells and whistles.
Laz still is a very effective chamber player, and the player in question, Huron, has been slowly getting better and better into that initiator role. Sure, again, don't forget that when he came into,
I don't know why it keeps winning out in that way.
Sentinel main. So
you gotta fuck up. Yeah, both the cakes that I got at Masters, well, champs. Never funny like tidbit. Never went to Masters, but I worked 2 champs, which is kind of crazy looking back.
It's really the eyes on the rookie, right? The rookies, I should say, because like you said, Depp just hasn't missed a beat. He even brought out the neon once again on the Lotus, things like that. Last
yeah.
showing the chamber again. Sure.
I still have it embedded into my brain. Dash going.
But still pretty
we tried. We got you a carrot cake because we heard that's your favorite, and I'm like, from who?
We'll see if Sugar Zero can at least pull a couple of those rounds.
I don't think I'll ever get the answer to that question of who went. Yeah, carrot cake's Ryan's favorite, or whether that was just Dash making it up on the fucking spot.
I know we've been talking about it. Some fans might be bored of it, but you just never know when he's gonna pull a rabbit out of the hat and bring home the win for Blade.
And it also just occurred to me now, I think somebody afterwards at a random point, when I told them this story, is like, well, what kind of cake would you have wanted? I was like, yeah, just a chocolate cake. And that's what I got for the one at Istanbul. It was just this big, so at least they like listened to my feedback and got me the right kind of cake on the wrong kind of birthday. Thank you, Gorilla.
Not 1 but 2 roster shuffles since then. That's a lot of adjusting that you have to do. Meanwhile, ZETA Division has kept most of their core here. And yes, this is a very important match today for both of these teams, Asarai.
Yes. Bleed, I'm dubbing them
so
right
it was
now.
Blade and Zay is a rematch, isn't it, from Kickoff, where they played against each other twice?
Yes,
because in both those series, Bleed played Bind and they played the Viper.
Okay.
I feel bad. I was talking about it with Sliggy on his stream, because I kind of knew that, like, Sliggy had people from, well, somebody from Team Liquid really pushing the solo controller Viper comp on Bind.
You're saving the choice for last on both sides.
But I didn't realize like how much trauma he has from it. Like his voice started shaking. It was like he's about to start crying. I was like, oh my god, sorry Sliggy, I didn't realize that this was so traumatic for you.
You're about to kiss the playoffs goodbye.
Yeah.
Did you see the GE interviews yesterday?
Of the highlights of
I didn't see them, no. Were they good?
So here's the thing.
Like, where would I see them?
With a lot of these highlights that we're
I
seeing,
saw the recap of the press conference for Talon, but I didn't see it for GE. You sent it to me. Oh god. Yeah, we're watching this.
Because if you look at the first kills, right, overall for Bleed, it's never really...
Is it safe to put on...
Which is
let's do it.
and even though he's somewhere there, he's on the receiving...
Let's do like a... Oh, I could do a pop-out here, can't I? So,
That has gotten the...
and then just mute this for now.
All right, next question is
in progress.
All right, welcome back everyone for our first scrum of game 2 today. We have Big Time and Blaze King from Global Esports.
You need to watch the timestamps. I mean, we'll watch for it all. We got time.
I mean, it's a sad game. Obviously, not the result that we wanted. I think we feel very much like that was our game. We should have closed out map 2. Obviously, it went to overtime and we lost it, but we feel like we had the positions to close out that game and we just didn't.
Definitely not biased. Definitely not putting ZETA winning my title.
So it's frustrating.
We're watching the GE post-match interview at the moment.
It's not a habit we want to keep up.
Why?
I do feel like we're showing growth and improvement week on week.
I was going to say for a laugh, but that's mean when you look how see how defeated they are.
Time is running out a little bit.
For me myself, it was like yeah, same like what Morgan said. Was like very close game. We can just close it like on the second game, but yeah, it happens like we do make like a lot of mistakes inside our team. So yeah.
All right, next question is for Blaze King from Chris.
I put the prediction time on 20 minutes. It's still not long enough.
You
Fucking
didn't
hell.
perform your best as seen in the past.
When did they end? Probably when I was getting my food.
Are you surprised with the level
Sorry,
of the
Tom.
Pacific League?
I don't think there is something. I don't think there is something going on in my individuals. It's just like how to say.
Wait, what did you want to say about the timestamp? Sorry. Instead of answering the question like a normal human being, he proceeds to shut the question down and gets very visibly angry. He starts cursing too. Spin. First of all, it's not Spin. Is that general question regarding their track record against ZETA? He refuses to answer, proceeds to call the question silly, and urges the production crew to move on. Gotchus gives off a really negative vibe overall. There is Spin in the interview? Oh god.
It's not all about the stats, you know. Like it's just all about.
Oh,
like,
they're all
how
different
you,
vids.
Like how you position yourself.
Oh no, I thought it was just timestamps of the same one. It's like 6 minutes. We can watch for it. All right, let's fucking deep dive
Next
this.
question is for Blaze King from Chris at Spin Esports. In the last few matches, you didn't perform your best as seen in the past. What do you think is the cause? Are you surprised with the level of the Pacific League?
I don't think there is something. I don't think there is something going on in my individuals. It's just like how to say it's not all about the stats, you know. Like it's just all about like how you play the game, like how you position yourself at advantage and stuff like that. So I don't fucking care about the stats.
Right.
I mean, that's very valid. Like, I mean, that's just both of them backing up Polvi because everybody's shitting on Polvi. And if anything, I like the Blaze Kings like stepping up and being like, stats don't fucking matter. Like, nothing wrong with individuals.
For Coach Spin, you are 0-4 against ZETA now. What is about them that is hard to beat?
Nothing. Silly question. Move on, please.
Oh, that's so like fucking Jurgen Klopp vibes, isn't it? It's a silly question.
That is hard to beat.
Nothing. Silly question.
Right.
You don't ask Spin questions like that. You just don't.
What do you think is like?
I know that these are on. If this was in a fucking like room with these interviewers, he'd be like climbing over the top, like reaching for them.
The team right now. How do you guys improve next?
Oh my god, that's funny.
Global Esports on set. Let's begin by hearing from both on your thoughts on the game.
I mean, to be honest, I'm in a really bad mood about that game.
Oh, somebody needs to make like, if this continues on for Spin, we need a montage of these moments. Like, fuck the Baba, like Coach Cam. Like, I need Spin post-match interviews.
We started off literally super well on the defense side on Ascent. Win the pistol, great. 3 of the next 4 rounds we should win. put ourselves in a good position to like go out of that half leading, or at least like, you know, still in the fight, and we just lose so much momentum from blunders, mistakes that we just.
This feel like so who is this? Indonesian. Nothing that I've seen here, it's funny, but nothing that I'm seeing here is just like out of line. It is a very like, this almost feels like a sort of Premier League football like post-match interview. And if anything, I quite like that it is much more really honest. I mean, I think that's good. You don't want them to be in and be like, yeah, we played well. Like, you know, these guys are putting their hole in. The interviewer went on Twitter complaining afterwards. Yeah, fucking, what about? They should expect harsh questions and proper replies instead of being rude to journalists doing their job. Well, I don't know. Like, losers' interviews are hard. Like, they're much, much harder than doing winning interviews. So, whilst I understand, like, they should expect harsh questions and stuff, let them be the ones to say the harsh things. If they think that their performance is bad, then let them say, like, we didn't play well enough today. We were tragic on this. Like, yeah, loss interviews are tough, but at least have some fucking tact to not be, like, instigate them, right? It's like rubbing salt into the wounds. Yeah, exactly. Instigating is funny, but you have to do it in a, like, I don't know. Like, I remember one of the majors doing it with, they had Dinko on interviews, and they were putting Dinko, who has very little interview experience in comparison to, like, people like Banks and stuff. They were putting Dinko on, like, losing interviews. And, like, I don't think I would, even if I know somebody, like, spin pretty well, I don't think I'd be very good at doing post-game interviews. And let's be honest, the quality of some of the questions that get asked at these like press conference things, not necessarily from like Anub, I'm not saying them specifically, but some of the questions that get asked are just awful. So I understand this frustration, like when you have your questions called bad, but like try to meet them in the middle here. They just came off of a loss. Their DMs are going to be literally full of death threats. And you're asking them, like, what is it about ZETA that makes them hard to beat? As if, like, I don't know, there is anything there. This answer's good. It's funny.
It's not the worst team to lose to, as much as we'd like to win all of our games.
Yeah, no, that's... I'm going to reply to this Fred silly question. No, because it feels like I'm instigating on them. It's just... It wasn't even on them, was it?
All right. Next question is for Blaze King from Chris at Spin Esports. In the last,
and also like you're asking this question, which didn't seem like it was necessarily aimed at. Like it's not like Anu went to them and was like, "Polvy's pretty shit, isn't he?" Like that would have been awful. But like Polvy's asking Anub's asking a pretty like open question, and Blaze King's taking it in a very specific direction to essentially make a statement about like. You know, we don't have any individual problems. And, like, whilst he's been pretty vocal about it, and you can tell that it, like, matters to him a lot to make this point, I don't think a noob can turn around and be like, oh, that's aimed at me personally. It's like, it's not. It's because everybody here that we've seen is going to have their phones blown up, especially Polvy saying, like, Polvy is tragic. And this is Blaze King, well, not their IGL, I guess, but like
matches you didn't perform your best as seen in the past. What do you think is the cause? Are you surprised with the level of the Pacific League?
It's a very open like question. Like, what's going wrong? Is it the quality of the other teams? And Blaze King's gone, well, it's not individuals, which nobody said it was, like in the interview. But I imagine a lot of people have seen it already on Reddit. This feels to me like with all of these interviews that before they went in, they had a quick look at Reddit to see what people are thinking, and that made them feel worse.
Synced up with how Bleed has been playing, and then Redla has.
Yeah, Josh, it's a Josh. Palm, it's a car crash.
From what they were kind of hoping for, from what we heard from League last time.
The post-match interviews car crash, but they're funny.
He used to be part
well,
of
I've just said
Bleed.
that I
He
think
was
Koi
actually
should sign
on the original
Scream,
roster
so I
for
don't think it's as
Paper
bad
Rex
as that.
Back when Valorant first started, when BCC first started.
I'll give you two reasons,
It
Ryan.
looks like,
Number
he took a
one,
little bit of a break before
Clout
coming back
Farm.
into Bleed.
Yeah.
It looks like
Number
he's still kind of
two,
shaking off the
Scream
dust.
Revenge
And
Tour.
he needs to step it up. Today is so important for, what did you call it, Master Eye? The goblins? Goblins? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hemoglobins is the actual thing.
Yeah.
But hemogoblins is what we're looking at this team as.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can kind of overcome that, overthrow that title, and get right back into Bleed Esports.
GA deadlock over Scream IGL. Strongly disagree.
My eyes are on the comps right
I don't
now.
think
Where
either
they
are
bring it
good,
out, 'cause
but
it can't
I know which
just
one is
be,
worse.
Here. Oh, and it looks like,
What is this?
two friends have put their credit cards on the line for a little bet on dinner. Whichever team wins.
Koi
the other
signing,
friend has to
yeah,
buy
yeah, absolutely fucking
well,
not.
cover that credit card.
I don't
number.
even think they
don't know
can
how to
afford
ship
it.
out
It's on the back. It's on the
We're
back.
going to go over to our casters now, Kilios and Valdez.
Okay, Ryan. Wait, what are you saying, Gorilla?
Yes, it is now time to go into the action. It has been
Maybe he was
nearly
responding to you
2
saying
years
that
since Ye took on
Vitality
the
would
core of
lose
Zeta
15
Division
minutes
back
ago.
at Masters
Yeah, he's
Break
2
in
losses away from equalizing the FM's loss streak. Will he do it?
on April 16th.
If there's anything I know about Ye, he loves breaking records, so of course he's going to do it.
Around Ye, but
Yeah.
we'll see how he fares as we go into this
And then
match,
he'll
because
go
both
on
teams
the longest
have
win
had
streak
their
ever.
struggles.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be the biggest redemption
And
arc.
as was pointed out on
He's
the
actually
desk,
just
we
been
have
throwing this whole
match,
time.
And then they're going up against really strong opponents, pretty much only. Even DFM for the side of Bleed, you know, who they have to face next.
Honestly,
that team looked better,
get Scream,
last time we saw them out here,
sign
just
Shocks, even though that
yesterday,
makes
so
no
it's
sense
gonna
because
be
he's
rough. I
never
think
played
both teams really
Valorant.
need to pick this one up and then try to
Bring
string
back
some
one of the
victories
greatest
together, or at
duos
least look a
in
little bit
CS
better if they wanna
history.
have any chance of actually, you know, reaching the upper echelon.
Damn it, I wanted to see Dep on
Pacific,
Neon.
because so far, you know, it's been a bit back and forth for Zeta. They're in a little bit of a better spot. But
What are they playing?
it's like
What's the map? What's the comp?
on the way.
Yeah, it feels like we continue to see a bit
It's
of growth
Sunset
out
and
of
it's their
Zeta,
same
and it's like
Phoenix
a couple
comp.
steps forward, but then some steps back.
Scream's
Hasn't
contract
really
needs to
been
have a clause
super
that says he
consistent,
can't ask to be
which is what we wanna
IGL.
be seeing
I
from
think
them.
that'll work.
You know, people were enthralled and excited to see that there had been some changes coming through the roster, giving some opportunities to the new young guns. But
Like Gecko KO.
still, they are capable of stumbling from time to time.
Wait, are you?
I'm not gonna lie. Last
but
time
some
Zest
changes
played
here.
Gecko, he was.
Dive
At
into
least
this
I
map
think
and
it was
see how
him.
Bleed do fare.
He was
Zeta, they've looked both strong
awful.
and have gotten crushed on this map. Bleed, seemingly
Have
thinking
a
that they
look.
have a very
I don't think
Was it versus
Tenz's
RRQ?
redemption, like Tenz's fall, wasn't as hard as Ye's.
Let's go ahead and hop into Sunset and see whether or not their confidence.
But
is
I
gonna
see
be
what you
off.
mean.
Yeah, that is a big question. Laz, at least, able to play the chamber. And it's still going to be fun to watch Ye versus Dep. Dep on the Phoenix, of course, back here on Sunset.
I want Laz
And
to drop
said
30
that
kills in
the duels
13
could be a
rounds.
big part of the story between these two teams.
That sounds like almost like a
Let's see how
betting
it's going to go.
statement.
Zeta have elected to
Where the people come in and go, do you think that Laz is going to get more than 40 kills across 2 series?
discussion
Just a
on
general
as
question.
well.
You're like, yeah.
You know how Zeta used to be the really passive team, the one that
The only
took,
reason
you
I
know,
say
tried to
that is because
utilize
I
the
know if I
entirety
said
of the
30
timer,
kills,
then they kinda,
people
like,
might
fell in
assume
line with
that
the
I
rest of
want this
Pacific.
match to go
Bleed now
long,
is kind of the
and I
slower
do not.
team. Curious to see if Zeta wants to take a little bit of.
It's just, I think the world would just, the Valorant community would die of irony seeing Ye get beaten by a chamber.
And maybe we'll bring it to Bleed here real quick.
Also, Mars Shanghai venue being a 400 people venue until playoffs. Is that true?
Running down the clock is
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's the China thing.
and whatnot, but that was something that we saw them slipping back into.
But if it's anything like China's been so far in the group stages, people get tickets for each series, not for the day.
20, 15 seconds
So
remaining.
a series ends, you have to usher everybody out, and then for other people to come back in.
Like about 40 seconds gone. They will start clustering up
Which
over
sounds
towards
like an
A.
absolute pain to do. I guess you make twice as much money.
Attack does end up looking like you're for the squad for now. Just
Well, it depends if you charge half the price.
Yeah.
Not alone. There's a couple players here clear out on that 0 point. Not going to confirm much of anything as far as the forces are
Right.
concerned.
How many kills does Scary get while still losing the game? I'm going to bank on 20.
Oh, they're in on site. Oh, that paranoia is nice.
Point, lock him down.
Yeah, of course it is. It's from Scary. He's their one good player.
Hot hands will get a bit of damage across there. Figures here able to find one. Zest training it back. It's just a bloodbath here on the point, and suddenly.
Oh, it's Scary.
Yeah.
Scary's still alive.
It's kind
in
of
a
works.
1v1.
The nade misses.
Scary in a 1v1.
Many headhunter bullets, but yeah, it takes
Come on,
quite a bit
Scary.
of damage from that paint shell. Swing around the corner. Has to
Oh
take
my
the
god,
TP
that's
out.
brave as Scary.
Set one up, and that's going to be Ye getting ready to hold on this defuse.
Damn, he's using little bro to defuse.
Gotta try to go for
Oh.
Well, he does
He's back.
He's back.
He's back.
He got fucking 1 kill.
He beat the chamber.
As you mentioned on the site, it was just trades back and forth, 1-for-1, and
The
eventually
fucking Elder Wand just passed back to him.
quite able
Pulling
to get it done.
little bro
Fairly
is what? I don't know what you mean.
close. I feel like if he had one
Also, this like defensive plan from Bleed is weird as shit. Like they had like 3 people run onto site to like play like anti-plan almost. But while it was like whilst they're executing, Bleed still have like fucking Zest just running in, getting into position.
Paranoia onto Depp, really slowing up that entry.
Why not play Uncle Plum?
Look at the instant punish onto Zest. Really unfurls things there for Zeta. Well,
I'm ignoring that.
Player's going to be suppressed. As the 2 point goes out. See what Zeta opt to do.
To spark a little push from Bleed out of B. Maybe see what they can see.
I don't really like this Viper Wall for Zeta either.
Zeta, most of them just hanging
It might just be a pistol one. I don't know.
To see if they do go and commit to anything in mid. But
Well, I feel like a lot of their walls are going to be weird though, because they're just being put to be flashed through.
Headhunter Sheriff.
Oh yeah, with the Phoenix.
Like, that one was just to take mid, but then they would also just like hot flash through it.
Is this the have Bleed played much Sunset since the start of stage 1?
Really should tell Bleed all that
No, they played it once in stage 1.
They just
Okay.
wait for them. Come pushing in. Lambs of the
I just didn't know if it was like the first time that they played it with this like roster with Zest and Retler coming back.
Mosh pit comes through. Okay, well, Scary. He'll go ahead and claim the kill. Thought for a second they were actually
I think they played a kickoff.
Retler onto the corner. Able to just go ahead and mow down.
Nice, Retler. How much you got your ult? It's good. Pretty good bonus as well. 2 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres.
Just Laz, the one guy, does get the headhunter kill, and that was about that. Retler already building.
I didn't know you costume Pacific. It's very on and off. I wasn't going to do it initially today, but
here to try to secure a bonus.
so I was having builders around, so I didn't know like when they were coming, so I didn't want to do it whilst I was streaming, but they came before.
Elbow. And once again, let's go. Just positive vibes so far for Bleed.
That's something that has been lacking for the most part. Retla had some polarizing performances as well in his own right, so good to see.
But also, I don't know if like
Roaring start having that
I'd like to dedicate to it fully, but I don't know if there's like better things for me to be like working on.
Allow them to get a conversion here, perhaps, but for now she's going to be market door broken
Borderlands
down.
videos.
Yeah.
Getting tucked all the way up.
Or more like China related stuff, but yeah, that too. Like if I have to go do other
Borderlands
stuff.
videos.
Yeah. From a game that came out 5 years ago.
Just holding the line.
But they make another one.
Over there.
They did the Tiny Tina one.
Yeah, rumors that there's a Borderlands 4.
Through market is really the question. A lot of the time you got to just follow where depth.
But will it be? Surely that wouldn't be the same group of people, right?
Well, no, because every Borderlands has a different set of characters to play.
Trying to get some information and be main.
But it'll be like the main story.
And that might spark a little push here from the side of Zeta.
Bring back handsome Jack.
Wire cleared out. Still another one. They're on the spike side itself. Wall goes up. Retla going to be noted there as that recon comes through. A little bit of spray through. Just a couple shots there on the Lazes. That's going to be.
How did Retler go for the fight on a play that was tripped, but he still just lost? Oh man, yeah, this is like fully flashed fighting.
It's winnable because it's scary.
He just needs to delay the plan.
It's winnable.
Oh, if he gets around the corner.
Oh.
I mean, very well positioned from Euron.
Jail, man. Get him out of fucking jail. Free Scary.
It was a bonus.
Let him go back to Talon.
So they're on the board. They deny the bonus, but it is not.
Wasn't he dropped from Talon though? That's the thing.
From Depp, I mean,
no.
He was just kind of flailing around. He throws a flash. His teammate gets flashed.
He literally, I'm pretty sure he got offered a contract when they moved, but because their whole org went to shit, but Bleed offered him more money to go play tier 2. He took the bag.
So hope
fair
that
play.
They can kind of clean that one up if they are going to have a chance here to get some good.
Oh no, it's Sushi Boys I'm thinking of.
That cam. There you go. Finally.
Yeah, Sushi Boys was dropped.
Running back is available. Looks like ZETA widely
Yes, Diop.
poke around over at B, get rid of some of this Cypher util. Let's make him a little bit more uneasy with this defensive setup. 3-man stack here.
Yeah, another slightly different Viper wall.
Zest is going to start rotating back around as ZETA work their way up through mid.
I don't think Bleed can afford to be this passive.
I believe it spotted the A there. He's just gonna back off. Now
That doesn't mean for Zest to just slow walk peek around the corner.
Is scary. They just sided double face. Oh, well.
Oh, see, look, that's my fucking goal.
Good trade from Sugar Zero.
Getting traded out by Sugar Zero, but Darian finds Hero at the same time. So it's a 2v3. Scary at 8 HP, but Sugar Zero.
How do you say hero run properly? Hero run.
Planted. Rough position to be in here for ZETA as they look for a second round win. Fight goes in, but Sugar Zero now.
I was just saying hero run, so I don't know.
Yudan, one of the rookies here for ZETA.
Just Achilles is putting a lot of himself into saying it right.
Quite the present.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Van Silly moment.
I guess he also it might be more the emphasis he gets from speaking Korean though.
Oh yeah, true.
Swing out. Getting spotted, has swapped off.
Birthday buff.
Over to that Vandal. As they continue to push up. Finds the first one. That was scary.
Oh, he's hit him.
Darian is well tagged up. Spray across, but has to go for the reload.
Oh, they lined it up.
Gets the spray onto one, but he can't.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, lucky.
Get to the defuse, swing out, and even take the weapon away from him.
NT. Two
Played it well.
conches for Yay.
Yeah.
He was looking for
Back.
at all.
It's the only 2 kills he got.
That's not the point.
Good. He nearly gets the second to Darian.
Only 2 kills.
Yeah, scary, pretty insane.
All his
shot
kills
there
are going to
as
be
well.
1v1 clutches the whole game.
And then eventually, we see him just hold the defuse, and the spray is just off. You know, he just assumes that he's a bit closer to it, I suppose. And that's
Very early timeout. I'm not sure about this.
Zero like, fuck it out. We lost 3 rounds to this team.
Yeah.
The anti-eco, so pretty early on.
Where's Bleed's assistant coach? Where's Ominous?
Yeah, I mean, it can be a slippery slope. So
There he is.
Mind the early intervention here. You're down by 2. You're getting ready to come in. You didn't care.
What did you take out of the RRQ game?
Want to be able to just get in there. Say,
That move into Berlin is hard.
Lighter buy for us. This is what we can try to do to make things work here, and then this is what we're going to do when the full buy.
I don't think I took too much from it. Like from the series itself, I think it was more like just us yapping.
It could be anything.
Yeah.
The comms, the way that.
Why are we hating on Ye? It's more just memes. But I think he's been underwhelming so far, and he's the most expensive player ever.
On immediately, so we'll see exactly what ZETA have up their sleeve as they come into this one, but it's just going to be a share for Hirodon. Some classics head on. They do have a tour de force available here for last.
Yeah, just the T1 aren't in that bad of a position that RRQ can beat them. And there are some elements of play like RRQ just can't keep up with teams like them.
Pretty clear.
Wasn't 10s more expensive than Ye?
Plan is, I suppose.
Yeah, but like
maybe the original 10 deal. I don't know. Because the thing is, we don't really know how much Ye actually fucking costs.
Might not have been anything, right? Because like, what org are you buying him from? Might have been a free agent.
Yeah, maybe the highest paid. I don't know.
So far, not a lot.
Well, originally they were going to offer $1 million,
for a pick, but
he didn't go there originally. He stayed in Tips for a year.
Thinking about getting a paranoia down at least.
Given esports inflation, yeah, like the money available in esports when they bought 10s was a lot better than it is now, but it sort of depends where in the world you are.
Yeah, cryptocurrency inflation.
Yeah.
Noted is almost caught with util, or rather knife in hand. Swiftly exits back around.
Because he said he would, that's bollocks. Like, I hate to break it to you, that's bollocks. Players say shit like that all of the time. It's not true.
Yeah, I've seen casters say that too. I do it for free, meanwhile they're asking for a shed load of money.
Way forward and finds himself a second elimination.
Yeah, Bleed's post plants, they look a little bit.
Maybe getting a little bit further ahead of that one, but
they're in the right position, but it was a little bit rough to get there in the first place.
Oh, Jesus, they get fucking slammed.
All of them in the next 8 seconds, but he's only going to be able to find the one. Ye will go ahead.
I don't know, how much do you think he got paid? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, not.
He clearly hasn't been only playing for big money. Well, I think he was offered probably one of, if not the best contract we've ever seen when he joined C9. I don't think he will have just taken a massive fucking pay cut. Like, it probably was less. But also for him to move to Bleed, it would have had to be for a lot of money. I don't think he would move to Korea just for like
league minimum, yeah.
I don't think he would do that.
Because you would have got league minimum options for NA.
Fucking chunk.
Just go for a timing shot. Thought maybe he would actually just
Get used to such a well pog. I mean, his utilities, like, it's getting there.
Not able to find anything there, but Ye will get hit on, so a 1-for-1 in the end.
I mean, legit, Ye just needs to watch a lot of fucking China Valorant if you want to see how to, like, op on Raze.
A little bit confused about who to shoot at, and eventually just went down. That's fine. Yeah, to spare the bosses.
I think they have. I think they have a translator force so that he can talk to the team. But it definitely seems a little bit scuffed. But that's always the case when you have an international, or like a coach from somewhere else in a team that speaks one language.
Gotta be honest, I mean, Bleed are playing this pretty well. Like,
I think Laz speaks a decent amount of English, so that might help a bit.
There you go.
Ye gets a kill with the op on B and is rotate to A.
Their translator is very good. Like, their translator, I think, is from New Zealand, I want to say. So she is Japanese and English, so she could definitely help. But I think they also have coaching staff. Come on, Dad.
That's a nice paranoia. The Dizzy's not great. Oh, unlucky.
Comes pushing through. Laz will be able to collect the kill.
I thought Bleed had nearly cleaned that one up.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the defensive rotations, like on the minimap, because it is. You just see them like at a point. You know that a call's been made, and suddenly like 4 players are just full run into opposite sides of the map.
Is very much.
It's like watching fucking StarCraft. I swear how these guys move.
Stop that push, and he's just gonna hold on to
okay.
his operator.
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if EA was the highest paid player in Pacific.
So probably just gonna hold on to the wind and win rather, and be happy with that.
I mean, for brand value alone, you'd assume so. I also don't really know what kind of like money Paper X are working with.
Also a bit risky for themselves, given that the cash is still a bit unstable.
I don't think they're like. I think they're probably getting there with like sponsors and stuff, but I think from their launch, like from the start, I don't think they had like crazy money. Because I think there was even a point where there were rumors that Forsaken might go to America. So obviously just bullshit rumors, but just because the money that was on offer there was so much more.
Ults available here for the side of Bleed.
Lots of ultimates for Zeta, sorry, for Bleed.
To stop the push from coming in, but yeah, this was Dep just kind of getting in their face, throwing double curveball, getting value out of the run it back, and creating space for his team to make it.
If EA is going to be the last live every round, then why does he play? I actually said that playing Sentinel might make more sense for him. We've seen quite a lot of teams do that with just the player that's meant to be an aimer.
Redler's got the up now.
You're on site waiting to see. Anything is there's the swing in.
I assume that's because of the showstopper.
Yeah. I just didn't know he opted.
Yeah. Well, are they gonna go back?
Looks like
oh,
it.
they've got. They can TP. They can TP. Okay. Well, it kind of worked, but it was a sacrifice of hero on.
All right. B post plant. Let's see how Zeta, how good they are. Let's see what the fuck Bleed tried to do. Viper's Pit to... You got a Thrash that can kind of clear them. But I haven't been that impressed with Zest's Gecko thus far.
See if this does work out for them.
I said that at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen it up until now, and I've just seen like 2 flashes, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not.
Thrash trying to clear out inside this
okay. He got one.
Right in the corner too. Oh, and the Molly clears him. Oh, they actually got a tag. They got a camera tag onto the fucking Viper, so they're out of the ult.
Oh no, fucking Wingman diffuses, man.
He's got half.
That's done. Oh wait.
No.
Oh
wait.
Everybody dies. Man, them stopping getting the plant on half is good.
Yeah, I mean,
how did they not win
that?
that?
They are getting are like it's like pulling teeth.
I don't know who it was from Zeta. Yeah, they.
I genuinely think it was just that they shot the wingman so late.
Yeah.
That it ended up not having time for them to defuse. That's really funny.
Yeah, two of them had to push, and then like Zest was like playing further back, but I don't know what he was doing. I guess just spraying.
Does feel like Bleed are mostly in control of this map so far. So let's see if Zeta can.
I mean, it was a good effort. You know, B postman with a Viper's Pit's hard to beat.
It was kind of like a fake push on A and then a big.
Yeah, but I don't know. They got rid of the Viper's Pit in a 2 versus 4. Like that, they did the hard bit.
Yeah.
I could understand that if the pit was still there at the end, but it wasn't. They literally forced them back using Thrash. They killed off one of the players and then just fucking trolled the 4v2.
Yeah, but it's a B post plan, right? Like it's like even without a Viper's Pit, it's still strong. It's still
in a 4v2. It's not that strong.
Well, it is Bleed on the
With
retake.
The wingman. So you got
it is
one
Bleed
guy
on the retake,
defusing, and you got fucking 4 people being able to bloody.
There's a load
That's
of
not
like
a strong
FIFA
post plan
sliders. That's what I see. Like hardest map to retake. Yeah, you have the player advantages. You're right, but it is Bleed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's their big shit.
Yeah.
Not the map.
Also finds a kill, but Zest now weapon recovered as he takes him down. So Sheriff shot.
And also the fact that they TP'd across planted and then everybody else is still rotating. Because Zest got the kill in like A main and then had to rotate, so he was there late, which meant that the Thrash was there late.
Fucking hell, this is a shit map.
The team overall in this round.
Go on, Zest.
Yuran sneaking in from behind. Does Zest get a read on this so far? The answer is going to be no.
Oh, he's not expecting a wraparound.
For this one, Yuran getting ready to swing the corner, and there it is.
Well played by Yuran.
Yeah.
Be the last one left standing, but that is tied up. 4-4. Zeta, 3 rounds consecutively, they run this back.
Yeah, Bleed not having
So they use the showstopper.
Still able to keep it pretty close.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jail Valorant.
Showstopper as
Yeah,
well.
that's pretty much it.
And
That's all I had.
just winning the game of Ring Around the Rosie at the end of the day. Just come around elbow and take
Okay, Joe, it might be a bit much.
That is a little bit much, yeah.
a little bit much.
See if Zeta can, you know, win a clean round against a full buy from them. Not a lot of ults available at the moment.
That's 0 points. It's a big catch from Darion, though. 3 players. Still early days, and Zeta have been playing the map, so overall it's not going to get you too much information.
I thought it was funny, Ryan. Thanks, Easy. You saying that made me feel worse about it than before.
Into B main, Zeta, and they have dealt with this before, but do they have the read that he's got it once again?
I wanted to see if it worked more than anything.
Ball here on this corner, but continues to push up. Yay.
Oh,
Gets rid of
did he get away? Oh my.
Yeah, I got both chats open.
They cannot push in to try to find him. Quite costly here for the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, that was a pretty slick, close operator shot there from the side of VA. Gets out alive, as you mentioned, and it's going to kind of force the hand of Zeta now.
Also, in like the 4v2, everybody from Bleed rotated off of B.
I mean, EA is really the only one on B, so they've got a lot of their forces, tripwires, utility over on A. Push looking to come in from the side of depth.
Like again, look at Bleed now. They're like ants running, scurrying around on a minimap.
Need to try to get themselves on.
To be honest, I'm more confused by like Depp uses both of his flashes. I guess it was just a bait for Laz, but he doesn't.
Oh no, they're gonna wrap all the way around. Time. Oh, Zest.
Oh, it's Zest 1 round.
Zest, absolutely monstrous round from him.
Yeah, like he pops his flashes, but no one does anything. He just threw.
Yeah, had a great last round, even though it was
through the
lost,
fucking
hitting a couple of Sheriff headshots. This is the first
flashes for nothing.
And then boom, immediate readjustment.
How does Heroron not clear him? Like, did he peek out looking towards safe and just didn't look in front?
His teammate actually died first to last.
Man is wearing fucking blinders.
A bit unfortunate, but he was playing it very sharp. Eventually, he does get the kill, and they don't expect him there in that corner, so he gets so much value. Important that he hit those shots, though. Otherwise, he might
found the stack with 15 seconds. That's exactly when you want to find the stack.
Quarter force surrounded by sheriffs here. Def one off of a run it back, but that with a sheriff not exactly going to be the best value that you could get out of the ultimate. So likely we'll see that one held unless they can get a weapon recovered.
Come on, Laz.
Forward trap wire.
We all know you're the best player in the server. Time to prove it.
Are we going A?
They did doing some really interesting things.
Pretty successful.
So the Gecko flashed, had two people push up on A main, they tripped it, went back, picked up the Dizzy,
I mean, it hasn't
and
been,
left.
you know,
And now that the trip has been broken on A, nobody has moved.
past, but still very consistent in his
Like you set up some like deeper utility to so you could have a quicker reaction to what's about to happen, and nobody has moved.
And Retla planning right at his feet.
Oh, Retla's getting dicked by Util. Oh, Les, come on!
Does take a nasty bit of damage. 23 HP remaining for him. The Thrash available
Fresh
for
round 2.
as they look to get clustered up.
That's if he gets to use it. Hunter's Fury. Oh, not Hunter's Fury. Run it back. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, at the very least, we'll be able to delay the push from coming on in.
Leavy team's using mid effectively. To be fair, like mid's not that important, I don't think. I don't.
Sugar Zero.
Oh no! Right into him.
He's pushed right into it. And he hit it on dead. Dead again with a huge round 3 for himself. Minimal damage.
He's fresh to claim mid, yeah.
I mean, I don't know is clear. Oh.
They're gonna do it after the last round because of the fact that Laz pushed it.
Util dump just flush out. Redla at the very beginning was gorgeous. Was on point, but
Oh, he legged him. He fucking legged him.
Actually, the wingman, like, just that little bit of noise forced him to look back. I think even the wingman is fucking flaming Zest at this point.
Hey, Zest top of the board.
Yeah.
Hard carry.
Keep your head above water.
That's what works. That's what works. It's a question though. Hit it on. I feel like he's had.
We live in a world where Retla, a guy who's been dropped by Bleed multiple times, is currently doing better than Ye.
He's been a bit quiet. Hasn't really found good timing for it, I guess.
Oh,
God. Unfortunate. But now maybe a push here from Zeta towards B. Certainly mixing.
I mean,
up
Ye's just hopping. I think he's got like, how many kills has he got now? Like 5 or 6? I think like 4 of them have been first kills. Just pushing on B with the op.
Carry on with that wide left swing. Finds Yudon. It's going to be Viper down. He's at 3 HP himself. Ult pop, so would be Resable. Yudon trying to take some space here. And off shot from Laz.
That trip is not good. That trip is not good at all.
Puts him down. Spares his teammate. The plant can now come through.
Especially with Jaeger down here, or I could just walk onto that angle.
Trip that lets me peek into CT.
Yeah.
He is able to get the kill.
This guy.
And HP bars, they are dangerously low. They're able to finally bleed out. Depth.
No!
Stave them off even further here. The Mosh going to be coming through, but it's a little bit shallow.
I feel like half the time Depp uses utility because he doesn't want it anymore.
A wrap around the backside of sight.
Is that he gets an extra like
As they're just gonna try to hold
50 currency.
Haven't really been great for them so far.
Scary.
Go through.
Okay, he can push out of the smoke to be able to confirm the kill. 6 of 5. Chance for yet another 6-6 half. We've had 2 so far today. See if Zeta are going to be able to continue to bring this one back. Players here on the side of Bleed low on cash, so we see a Spectre thrown into the mix
If
here.
this just doesn't push, they win that.
They have an operator, so
It's the well, he's top fragging says now like I am Ye. I am Ye. I have the power, and then peeks and dies.
Yeah, this has been a kind of funnily enough pretty back and forth match so far. Like Bleed started off really strong, but then eventually, you know, one timeout called, and that's kind of all Zeta needed to get right back into the game. And we'll be
Also, with neither team fighting for mid, kind of doesn't really make much sense when Zeta's wall covers like top mid and market. And they've not really been doing anything with it.
Just trying to clear everything up that he can, but
poison's off.
Just the one trap wire back on the site right now for the side of Retla, who has been holding down the speed site very nicely by himself. Bit of push out here from the side of Ye. Gonna be
oh fuck it, you're just alpha him. Alpha him. I would have banked on you winning that duel.
Hero on just trying it instead.
Holds onto that util. Paint shells was like he was going to send it there for a brief
moment. He's just selling a ruse, and they are falling for the ruse.
Yep.
Interestingly, okay, there we go.
Everything Bleed is doing is super like telegraphed now.
That flash, avoiding that snake bite, drop down.
Ye pushes one side of the map.
Even turn around.
Yeah. Like Ye pushing one side of the map, the Cypher's on the other one, the Cypher setups aren't good.
Attention being turned either which way. He's managing to find one. Sugar Zero on the opposite side. Takes out Retla. Now a 3v3 with HP bars. Been shattered here on the side of Zeta.
This angle from Laz is fucking wild, by the way.
Yeah.
It's such a ballsy fucking place to sit.
No TP either.
Smoke comes down.
Nice TP in on top.
Yep, on top, so you can try to see over as a smoke.
Which is kind of nice.
Let's see if it's going to be rewarded here.
Fucking
Spike Hunter's Fury now finally being used. Hit it on to save them all.
Just yeah, no.
Laz eventually have to drop off of this, you would suspect. Yeah, you're going for the hold. There's a drop down. Laz good for the shot.
It's all just ego play.
All on Scary. Bit of clutch got in the
That's my favorite kill.
Sugar Zero will pick up 3 in the round.
From the top rope.
Yeah.
A pretty solid round there at the end from Zeta.
No one fucking holding that side. They're just like, oh, fuck it.
And then essentially Laz and the Hunter's Fury that you mentioned finally gets used there. And
that's just fucking straight banner, honestly. Bro jumps out scoping with it all.
Essentially just holding Spike. So, Bleed, they started off strong, but eventually
that was good.
Kind of fell to the wayside. I do wonder if
the worrying thing is I think he just top fragged on the attack with Chamber.
Because didn't quite look the same at the end of the half as they did at the beginning.
Yeah,
Can they clear him properly? I mean, this comp isn't very good at it, I don't think. You don't have a drone.
As they move over onto that defender side. As last time out, it was certainly quite rough.
It's bad that I want a full 3-map series of this.
That was a solid amount of research.
I just want to be.
Team Secret to be able to really
I want to be here.
That defensive side.
This is what life's about.
A lot of fans here.
It makes me a bit sad because I kind of like I expected Bleed to be shitty, but I also think Zeta are playing kind of shitty as well.
Yeah, somebody said to me that like Zeta play to the level of their opponent, which I think is very accurate.
I think understandably.
It makes sense. Yeah. Zeta did go down to Team Secret, but still.
Are you still a TS fan? Of course.
Quite able to show as much as we have seen out of Zeta, especially.
They just seem to always fucking clash with China. They always have the early games.
Yeah, see Vash 0 kill game.
Yeah. That's my IGL.
So far,
I wish you were there for that. Just you going, yeah, I'm a Vasher, then he gets 0 kills.
W key going.
Well, weren't able to find that opening pistol round. Let's see if we can do so here now. Bleed will go 2-0 in that.
Ye's in, good movement. Never mind, gets stiffed. I mean, the head-to-head of Ye versus the Chamber.
Across the opposite side of the map, able to find Scary as reload has to come in.
That's the only stat that matters. If I'm on the desk, that's the only thing I'm going for. Is fucking Ye versus Chamber, Laz's Chamber.
Zest all on his lonesome, finds 2.
Go on, Zest.
Zest.
It's everything from here to be damn clean.
Oh my god, I can't believe he even went that wide as a peak.
Zest will take him down. Zeta will take the lead. We tie things up 1-1 in pistols.
Yeah, I really feel like Zest is trying so hard to carry this one right now. Like the last 5 or 6 rounds.
Zest is 15-9 and Ye is 6-7. Zest, someone famously known for his inability to frag, but being a very good supportive player, has currently just gone, right, fuck it, guys, I'm going to carry.
Yeah. It's like his aim is the one that's carrying, not like his utility.
It's like what I would imagine should happen if he played in like tier 2 Korea, and instead he's doing that on Bleed,
no one gonna be noted.
Which is meant to be the big money team.
Very much expecting a bit of a trap is okay. Well,
I guess
Why would you peek that first?
Yeah, that was
I don't even get what the fuck, like. What was he trying to do?
So let's clear B. Okay. It's not clear. Just dies.
Still there. Get punished. Solid opening.
Just the equivalent like sticking your head over the
across to the opposite side
the
of the map.
top.
I don't think Laz is a one trick. Laz can still play well on like Killjoy and fucking Sova and shit.
Should be okay, but
he's just better on Chamber.
Should Bleed be able to overwhelm them. It's gonna be quite costly.
Sounds like another player. Can't quite put my name on it though.
Oh, he's not good at any agents nowadays.
For Sugar Zero, as Zeta will get a flawless anti-eco.
Nats Chamber diffing. I still remember Nats fucking playing Chamber. That was at the split game. And then in the meantime, Yumpy was playing Neon.
Should be feeling pretty good as we'll take another look
The
here.
definition of one trick is Ryan's fave. Oh, what? Jesse back.
And then trying to make an entry happen was Ye, but
yeah, my tweet yesterday did end up being perfect when I made a joke about him being only able to play Sova, and then he went back to Sova and fucking was like their best player.
Yeah.
Okay, Yuran playing forward, taking down Ye up over the top. Didn't quite see
It's hard to play over agents.
Transpired in the setup, but either way, that is a very solid beginning.
Most would say it's harder to play Sova than Fade.
Have we seen Ye on Tribus since C9? I don't know. Maybe there was some like in disguise, but I don't think he's played it for Bleed yet.
Laz on this side of the map. He's got that rendezvous to bring him back over into the site proper, but
I genuinely think Det plays Phoenix just so he can run and shoot. I don't think it actually has.
Tries to go for a bit of a timing
Like the
shot.
util just doesn't seem good.
The back away, now rotation starting here.
That's what I
for
prefer
Zeta.
as Neon, because it literally gives him the ability to actually just run and shoot.
With him so far forward, he's probably going to be the only one here, and that he was the plant coming in from the wingman, and it's just going to have to be a straight up retake here from the side of Zeta, but they're already down Euron.
Oh, there's no way Bleed can lose this one.
This is going to be pretty difficult.
Oh, don't say it like that.
Stinger, a couple of bulldogs.
It's not possible. Like I may be memeing, but their opponents have weak weapons. They've got Thrash. Like they would have to do something really fucking stupid from here.
I mean, he had 4 people pushing CT, so there's always potential there.
Overall, not too bad here for the side of Bleed, as they will be able to answer back around. Keep things neck and neck, just about.
Isn't the ZETA comp the same comp as FPX? Yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's probably where FPX got it from way back when. Probably from Scrim and ZETA.
Oh, yeah, right before the wall even goes up.
Look at that amazing blast pack tech.
Good on trying to find a timing, but just not ready for. Just go blast packing in. Very solid catch.
Has Bleed improved?
Very much in the follow-up of that round, but now.
No.
Silly question next.
Rifle operator
Doing a whole fucking spin cosplay.
Need Ching to coach Ye. Hey, that would be content. I'd fucking watch that.
He's gonna be taking this orb, trying to get that run it back online. So Sugar Zero will hang back to watch main. Sets up another smoke there. Wait for now.
How are they
to see
playing
where
this?
they want to go, but ultimately they are drifting back over towards this A site.
Yeah, this time not
Yeah,
just
good luck clearing this, Bleed.
mixing up with the position, but Depp is it's pretty far forward here.
It's alright, Depp's probably going to push this.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
He
Dizzy
can
hits.
see it. He wants to really bad.
Good paranoia again. Now you use the flash.
Had built up that run it back, but does not opt.
I guess they just got it online, but still.
He always overheats. Like they had a man advantage. You just fucking
go back. Yeah.
Like why?
He's getting ready to make his way around towards back.
Like, oh, let me just peek really wide where I know where they are. Like, come on.
This round, 10 seconds or about 8 now until that.
What is the plan here?
I don't know why Bleed are cutting noise.
Pushing to the side, it looks like.
There it is.
Both teams are like, how we're being really sly with this, and they do the obvious play.
For the thrash.
Self-situated up on top of the box. The plant now getting ready to come through, but Zest
Which did nothing.
Rattler.
Oh!
2 kills, 3 overall in the round. Suddenly Laz is on his lonesome.
The knife has missed him.
Come on, Laz.
Where one of them is going to be at. He's swinging on the corner, spots the shoulder, finds a shot, but now around the backside is Darion. Does Laz read this at all so far? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
That's a rough round for ZETA.
Put him down. We are tied up, 8-8. Bleed, keeping it close.
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to.
How could you provide Bleed a way back in?
Solid rounds from the side of Bleed. You know, some trickery from Ye, the previous one, and this one just kind of straight up. It looked good initially for the side of ZETA, but then eventually they just kind of got cleaned up here, not really hitting their shots to deny this push, and then the double.
I mean, that's well played from Rattler.
Honestly.
Wrap around from Darion, and that is going
It's because they players as well have 10k on them.
I'd say not too surprisingly. A couple of rounds going the way of Bleed.
Yep, pulled the first one.
Bleed haven't called a timeout at all.
They find themselves tied up after a decent start.
Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I swear they've called one.
Confirm what the game plan is going to be here for this defender side.
I felt like I only remember 2 pauses.
So far, things getting away from. You can tell the players.
Yeah, I commented on it. I don't. Oh, he played it once for disguised.
Just being able to swing all the
Did it
way
once
out
for
around
disguised and what? Sorry.
backside to be able to get that final kill. Things like that need to be
Please
reinforced.
just go frost mode, just saying they aren't trying.
At one point, don't send me
VLR.
VLR, run it back. Like, why are you sending me ratings? Could I just have an ACS, please?
If they ever lose
Did you see the pre-match interview that Frost did? Like it was like the pre-talent fucking thing.
Their options.
It was one of the
Why?
most insane interviews I've ever seen in my life.
Overwhelmingly dominant.
So, like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Number one, he said
so far pretty close.
they realized after kickoff that they need to start trying.
More aggressive.
Fucking Michael Owen answers.
Number two, way more fucking batshit. He said coaching is difficult for him because of MR12.
Point in, Lance just going to be rotating around the back. Headhunter
Right.
try to make use of
Yeah, MR12, the amount of rounds we've had in Valorant since the game came out.
Right.
So,
And now
that means he
the
hasn't been
also
able to
format
do
for
that
CS, so.
in 4 years. But yeah, but to be fair, if it was a CS coach saying that, I could go, yeah, you know what, it has changed.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
He back in the day, but he's been in fucking Valorant since the beginning with like fucking 100 Thieves and shit. So it's just insane. There was something else he said, but it's just like, I can't even remember. I just remember there was, and then basically the chat, well, mostly Mo was just writing for the entire game, just stuff like he wasn't ready for him to use abilities.
Yeah. It's like the Game of Thrones quote of like, yeah, we kind of forgot that this game is MR12. Oh man, what a fucking thing to come out with.
Just tuned in. How is EA 7 and 9 in 16 rounds on a duelist?
Yeah, I like how Bleed,
He's just on defense. He was just sitting there with an op.
no firepower, but they still win.
That was most of it.
Yeah.
He won 2 1v1 clutches.
Control. We want to be dominant. We don't want to waste any.
Got like 3 first bloods.
It just hasn't done much. Yeah. Just kind of there.
Mental advantage. So, just pretty clean, straight up push on a B. And they make.
He's just not being needed for like good or bad.
Some preparation.
Like if Bleed do well on a round, he's not really that involved. If they do badly, it's like he just dies first.
Space and with the dizzy going out.
Like he's not being like awful.
Only Ryan Central, which is his birth name for anybody wondering.
See anything? Connections made either.
Was T1 versus RRQ good? It's okay. It was a bit quick, and I don't feel like RRQ really played to the level.
So might be getting a good read that this is happening now.
Yeah, it was only ever really good on Chamber, peaked in Chamber. Yeah, it's very lukewarm.
Oh, he's dead.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter if everybody else is going to peak afterwards.
That went a lot better than I thought it would.
Yeah.
That went an awful lot better than I thought it would.
And that is going to be ZETA.
Actually, some follow-up.
I'd say probably the cleanest round victory that they've had so far here on the map to retire it at 9-9.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was.
I mean, some of the paranoias that Sugar Zero has done have been incredible.
Teammates just ready, feeling the pressure.
Hey, this is the thing.
Very nicely.
Both
nobody really was able to.
Omen
Don't say happy birthday,
players
MBS.
are good.
I expected better of you.
Maybe A looked away, picked up 1 kill, but. Yeah.
Also, high TMV mod. Is that you?
Not really going to win if 2 or 3 people are able to peek that corner immediately. As now, Laz.
Not watching that left-hand side, but
He didn't even TP.
Yeah, not going to swing. Had he done so when he was scoped in, it would have just been the freest kill of his life.
You've seen Shawshank Redemption? I might have watched it a very long time ago.
He said it's your birthday.
Jesus, what do you mean fuck TMV? What?
NBS, you were at Champs.
Onto the B
You probably saw the whole thing fucking happen.
See anything else?
I'm pretty sure we like even spoke about it like afterwards.
Back across over towards A.
Kappa, cheeky bastard. Honestly.
Dizzy up over the top.
MBS, the legendary champions coach and Masters winning IGL.
Hello, clear it out.
One of my favorite pictures that I got from that event was just, it was a timeout like in the grand final, and it's just MBS with like his fingers like in his eyes, like hunched over doing a timeout, just from distance.
Rotating over towards B, and so is ZETA.
I was like, there's the fucking coaching experience I know.
at this point in time.
They
but
banned
I
you for
feel
not
like Bleed
subbing?
might
Damn.
not expect this many members.
Good timing on the smoke there from Sugar Zero. Another bite at the ready. Sees the cyber cage thrown in.
Oh no, you. I feel like Bleed are just kind of like going to the site and Zeta are reading it, and then they just shut the front door.
Cleans up 2 on the back end.
I don't know what it
MBS
is.
yes.
I feel like a lot of the flashes that are just a little bit late. Like it's always like the player is able to have like 2 or 3 shots before the flash comes through. Like it's like, look, there's the flash. You see both flashes come through after he's already killed a player. Like it's just a little bit late, and that's happened a few times.
Rotation came in perfectly on time.
Somebody's on the angle already.
Ran straight at them.
I think it's like both times a Bleed have tried to go B. There's 3 or 4 Zeta players there already.
They have 4 ults.
Right, there's fucking 4 people here from Zeta. Like, they're reading this incredibly well, but I don't know if that's just Bleed being super obvious.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Last kills Yay, but Sugar Hero has arrived.
I love,
There's so much to
the
unpack
idea
there.
that we just have him running with the showstopper, gets insta-killed, and then his whole team dies.
This guy, 22 and 11.
Give me the replay. Don't even bother putting the last kill in there.
1, 2.
Oh. That's some beautiful spacing.
Yeah.
Unreal. Okay, well,
guys, we're going to go in
enough,
single file.
Force out the first time out here from Bleed. And Zeta in a nice.
We have no idea where he is.
1 round away from taking this up to map point.
We've only hit him with like all of our utility, and one of our players just walked around behind him with the showstopper a second ago.
Yeah. There's also no support with the showstopper. Just just skipping along.
Especially Sugar Zero.
Yeah, imagine using your first timeout 2 rounds away from losing the map as well.
Do you play ranked? Not very much.
No, we're just watching it.
They also just, they invested ultimates on that one.
That's mean. I'm sorry.
The showstopper was pulled out.
Every once in a while, I get like the desire to just grind ranked a bit. Normally get to like mid-diamond or maybe ascendant if I really put in hours, and then I give up.
22, 11, and 9.
He cast rank though. Check out Koi vs. B. I didn't cast that game. Get owned. I know I didn't cast that game because when I saw I wasn't casting that game, I was really fucking happy about it.
I wonder what game is worse.
Bleed going to send into this one. They do all have, well, most of them.
Play ranked with Mitchman or Ryan. Only if Ryan plays Breach.
Set up and bought at least. And now just
it's not that bad.
Do have Laz looking in this direction.
Quick jiggle peek from Ye, but otherwise
they can flash me exactly in and out of the server.
It's the same setup as it had before that went so well last time.
Ready for the crossfire.
Can't wait for Depth to overheat.
There's the Thrash out, flash over the top, and already that Thrash has been cleaned up. Dizzy will get the blind onto 1, but
so the only time I think he's hit someone with the Thrash was the round that they lost the 2v4 post-pod.
Yeah.
On B. Every other time, it's just been used for info, which is fine, but they're not doing that much with the info.
Oh, this is... Oh, just put my...
They have spent a minute trying to take A main.
Yeah, just put my balls in a vice and start squishing because it's just as painful as watching these. Like, why has Bleed done nothing else around the map?
They've used the flash.
They have nothing.
And then the thing is, Zeta have just walked away. They've just gone, you know what, 25 seconds. Fuck it.
Staring down the opposite side, but it looks like an elbow approach for
There's a trap in mid that's just not been bothered with at all.
Can't back up fast enough, but Sugar Zero already takes out 2.
2 versus 3. Is Laz going to try and stop the plant?
No, he doesn't need to.
He's doing it for safe. On this Fury, mate.
Oh, nice. Nice. Well played. Well fucking played. Well played. Nice.
I can't believe at no
fucking
point.
need to peek there.
I just don't. Why did Bleed do not? They just fought for A main, got timed out. Fought for A main, got timed out. Fought for A main, got timed out. Executed on A.
Yeah, honestly, call another timeout.
I mean,
Yes.
there's no reason to not do it, but I feel like I haven't seen Sugar Zero having this kind of impact.
Why is your chat 6-7% on bleed? It should be higher next round, in theory.
I think maybe not even in the LCQ. Last year where they qualified for champions was he this energetic. He is having...
They did? Yeah, well, you might as well use your fucking pause.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking holding on to them.
Do you think Bleed is having language barrier issues?
He decided to play like a monster.
No.
And now,
like,
Bleed with their backs against the wall.
I feel like at least a few of the players have like English as either like mostly as a second language. I don't know about Zest, maybe, but I feel like the rest of the country, I could be wrong, but I feel like the rest, Scary's been on the team long enough that if that was an issue, they should have done something about that. I feel like in like Singapore, it's fairly well spoken, if I'm not just being stupid. I feel like English is very commonly spoken.
This is Bleed's pick 2.
Yep.
It's all something that they thought that they could exploit.
Luckily, the next map is Ascent. Like, Ascent's the one map that I feel like you can still win even if you're
a lot of utility indexed
not that good.
Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Anthem, I think, rightfully in the hands of
Singapore is English. Okay, I just wasn't sure. Like, I know that like a lot of Asian countries have it either as a like a primary or a secondary language. So yeah, I don't think like.
Okay, never mind. I thought they used a Dizzy and just like yeeted it and didn't pick it back up, and then just left A
But,
lane.
like, for example, Retler, Darion, Ye should all be like very good at speaking English. So the only one I'd say that is like Zest, and Scary was on the roster last year, so
very solid, firm line to try to play here.
yeah, I think he should be fine.
Scary just hasn't IGL'd enough to know how to
It does
adapt.
look like Bleed is going to come this direction.
Doing anything else would be counted as adapting.
Can he pick up?
Are they ready for this exact position?
Mandarin speak to the elder generation. Okay, that's cool.
As Jay swings out, he does get taken
Damn,
down.
another
Lazar will
flash
find
that
the opening
did
kill. Rallying call
absolutely
now sent
fucking
out by
nothing.
him. As Zeta gets
I don't know if this, like, I don't think Bleeds comes very good at dealing with an op that's doing well, for one. But even if it was, I don't think it would matter.
Yeah, you know, if I was going to run a comp to try and beat an op, it definitely wouldn't be one that has 3 fucking flash agents.
No, you can't get the information, though. Like, you need something like a drone.
What do you mean? They've got the knife, they've got Dizzy, they've got fucking Wingman.
I mean, it doesn't help that the Dizzy's missing everything.
So much util.
Comes out, he finds 2. Darion and Zest both picked apart. Looks for a little bit more, and he will.
And they just win the retake anyway, okay.
Hirodon stands his ground. A rough start.
But I appreciate the attempted excuse, Ryan, but I think they've got very fucking good comp for dealing with fucking op.
I mean, they didn't play it very well then. It was like they couldn't really like lurk up anything.
I think the bigger issue is that Dizzy didn't fucking hit anyone the whole game. Like, if I want to clear an op, a Dizzy is fucking perfect. I can throw a flash into the corner that will either blind and send him back, or it should at least give me the info, but it never seemed to happen. The amount of times it just be Ye dry walking into a fucking op.
I also think, like,
the flash will be thrown, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah. But, like, I think so many teams have moved over to the KO because of all of the little, like, pop flash lineups that you can do. I don't think I saw one, you know? Like the flash that goes into like taking alley super quickly on attack, like most of them were just like right clicks to try and get around like a smoke.
Games yet, but on this Sunset, like this was absolute domination by Sugar.
I don't think you could play this comp when you're like a fairly new team, like with like, or at least like role changes.
Wasn't, you know, kind of
theory. The whole team starts learning Thai, so Scary could be even more of a star. Or this might be wild. They release him and let him go back to Talon, and then Talon will actually be a half decent team.
They could pick up both Dizzy and Wingman. They can literally check every corner. I think that's the whole argument of like, oh yeah, let's play KO because every time we throw the knife, we're gonna hit the Cypher. Like, yeah, in theory, you can do that. How hard is it?
It's more no. The issue I have though is like you look at that, even that last round where Laz is just fucking holding an angle. Like, you know that he, like, you should have enough to know he's there, and yet what I watch is you just walk around the corner and get hit by an AWP. Yeah. Now they did throw a fucking flash, but it's just like you have the info he's there. You have to at that stage if you've got a dizzy and a knife. Like, it's not. I mean, if you're chamber, if you're hit by the knife, you should fall back, or it should be a 1-for-1 trade. Instead, it was neither. You got killed, got out of there, and fell back to site. Just like, well, what the fuck? Where's all the you two going?
Yeah, but there's also like there's the argument as well of like, yeah, so you have like KO knives and stuff that can get the chamber off the angle, but like Laz is a good enough player to play around like utility to counter him.
We were talking about how
like even just like not being stood in that initial position. Yeah.
Instead, they had a fucking what? It was an Omen Phoenix aggro. Like they never were able to take a main. That's not a spot that the defense should ever be able to hold on to. Like that's such a difficult spot to hold. Like yeah, sure you could go for the flash combos, but what they were doing was they put a one-way. That one-way delayed for a minute, and then they tried to just run through. I don't know.
Sure, it's a loss, but it's a
I just think
they look completely lost.
It's just shit.
We have seen from again.
I look at this really fucking round, man.
Too crazy, but obviously since both teams
this one as well.
They're like a KO knife they used on attack, and it's just people know where to stand to avoid it. It's common shit.
Sunset, right? That A site, how you want to control it.
Can't reactionary, I gamble after everyone. You just want to see where you can make the best fucking money back.
How do you use that to condition your opponents when you're on the defense? This came out from both teams, but at the end of the day, Zeta Division picking up the momentum just a bit earlier.
I also think like a good portion of it too is like
the moves from the rookies as well.
Bleed played that as if they were playing up against like a Miracom.
Still wouldn't know who would win a set.
But they with the Phoenix and with the chamber, like you said, like defenders shouldn't be able to fight for like A main that much. Yeah, but if you have a Phoenix where you can like get pushed off of it and then retake it, the same way that you could do that with the Phoenix on like Garage on Haven, or like A main, B main on Ascent, like some teams like to do. Like it's almost like Bleed where like they've got two agents that are really good at holding like the A main choke. We're just gonna give it way too much respect, or we don't have enough team play nor good utility to actually clear it. The problem is that like Zeta played that comp before. It's not as if it's something that they just came up with today. You should have had a better game plan on how to deal with it than that. You can't just play normal and hope that that's going to work.
Already did deal with it earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Literally like 2 days ago.
But they run in the same comp? So I mean, I didn't see that one because it was trying to day.
Yay on 5%. For the love of God, if he's not playing Jet.
Much more brighter looking Ascent here for Bleed. And also,
I've seen so many teams lose their map pick in Pacific that I'm still not confident.
Yeah, because they had a Breach and a Silver, so it's just so much easier for Team Secret to deal with that.
Not knowing exactly how the comms work, but surely Zest has some
really
good timers just built in internally where he can get very good reads even passively on the map for his teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be set up to be a very exciting map too. It could definitely go into a full series today in map 3. I know our predictions all said Zeta Division, but even so, I mean, you guys wouldn't be surprised, right? Going into map 3.
I mean,
oh my God, those shots from Laz actually.
No. Okay.
That should be our guessing game question.
I am going to say, I would be surprised. I mean, I'll just own it. I would be surprised. Bleed looked absolutely lost, right, up until this match. But now, okay, having seen map 1, yes, I agree. It could very well go to a map.
He's just somebody that we used to know.
Now, what I am also unsure about is
at least with like this round. Like this was very similar to the round after the pistol in the first half.
Somewhat done for us yesterday, right? Because yesterday we took a look at post-timeout round.
Like it was Zest that peaked here, and Zest just dies. But at least with this, a low buy for Team Secret. They have their Raze wide peak. They have Jesse Vash trying to follow up, and then they stun this common position too. So like at least they have a fucking clue on like, okay, where's the chamber gonna play? Let's go fight for that. But when Bleed did it, not only did nobody peak with Zest, but he peaked as a Gecko. The Duelist wasn't there, and there was no utility to go off to try and help him.
Alright, so most of the audience has chosen Zeta. Actually, I'm curious. Will, why don't you go first?
I almost want to fucking put these like back to back.
Okay. All right.
Show us what you got.
All right. Okay.
What am I looking for?
It's Bleed.
No, not this guy.
Put a prediction whether or not I'm gonna have a hair transplant throughout my life.
Make your case.
That's a long fucking prediction.
With the audience.
What is to separate.
Wait, no, that was yesterday. Whoops.
Here's my case. Zeta obviously played a lot more with their current core, with their team on Ascend. It's home ground for them. So I think what's going to happen is Bleed is going to push them at some point, and Zeta's going to be forced to take a timeout, and then Bleed's still going to win the round right after. That's my case. I think Zeta's calling the first timeout, but Bleed's going to win the round right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Asterai, why?
It's kind of something similar to that. I feel like the first kill is going to go towards Zeta, but then they can't really find a follow-up
Here we go.
for that. So Bleed kind of recompose themselves, win that round after the timeout. So that's kind of.
So these are basically the same round.
Considering what we've seen from Sunset.
Would I rather have hair? I couldn't care less at this point. It's very convenient not having hair.
I really don't.
But I'm not convinced of your rationale.
So yeah, watch this again. At this point, Team Secret started the round. Let me mute the mainstream too, actually. Sorry, I got so much open.
So
Let me mute this. This point, Team Secret have used like no utility to try and get in. They have their recon, they have the stun. Full contact. A lot of information that Zeta's got over towards A, so they're somewhat expecting that maybe they can exploit that and B. Maybe they're mid, but most likely, like, these guys are set up. Wide peak. Jesse Vash tries to peek with it, like as two, because they sort of expect that they're going to be on this angle together. The stun comes across, but it's just not really that well timed. But the fight isn't expected to really go Team Secret's way because they're on a low buy. Compare it to this. Start the round. As a reminder, Team Secret used no utility. They didn't give up anything. It's the same setup, literally, with how they're playing it.
Solo here on B.
I wonder where Bleed are.
Gonna be noted. Looks like they were very much expecting a bit of a.
And then there's nothing. Like, they're just so oblivious to, like, some of the things that Zeta do. Literally, this is something that they did 2 days ago. This should be remembered at, like, okay, anti-eco, the chamber's going to be on B. They used all of this utility. They weren't particularly discreet about it. And then Zest, with the spike, is the one that peaks, with nobody else. Yeah, he's not in a position to go with this.
I guess
It's just such a fucking waste. I feel like you could probably go through this in all of the rounds, but it's like... It's so fucking useless.
If they are going to be able to close this out with a 2-0, or if Bleed get themselves a map win and extend this over towards Lotus.
All right, I'm back. Let's get this over with.
Well, Zeta.
Does Munya play Jet? I reckon Munya can play anything, but he has played Jet in the past, yes. He was very fucking good at it.
But it is going to take a lot, I'd say, especially with this being huge comfort for the side of Zeta. As already, trying to hit those long-range sheriff shots, not going to work out, but now through the smoke, Redla picks up three.
What?
Just like that.
Well, that's just astounding there as Hirodon does get paranoid, but...
Is that a ghost collab?
But also can't find the shot. Hirodon now on his lonesome.
All right, nice 4K.
Quick headshot there from Redla to get the 4K. As Bleed
I don't know how I feel watching these teams play Lotus.
So you're removing Polvi for Yay. I don't think GE have the facilities for that one, I'm going to be honest.
I don't think they have the temperament of the fans either.
2 bullets, but he had 3 kills, right? So,
looks like you're... Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that, like, Redler's got a chance to play in Tier 1.
Oh, yeah, 1-2.
You lucky motherfucker.
Yeah. That's just skill.
Very clean from Redla.
3 kills from that?
And he saw one of the players.
Beginning there on Sunset as well. It's been a very good day for him overall.
I really like watching the spacing of both these teams.
Facial expression. He's like, whoa, how did that happen? Just right place, right time. You got to create your own luck. And the shots rang true. Good job from him, as you mentioned. As now, a little push coming in from Zeta towards A main. Leader ready for this one.
Well, made there on to Scarrett, trying to flush him out. Well, flush him out they have, but he's coming up with some kills.
What are you doing, you absolute fucking crackhead?
Laz is gonna be
just peek with your team. Why are you floating in the air, fucking trying to right-click people?
ADS'd in. Go ahead and get the last one. Flawless anti-eco here from the side of Bleed. Off on the right foot.
If he just peeks when the others are fighting, I think he gets a kill. But instead, he's like, I'm gonna fucking float on their heads.
Another look here at how it happened. Scary just
I want to see this from the other POV. Look, dead.
Dead.
There he goes.
Fucking Batman, just flapping down with the cape.
Oh my god.
To
be fair, it would have been really cool. Great.
That's the argument of a duelist player.
For both his teammates to
Leader
die.
going.
Trying to get a bit of a tiles crunch going.
And Ye's gone.
Yeah. They use utility and it just narrowly works out.
And not quite able to get that one going. Looks like they
What do you mean by works out?
Up that Bulldog, and that they will.
I don't know.
Have that for themselves.
It doesn't go completely wrong.
He did fucking like 50 damage. You're like, yeah, that's about right.
You're not going to just come swinging out of A main by yourself. I know that there's
I feel like I'm just being gaslit into this now. Like I'm drinking from the bleed Kool-Aid.
On the retreat.
Oh, Ryan's on the fucking payroll, confirmed. Yeah, that worked out. That worked out. Yeah, he swung in. They used a lot of utility.
Be curious, not judgmental. Be curious, not judgmental. Be curious, not judgmental.
Would be a very big boon for them.
Looking, writing it into my arm.
He's got that outlaw in hand.
Yeah. It's looking pretty light.
All work and no play makes Ye a bad boy.
Darian does hit the headshot on the
Okay, that was a nice shot.
Takes him
But
down,
that was
this
all.
is an open A site.
Drank from the bloodstone chalice, yeah.
Looking to go on in and try to pull off a miracle because he's not going to be backing off of this one.
I say it works out as in like they didn't fucking paranoia Ye by accident.
Rafters.
To be honest, I think he's got more chance of hitting the shot.
Yeah.
Approximately, and he does get taken
Bro,
out.
blind! Yeah, you got 3 kills.
2 outside of A, and then just cap it off with that one.
All right, well, now we go into the proper rifle v rifle round, and this was just very nice.
Gorgeous.
Like, what's that timing of the peak?
Basically, just knew exactly how far.
That's 3 to 5 working days afterwards.
Got himself a third there on
Fucking Amazon Prime peak.
Stop looking now.
Forward into this one, operator in the hands of Ye, but it's going to be glass.
I forgot that I wasn't really paying attention because you were roasting me at that point. I saw Zest. I was like, why is Zest peeking alone? I was like, oh no, he wasn't peeking alone. Sorry. Looking Rettler's like, oh yeah, right.
Oh no, he was definitely peeking alone.
Ye peeking out. Nice timing, catches down.
Nice. The Ye operator.
It's the equivalent of an actor going like, line, just every time. What am I supposed to be doing, line? Oh, right, I'm supposed to be peeking with you, sorry, and then peeks after.
From the side of Bleed.
He's so back, yeah, he's got the opener.
Is actually going to throw this flash. He's got it in hand, and there are a couple of members right now who are about to peek around this corner. Scary here with him as well.
It is that nice contact.
That is going to delay this push, but very low right now is Darion. Only 2 health.
He's shocked out at his teammate.
They're literally helping them out, and they still didn't get killed.
On a damage exchange as Laz trying to get the lurk, but
Oh man.
For fuck's sake.
a little bit faster does find the kill. You're done now. Spike in hand.
Somehow he'll die to the turret.
In market. With Zest getting tucked back in boats with the Odin. Very dire
They
position
broke the
to be in
turret.
for ZETA.
Oh, just as, like, left arm knowing what right arm is doing.
Nano's getting popped.
Rettler was watching, like, top mid. Luckily, Scary reclears it.
Out towards Alley. There's the cleanup. Rettler will go ahead and get the final shot across. As Bleed. Very similar
This was
scene
just
to what
fucking
we had in the
shit.
first map. Is there a timeout call? Will be the question.
But like
For
they
now,
had a
3-1.
contact play.
There's Bleeder out in front.
Then the player that gets contact just keeps holding the angle while the other guy's shooting.
And that was that based off of nothing? Ye just goes, I'm going to use this time. And I think it was like the Aldron maybe. And he's going, huh, just peeks out.
I think he had the other team's drone and then peeked off it. Lead soul down. Fucking hell.
Just a nice showing from Bleed so far on this map.
Vandal triple
Recon top mid and then go A.
Going also glass cannon. I mean, well,
Again, I've only one.
Water cannon.
They're going to push and fight this.
As pop flash out,
Against an eco! Oh my god. I didn't even realize the weapons that Zeta had, but yeah, of course, Bleeder like...
I don't know if I'm just tired, but I was like, oh, this is obviously ZETA flashing through a smoke. Because why the fuck would
why would Bleed
do
fight
that?
for it?
Nothing more to be done.
Good call from the coach.
Yeah, that's
I guess,
fair,
not to
Atlas.
call a timeout
Honestly.
this time. He's like, yeah, I guess no, they've got it.
See, that's the thing, Atlas. I'm not gonna be streaming next week, so I'm back in the UK. But I will be keeping up with DFM. Don't worry.
Just getting set up in that little alleyway.
Charity round, God.
I do fucking I love that they pop flash through. That was their own smoke as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They pop flash through their own smoke.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think for Bleed,
It's an eco.
I don't know that they anticipated.
Was it Darion that was playing the KO on Sunset?
Yeah, it was.
Does he know you can left click with the flashes?
You know, sheriffs, you know, maybe a
Any lineups, like if you're a KO player on this map, playing KO is hard. Don't get me wrong. This map, it's very underrated. But
To
like,
be honest though, I know why they did that. It's because of the knife. The knife baited the shit out of them. So they knife, they think there's one player there, they're like, we can isolate that one player, let's pop flash through and kill him, and they...
I don't know if that, like, if I'm...
fucking gamble.
I feel that what's more, like, if you KO knife a main and you hit a KO, you have a suspicion that there's more than one person there. Like, if you hit the Omen...
Should. No, you should.
yeah. In an eye, like, if you have passed Valorant 101, then yeah.
If you play for a professional team, you should predict that.
Yeah, because Blade, like KO's more than likely going to be with a pack, right? That's my argument. And like against a full buy, I can understand that a bit more. But if you like, you won 2 rounds in a row, like the money's not going to be good. Why, like, even if you're not sure, why on earth would you try to push into that? Through your own utility that's there to try and stall and execute when it happens.
ZETA was calling a lot of timeouts going into eco rounds. So it's like, yeah, they're going to call a timeout and probably not win their next round. So
yeah, I mean,
I probably would have gone for Bleed personally. But
I probably thought that ZETA was going to be calling the timeout. Well, let's see. There still is
right here, like they've got a left click flash for KO, but what's the play off of it?
Another crucial pick.
The Sova peeking. Has he got the Odin? Yeah.
So far is just the single elimination that he has gotten for himself as he hit it on across the way.
All right, they tried that play, didn't work. And yeah, he's just gonna take a time and get an up kill.
Okay. He's hitting some shots. He's hitting some shutties. That's something. That's better than last game.
Recover this.
What did Benji tweet?
Yeah, some spray down while his teammates are ahead of him. Actually, we already do have Depp in a 4 position.
Anti-Benji fishy Viper split attack A-side mollies.
Zero ready with a paranoia.
Yeah.
Getting ready to send this.
That's quite good. I like
that. This isn't that bad from Bleed where the studs.
Answering paranoia out into a main, but no one gonna get caught by this. And now Bleed have an immense amount of players here.
All right, weird round now.
If they don't hold A this time, well, we just fucking call the game.
It doesn't need 3 people looking at glass.
Snappy with it, gets his first kill. Actually,
maybe it does. Oh no, 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 no! They just walked in. They just fucking walked in.
See it in Ye's face there, like, okay, well now there's a lockdown.
Game time.
So rejoice, Chatters and Victoria, it would seem.
Oh, there's no way.
Like they're gonna be able to get the round win off the back of the timeout.
Yeah.
I need some Coke Zero. I'll be back in a sec. This is fucking
ZETA, just a bit better.
Scary used his flash off the recon, right? He used it off something.
Just to be able to go up to the glass.
And then there was nothing afterwards. And then suddenly Bleed were just really sure what the hell they were doing.
But taking out Darion kind of was the first break in the wall to go down. And they eventually opened up this A site quite nicely. So that's going to be another round going the way of ZETA, which will tie us up 3-3. As they will just hold on to their operator and Phantom respectfully on the side of Bleed.
I mean, they're doing a whole like.
Clean headshot to get the spike.
As Gorilla coined it, they're playing like NBCs on the defense because they're just not moving. Like they didn't, at no point did Bleed go and retake some space, like retaking mid or retaking B main or retaking tree. They just sit back. There's 3 people like A heaven at this point.
Depp just patiently waiting for that lurk through.
Interesting.
I feel that's where it goes wrong, right?
Don't need to say anything. Says Laz, just stare straight ahead.
Because, like, Bleed didn't have information, the Paranoid heard nothing, but because they had no information elsewhere, they just weren't sure what was going on.
They are already charging in.
Gonna up the pace.
I'll try aggro. This setup isn't too bad. Is there a KO flash to help from distance? This gets one.
All right, there's another Bleed opener. How did they lose this round?
That's a good flash. Actually, good team flash. Actually, good flash from Darion.
Okay, gonna be taken down though. Off now, left on the floor as Zest goes creeping back over towards both. Sees enough. Gets a kill.
Euram forgot he was there.
All right, good B anchoring, but this is where Bleed look absolutely atrocious.
Last creeping forward. Ranges the turret, but Darion very well aware of this. Gets the dink, gets the finisher. Now it's all on Sugar Zero to see what he can get done.
Might not expect him to still be over here on the B side. You do see a couple of members are going.
I don't like this decision making for Bleed either. They are banking it's going to be an A hit. Luckily, Zest like has access to his neurons.
God of timing.
Or on Bleed, it would seem. This B site on defense is Zest's playground all the same.
He looks very comfortable there. I don't think you need to mix up anything with that on the side of Bleed for sure.
I feel like they forgot that he was there. I'm gonna be honest.
I've seen him get 4K.
I mean, they did there.
On B side, probably like
most of those kills that he got were just opponents not looking in his general direction.
It was the same place.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. This is the classic B setup. They're gonna smoke, dart over the top with a flash. No, they're not. No, they're just gonna fire a dart over. Okay. It looked like they had the setup ready.
No,
they just didn't do it.
They were doing the whole like recon dive if it connects onto people, Hunter's Fury. But Zest also like.
Yeah, they also had Scary up close. So normally you put a one-way and then you put the dart through.
Yeah.
That alarm bot.
I don't know. I mean, Zeta read it well, I guess.
Maybe trying to threaten a push in through market, but so far taking it much more slowly in this round compared to the previous one. We've also
they won that round by Zest
Sugar
just
Zero rotating
being.
all the way
His
back
Zest
around towards
positioning
B,
was
but there's
good.
a double stack in main from the side of Bleed.
I mean, it was a good B hold. Like, it was a really good flash from Darion from CT.
fragment there. 3 gets oppressed.
Oh no. Okay.
Now everything getting a bit disjointed here for Zeta. As Sugar Zero needs to try to displace him, but they might
There's
not
no way he
necessarily know that
checks.
Ye has
There's
gone
no way he checks.
Might not
He
even
might not
matter.
even need to though.
Anyway, they're going to be drifting back, but Ye, quick to chase.
I like Zeta's mid rounds. This is what like Bleed needed to do more. But outside of Ye, it feels like nobody else is really capable of doing it.
Quite devastatingly low for the side of Zeta, and Zest is here. And
Scary is all of A main. You know that Tuesday, you've heard the dash, you've seen the paranoia.
dash forward, though, Depp able to
Your A main control. They're not planting. They're planting for A main, yet not having any control of it.
Nice.
Zest knows his lineup. Scary now. Out from main. Finds a shot. Recon over the top. The wide swing.
That's better from Bleed.
Off of that opener.
Like if you've got one side being pushed, take space elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that was pretty nicely handled. I like that Bleed had the double stack and B main and just were ready for any kind of B push. I do think that Zeta just a bit too slow, perhaps. Just allowing Bleed to really set themselves up into prime positions. And obviously, Zest, he's got the lineups as you mentioned. He's always in position. Scary as well, hanging out in main and just coming at you from way too many angles.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scary is Scary? 7.
Difficult for Zeta, and that is going to be the call.
Actually, I might be overrating him. 6.
Down by 2. Zeta will go ahead and invest one of their own.
Bleed win this, I have 50k points. Nice. I don't remember what any of my points rewards actually are.
Back over onto this jet, really finding the impact.
I think there's like when Bleed have like these little set plays that they're playing on, like it looks quite nice, but it says they like transition from one plan to another depending on what Zeta do. Like that in between is where they look completely fucking lost.
Zeta as a team aren't really getting very aggressive. We haven't seen any big.
If they're in a situation that they haven't necessarily prepped for, they just look incredibly out of it.
But besides that, just very slow pushes overall. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more aggression out of them from the attacker side. Just trying to catch Bleed off guard.
Oh, is it Ominous sitting behind him, or was that like a ref?
A little bit, it feels like. So maybe trying to take advantage of that.
I don't know what Ominous looks like.
on round 9.
You look spooky.
So we got 4 members over towards A for Zeta, but also a little bit of a stack for Bleed.
All right, this is like a low buy for Zeta. Don't push into them.
Win.
Play once again.
Zeta win.
Knives pulled here for Depth. Does have that shorty to go alongside it. Just going to be storming his way all the way down mid. And it's just the singular kill thus far. Dash at the ready.
Yeah, he sees the paranoia, so they kind of know what play this is.
Gary in the meantime, I don't think he's realized, but now he turns back and clearly has figured it out.
Scary leave.
Things disjointed.
Oh, that was so
find one, but lose
fucking crap.
Yeah, definitely a bit whiffy and messy on that engage. And now Zest, he's holding down mid. You see
The classic pop flash, blind your own teammate. He dives in, gets behind someone, doesn't see him, dies anyway.
Takes away every single bit of util that he can. And he's eventually found.
Dep is literally just straight RNG.
Oh.
Except the dice just says 111666. Like that's the entire die.
Vandal now picked up here.
Las Vegas sewer Valorant.
Lockdown invested, but Hunter's Fury is available. But can he actually decide to use it? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Holding here.
Okay, there's an extra one.
Finds one, teleports across. Zest in the meantime, though.
There's no chance to Bleed lose another 50 to another 50.
Fury taken care of. Zest in the recon.
Oh, what do you mean? Sugar Zero had a full buy. That counts as a full buy.
Try to flush him out of hell.
That's it, right? Yeah. It's just his buy, not everybody else's.
Considering the reposition, here's a drop down. Shot to the wall and the headshot. The
nice.
Tap, the 4K.
Sugar Zero doesn't even fucking flinch, man.
This guy is just insane.
I mean, the double peek out of A main was really nice. Should it have got there? Probably not.
As well, some of the jiggle peeks to get him in position.
2 versus 4.
Not missing his shots. And that is really
Like, why is EA playing from there with an off?
Play from the team and then getting aggressive, knows the lockdown's going to be taken out, and then crispy at the end.
Nice.
Not an overreaction either. He's just like, no.
Oh, that's nice. Nice.
Unbelievable.
Nobody's particularly happy with how this is going.
Down, but clearly not out. They had to fight back. One round to try to tie it up. Yay now with the
To be honest, I
knife.
always thought it'd be really
Wedge,
sad
shut
when
down
one of the
immediately.
teams got relegated.
Knife to the face. Pop flash out, looking for a little bit more.
Blade, you're counting down the days.
Yay now chasing it for a little bit more. Laz does manage to pick him off.
You said it, not me.
One of those knives.
Only 476 days until we don't see Bleed in Tier 1. Hooray! Jesus.
At a 3v3, but Spike still stuck and being watched by Darian for the moment. Oh, actually, never mind. Sugar's there. He could just TP pick it up if he wants to.
He could.
Oh,
see if he
swing
will.
out. Zest eventually will be able to find it. So now
Yeah, he could
advantage in their
TP and get
hands.
it, but instead they're gonna fight this
Mm.
1 by 1. This is a horrible game.
On this lonesome.
If he TPs now and takes the spike,
Scary tries to ADS it. Scary this time will get the shot.
never
across.
mind.
So,
Never
6
mind.
rounds built up
Can we win against the lower buy, please? Anyone?
All right. That's a good way to try to stem the tide of the side of Zeta. You get a big clutch from Sugar Zero, and
I was just playing
feel like
Rainbow
some of the
Six Hero,
momentum's
just playing
going the other way,
Overwatch
but
Hero on his on
Gabe's
CS.
just got some knives.
Dep's playing
And
Minecraft.
he does go, you know,
I can
the
see
first two
that.
were amazing.
I feel
The
like
third
Dep
one
would be
was a bit
playing like
over-aggressive, but that's just
Osu
fine.
or
Already
something.
did his work.
Yeah, I mean, it's an overheat, but just with the knives, I don't think that it matters too much. It's not like you're going to be
Yeah.
straining a huge weapon anywhere.
And it's certainly
Oh, here we go.
better
They
than
have
what
got a
his
low
counterpart,
buy.
Jet is doing at the moment, right? We need to see a
These
bit
are the
more
real
of that.
rounds.
This is still just the one kill.
Very bizarre.
These are the real
Needs
rounds,
to be
did you
more
just
out
say?
Dep. I guarantee Dep's gonna dash straight in and get shot in the face.
Why, observers,
Here we
don't
go.
start stooping to their level, observers. We're better than this.
Coming up with a bit of value nice and early as Gary will get dropped. Big break of the door, though. Smoke for now will hold them at bay as Bleed will just
You've lost your smokes.
Dance Revolution. Yeah, I can see that. Because he doesn't need to use his hands.
Hit it on. Getting tagged up, sends down the fragment. Keeps him at arm's length for now. Pop flashing into smoke. Sugar Zero
A
maybe spotted.
signature Darian right-click flash.
Going down two, coming on
Hey,
top.
there he is. There he is. He finally rolled the 6.
Still a couple low players. Zest and Retla overall healthy. And
Zest. Zest is not wanting to lose. He's 11-3.
There's a lot more to be done. Finds the KO.
Oh my god! Oh my
Hey,
god!
what?
He's not wanting to lose. I told you.
The other takes them all down and carries Bleed over the line.
Who the fuck is this guy?
DRX are reeling. RB's just stomping in China. Zest is playing some of the best Valorant ever.
Opposite side of stage says, yeah, I can do that too.
I mean,
That's nice, but these two shots here.
like these last two are
Oh
just
my
incredible.
god.
The whole team, a lot of smiles.
Even at the bombastic side eye at the end as well. He's really not happy that he's in this position.
He's going to keep this lead very stable for the side of Bleed. This is going to be a buy round now for the side of ZETA, though. Remember that they got in and they got pretty close on that round with just, you know, a couple stingers. Sheriff were able to upgrade a bit.
You know that Laz is behind there.
Just hunting. Can suspect that Laz is just going to be lingering back behind where the turret was set up.
Right here.
And now
Trigger Zero versus Zest. That's what it seems like.
Standing ahead.
makes its presence known pretty early on here.
You got a lockdown. You got a Hunter's Fury to break it.
Coming through. Oh, that paranoia not connecting.
Ooh, nice Zest.
Zest again, Kent trying to be the hero here, the defender of this.
All right,
B
nice
site.
TP.
As the null command does get popped. Darian making his way over.
I feel like I just need to like create the like why are you running?
And he's cancelled it too. They have a lockdown now. They could just fucking use it.
The man advantage here for ZETA.
It's all part of the plan. He wants to bait them into
Oh,
pushing
what's your
him.
idea now,
Look at
Bleed?
it.
They have to scarp her off. They've been fucking evicted.
That just leaves Darian all on his lonesome as ZETA try to get up to 5. And
Can you just think like 30 seconds ahead?
That time around, you see ZETA playing with a lot of patience there. They know they have a lot of
Oh, what is this thinking, man?
drop down that lockdown to make sure that they can pick up a 5th round. But this time around, we're not tied up at 6-6. It's actually Bleed having that nice little advantage with a slightly better defensive side here on the second map compared to the first. Still a lot of the fans here cheering for ZETA, cheering for Depp. That looks
What do we do?
there. Very nice. And, you know, I think ZETA probably will look better on the defensive side of Ascent.
I don't think this is okay.
I don't know. It does feel like the momentum is swinging a bit towards Bleed.
Well, now ZETA still down, but not quite yet out. Bleed.
I'm not gonna lie, we've seen some amazing signs. That looks like it was drawn by me.
ZETA try to tie things up from there. And we're going to be moving over onto that
I don't understand how you can't
fairly favorable position.
think it through logically.
Bleed kind of replicate some of the successes that we saw, you know, from T1 on Ascent.
It's also like, imagine if you're the Omen on defense there. If you're scary, you used your ult to TP across
Side today was just
to help.
special.
And you see your Sova use their ultimate, and then you see the lockdown come out afterwards.
Falter when they moved over to the attack.
You've basically just ulted into a bull pit. And they've painted you in fucking red, and they're like, okay, go, go, go.
After the 3rd round, but still was mostly Zeta's. So
A Bleed playing good.
For Bleed to kind of up their game here on the second map if they want to. Have
In the words of Spin, silly question.
feeling a bit better.
What's up, anime? How are things?
Is going to be coming through mid.
This game's doing damage to my mental health.
Fishing, let's see if they can clear out the expected alarm bot placement, but shots go a little bit wide, so we'll still be
The alarm
there.
bot survived. I will say trying to clear an alarm bot with the sheriff is
Just outside window.
optimistic.
Classic in hand. Ready for that pop.
Oh, they're gonna hit the
Still get
contact
hit by it
with
anyway.
pop flash. Gorgeous pop flash. The swing from depth was 7 years behind.
The thing is, like, clearly, Bleed were expecting to play like this, otherwise they wouldn't have spent a portion of time to break the alarm bot, yet they still walk right into it.
And a third.
Go on, yay!
Yeah, he's basically doubled his kills.
On his lonesome, can pick up
He's
a
back!
pistol. One with inspection.
He's back. He's gone.
And he's gone. It was short-lived.
You've maybe given him a sheriff if they've pushed up. No, never mind. Retless picked it up.
Slow creep up. It has to be effectively a one tap here from Laz if he wants to win it out.
Bretla?
He will not be able to do
Oh, I
so.
thought he was even going to fucking
All right,
turn.
okay, nice.
Go ahead and get a 3rd pistol round in the series for Bleed.
Yeah, you would have expected Zeta Division to be able to
Can they
stop
show me that
one.
pop
They
flash
had a
again?
very
Because I'm
nice
fairly
setup to
certain.
stop any aggression
Here
down
are
there
on
with
pop
Group
flashes,
Pizza,
goes through.
but eventually
Scary's
Pop flash.
looking the other way. He's watching the flank. Huh? What's going on, guys?
It's fucking like 5 seconds after the.
Very nice shots from Ye in this round, picks up a 3K.
He's actually, I'm not even kidding, he's baiting. He's baiting. He's actually baiting. The fucking flash goes off, and then fucking okay, my teammate's dead, I'll peek now.
To ramp up.
Wait, did they fake TP?
Make 9 here, barring some kind of catastrophe. I mean, Depp, sure, he doesn't care.
Why did Scary fake TP? You can't hear it from anywhere.
On ascent.
Sometimes it's just not your
Right,
map.
you'd have to be like here to hear it.
It's definitely a bit unfortunate. I mean, he wasn't really the main character on the first one either.
so
That was all
warm.
Sugar
This
Zero.
team is like I'm now like not sure on what I think about the game with some of the stuff that I'm happening.
He's the main character of both maps so far.
Alright, they'll lose the Seco anyway.
Zest is trying to challenge, though.
For sure.
Please don't go into the stack.
Turret here, and I mean, this is everybody.
Oh, please do go into the stack.
Zeta on this side of the map.
Rattler, like why is Zest the one? Like you put the you get the kill drive. I'm losing the fucking ability to speak. He's falling up in his own fucking turret.
Go for Zeta. About as poorly as it could for Retla.
This turret blocked him.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Very sad state of affairs. But at the end of the day, it is just the one kill. And
I think sniffing glue for the next hour would do less damage to my brain than this is.
Over here to Laz. See what kind of use.
It's like having the killjoy do all of that. Doing all of that is fine if they have like the sheriff, if they have a ghost. You don't do that and give them a fucking bulldog.
Dart cleared out.
Oh, that summed up this game.
One after the other.
Oh, I'm crying.
Eventually, as Laz finds one with a bulldog, but 43 HP at this point.
Oh, that's good. He ran into his own turret and got killed.
Jumps up over the top. Scary watching from hell is going to be able to take him down. So decent damage here.
Oh,
for
that was
Zeta,
good.
but
That was good. And I needed that.
Around quite just yet.
Yeah,
Timmy got a
cheeky
fucking
stuff from Laz.
assist.
Nearly got away with it to get the drop on his opponent, but not quite able to do so.
I swear, Bleed's like worst enemies is their own util.
How this one went down.
Oh, I don't want to replay this. I want to replay of him getting
I don't like
stuck in
that.
a turret.
Yeah, why are we not showing that again? Where's the fucking Rattler cut?
And we'll see if they can actually close this one out. I think they've got a
How would Koi versus Blood go?
this map compared to what we saw on Sunset.
I think, yeah, that's what they put. I think I'd rather rip my own dick off.
Now that they have these rifles.
Jesus Christ.
Thrown up over the
We'd rather just like full on like tear it.
They're on Cat.
I just seen some, I don't know, the Carolina was good, but him killing himself with his turret was... I don't think I've seen someone do that before.
Any forward presence. Approach gets ready to come through in main.
Oh, that was funny.
In front of it is Darren. He's quite a bit
Alright,
damaged.
Molly's alright.
Sitting over top of that fragment. Check into hell. Nothing spotted. They know that the site is cleared.
Come and say it, please.
From Zest, Phantom in hand could certainly do
Zest
some
is
damage.
scared. He's fucking
Smoke
deaf as
dissipates,
well.
and there it is, snappy as ever. Takes out Depp.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup is not fair at the moment. Zest is just having a much better map right now. And he makes
Kind of strange to have yours like Silver over there.
As the util goes in.
Oh, the paranoia again!
Never mind. It's Odin Gaming. It's unfair. It's dishonest. Cleans them all up.
You know he's here. You know he's here. Free kill. Nice. Don't lose to a sheriff. This guy died to his own fucking turret last
Man,
round.
Sugar Zero did so well there.
Expensive weapon going to be picked up there, or carried over, I should say, as Yodan will be able to retain the Odin.
I mean, it's a good flash. You did a 3 members of Bleed just stood out on Heaven rafters.
But now, full righteous purchase gets ready to come in for Bleed. This is where Zeta really need to find their footing if they want to try to close this out. Otherwise, Bleed going to be in a very good spot to try to extend this all the way over to Lotus.
Yeah, for sure. And great paranoia and fantastic follow-up peek there from the side of Zeta to clean that one up. Sugar Zero and Euron
This
together,
truly is a game of
getting it done.
Valorant.
So now,
Yeah,
Bleed
it
do have
is.
what it takes to actually push this one forward and give us a real match. I do not want to see...
Give us a real match. Is that what Valda's just said?
Not so fun as
Valda's is trying, you know?
This man got off the
Valda's
fucking LCK Grand Final, and this is his second day of casting Valorant ever, and he's been given this, and he calls it that it's about to go into a real game of Valorant.
Would like to have a 5th map, especially because I think, you know, a lot of people cheering to see Bleed kind of reach their potential.
Yay versus this alarm bot. 2-0 to the alarm bot. Okay.
The alarm bot's too strong.
Depp now
Depp.
has a...
If he doesn't get a fucking kill here, they kick him. Just sign main mid-game.
Just go to the judge.
Shut down on the drone. Turn away from the flash.
All right.
Thank God.
Another elimination there, just putting that judge in good use.
In typical Bleed fashion, they're going to repeat that like in 5 seconds.
Laz very well aware of this one. Just looking to try to slow up the approach. Pops a swarm. And the nano swarm instantly.
Good defensive setup, but nobody else from Zeta is there to like support.
Yeah, that's fucking 7 years away. Oh, that's good clear.
Here's the approach. Starts pre-firing.
Is it? There we go.
They will be able to do so. Gary only whittled down to 80 HP as F up over the top. They'll find much. 2v3. Headshot there from Hiradon. Gonna be decent. Finds Scary. Depp gets Zest. Now it's all down to him.
Come on, Depp.
15 health versus Retless.
Please.
Planted. And
Just do something.
Oh man.
Yes! He's fucking back!
He just sat there. He sat there and just went, I'm going to let Bleed fuck this up for themselves. Oh, there they go.
Yeah, I was looking
Please take a look at this.
as well. I mean, they got
Hey, you got to use your fucking... How many points you have? You got to spend them all.
Yeah. Rettler at this point doesn't need to do anything.
Regardless of a dishonest gun or not.
Depp was here for like 5 seconds.
Watch that video on stream just because the fucking name of it. Jesus Christ.
He is the one that hits the crisp shot. And that's all you need. Doesn't matter what your health is at if you can win in that 1v1. So keeps the hopes alive for Zeta to come back in this one.
Only 2 rounds separating.
Honestly, after this series, just delete the Bleed and Zeta classic bundles from the game. Don't let people buy it. Just like, no, you're not allowed. You've missed your opportunity. We're not letting people pay $20 to support you doing stuff like this. It's unethical.
Anything else coming his way? Said though, we'll be paranoid up, but up on top.
There are 4 people here from Zeta. With a full buy against an eco.
Crucially from that Hunter's Fury, so they have no way of clearing this out.
So is there going to be some util? Because they've used the lockdown in an eco here. So they haven't cleared the back.
Oh my God.
Pushing up, pushes them off with the ghost. Last and Habit. Shorty out. Death wraps around back. Jen takes out Zest. Scary. Take it down, and now it's all on Darian here in hell. No,
I wouldn't know where he is.
You don't need to peek. You don't need to peek. You don't need to.
A little bit of a fadeaway with the Odin.
You know where he is. He's fucking pigging out like the Northern Lights.
You know where he is, and the spike is not fucking planted. And if you wait 2 seconds, you get your fucking blade storm back.
See the knives. Pretty good usage from BA, especially identifying the second
Bleed choking.
I can't believe Depp got away with that shit.
And they used, you know, the null command. They had the lockdown as well.
The whole metaphor of teams choking, right, is that somebody would be alive and then choking and maybe die.
A lot closer than you would have.
Both these teams are dead. Dead on arrival.
A decent amount of ults, and Zeta are holding on to 4 of their own at the moment.
Well, there was a 3 ult commitment there from Bleed. They're unlocked and available. Zest in a similar position as Yodan from the last round, where he does not yet
that's
have
churchy. They used
ready to go, so wouldn't be able to just quick clear it.
So many ults.
This is going to get pretty dicey here towards the end. Especially
Sure, it did a lot of damage, but like
could get really swingy.
Brian on big hater energy today, honestly, is valid.
Grab a couple rounds and then Zeta call theirs.
They do so much shit which just makes no fucking sense.
You know, who can
like China's not this bad. That's how bad it is. China's behind on a lot.
So let's see what this looks like on the attack for Bleed, which so far has been slightly losing 2-3 in favor of Zeta, as it looks like they want to go for an 8 hit.
Enough smoke down.
And like, if a team picks Ascent as their choice, it's got to look better than
Here on the
this.
site once again from ZETA. Will have to be a bit of a retake for them. With that lockdown available.
You know they're going to use the lockdown.
With Zest this time, Hunter's Fury is available.
Oh, they know how to use the Hunter's Fury for that one.
For the clear out, Laz in the meantime take it down as Ye just comes swinging around, finds himself.
All right, actually, nice from Ye. Dealt with very well.
Run out every time. It's always this.
Absolutely activated. Gets himself.
Oh, he's back. He is so back.
What the fuck?
Well, I guess he's really just showing up now. He wants to bring us to Lotus. And
The best part of this series is it looks like none of the players want to be there.
Wait, is the third map Lotus?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to watch Bleed play Lotus again.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, just one at a time, Ace.
I will say, like,
Look at his face there.
yes,
Even he's in fucking shock.
Was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before when Ye played versus RRQ on Lotus. I think that's the first time I properly like slammed the desk because fucking Quack goes, yeah, they looked really good on Lotus the other day, and then I was like, what?
I don't know.
According to who?
Calm the players down, just give them a moment to breathe at least, and just try to play.
I watched Ye just throw all of his own utility basically at himself for a game. But he got an ace, so everyone was like, yeah, he got an ace, so he played well. It's like, no.
Both sides, honestly.
And then they played versus RQ, got destroyed.
We saw yesterday.
Is Bleed about to win map 2? It does kind of look that way.
To force a map 3 in the
I can't remember the first series. I've lost all memory of the first series.
Who's played KO? Hero on this game, every time has been caught with a flash in his hand. Like, he could have killed Ye there easy. He could have killed him when he pushed into the smoke under as well, the round before.
He's going for the VLR ratings. Just as many assists as they can get.
Over in mid on the defender side. Now finds himself positive 3. Just got an ace. Big glow up within the map here itself. As ZETA are kicked back once again onto an eco.
Take flight.
Just the Hunter's Fury as well as Sugar Zero's ult to work with. Very similar scenes from ZETA compared to the
IGL. That's happened a few times.
Major commitments on the ults, not getting around victory.
Yeah. Also might be a bit of opposite.
All right, so far so good for Bleed.
Going to Sunset. And maybe Bleed take Ascent against ZETA of all teams.
Did Ye just try and fight the alarm bot again?
Has happened a decent amount.
I think he did. 0-3.
You're on.
I don't even think they're putting it in a different place.
It's in the most.
I'm fairly certain it's been bang in the middle every time.
Well, there's a swing out.
Okay,
Yep,
well this
taking a bit of damage.
He's like, you tricksy little alarm bot, you. But bro, I'm not moving.
Threatens him back even further. Sight completely open here for Bleed.
Yeah, might just try to end it a bit. Okay, well. He's gonna extend that.
All right.
Double ace.
Oh my god.
Double ace.
Looks, sir. Okay. Well,
never mind.
Zest here. We'll find the kill there on.
Don't know why he tried to push it to a smoke like that.
Would have been recoverable.
1 versus 2.
It's little shot, so they're at least making this a bit more costly for the side of Bleed, but.
He unfortunately picks up the Stinger. Out of all of the guns in there, he gets the Stinger. I think there's a rifle there too.
Comes through. 11 to 8. Bleed now, just 2 away from being able to take this over to Lotus. But now the purchase comes in, and Depp going to be picking up the op for, I think, the first time on this defense.
Not a bad call. Might want to just mix it up with the success he has. Or
Oh, he was playing in the jet smokes.
A lot here from Zest. Coach is happy with the way that one went. So let's see.
Oh, and hit the enemy jet, right.
What is going to happen now?
Still, maybe playing that close is not ideal.
Still have this Hunter's Fury.
He's there. Legia being happy, that doesn't seem true.
A bit of a setup on B with the Killjoy. And
as said, Depp is
kind of the guy that's
Depp is a 6-sided die.
Of this Killjoy.
With, I think we agreed, 2 of the numbers are 6, and all the rest say 1. And that's how he's going to perform in a map.
Really would love
and he just rolls the dice every round, and it's just RNG. And sometimes, you know, when he plays Neon, it seems like maybe there's an extra 6 on that die, and he'll just fucking play pretty well. But other than that, it's completely fucking random. And I do think that if ZETA had May, this team would be better. Because he's more...
It's a bit of a different spot, but at least it's good that he does have the operator in this.
He's just more consistent.
Sugar Zero, but I don't know if he actually spotted how many players are there. Depp now creeping forward.
This feels a little bit silly.
Turret not in range of him is...
No, what, you mean pushing me with an operator?
Rotation's getting ready to come through, but it's not deep enough.
Might hit the rotations, actually.
Not get spotted, but now
He might have people...
The bomb's gone along! The bomb's gone along!
No, 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 no.
Fucking, he's cheating!
Today is
Who thinks, yeah, I'm going to clear that just in case, you know, the op might be there.
Now it's Zest, 20-8.
Switch getting hit. Hunter's Fury coming through to try to slow them up on this approach.
Oh, he's missed all of them.
Not found. Yay, still switch side. Laz able to find one, but Yay sprays across. As he pulls the knives.
I forgot who we were watching there for a second. I got really confused.
This map is looking to be very much the same. 12-8. One more to go, and that's us headed to Lotus. The cash right now from ZETA.
He must have seen. He must have seen like. Was the barrel sticking out?
Just checks
it was.
A very aggressive spot there, of course, from Depp.
Melons. I mean, they got the plant in just in time.
If he had a rifle there, he won the round. If he had a rifle, he actually wins the round.
For the rest of this map,
like, he saw the op. Why the fuck did
Why would they ever do it? Yeah. Why would you ever think that that's a good idea? Like, you've not fought for mid at all. You heard an owl drone check mid earlier, like 20 seconds beforehand.
Held back, scoped in instantly, headshotting Depp.
Oh, there goes Depp again.
Huge opener there from Ye.
There goes my hero.
That he has all year.
Watch him as he throws.
Too much damage there for that.
I was gonna say ints, but throws definitely fits better.
Rethink where exactly they want to go.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world, and it's 4v4 with much better firepower, much more utility available.
He's getting info with his face.
2-2 split. Just clear everywhere out, I guess. Just gonna pretend like they're going towards A, but
yeah, get May on ZETA, get him a billion followers.
All the way around to
Win.
B.
Win. Like question mark, profit.
Less common spot than we're used to seeing, especially these days. Up on top of the barrels. 0 point in.
You got 30 seconds. Don't. No, 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 no. Where are you going? Oh, you're just faking steps going back. Okay. I got very worried that they were just going to try and rotate and go A. But I mean, there's 30 seconds left. There's no point in faking it. You can't really go anywhere. And now you've just given them more time.
Creeping down out of market. Footsteps may have been hurt. Timing. Oh no, covering fire from Redla actually. What finds Sugar Zero. Now it is all on Yudon and Laz. A couple seconds to spare as the spike does come through. Everything to play for now. The veteran, the captain, the IGL, and one of his young rookies alongside him. See if they can keep them in this, but yeah.
Was he just behind the normal? Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, he was.
It's just Redla and Scary. But time ticking. Alarm bot spotted, cleared. Swing out. Beat spotted. Decent damage going through. Last
gone.
Win.
Yes.
ZETA. 2 members left standing to persevere through the round. They still need 3 in a row if they want to force this into overtime.
Yeah, they're staying alive, but
it continues.
I can't even celebrate this one.
Only 2 guys able to pick up those vandals and move on to the next
but
one.
Wait, there's more.
Win, I suppose. Laz is
yay.
hero in this one, I suppose. You know, he picks up a couple of the kills on the round. Euron as well, doing a great job.
How very nice of Bleed to keep us here for more, yeah.
As well.
Encore! More!
Spamming with the Guardian through the wall and clipped Ye, who was low on health. And that
I think
really,
I'm actually, I think I got good games to cast this week.
The economy is so healthy for the side of
I don't have to watch. I don't think I'm casting Liquid fucking throw whatever game they're playing.
Wow.
Who have I got? I've got Carmine Core versus Natus Tvinsir.
Great game.
In that Hunter's Fury.
And then I got Vitality versus Foot.
great game.
Technically, I'm on the desk
You got-
for Liquid Giant X, which sounds like the biggest throw
Yeah,
game
you have to
this
talk
season.
about that after it's done. That's the problem.
Actually, I don't. We can opt to just do pre-match of the next one if we want.
Well, like, after each of the maps, just keep looking ahead. Don't look back. Only
I'll
forward.
just be like, hey, Frankie, you want to do an interview with whoever the co-streamer is?
Over by Tiles. Has the turret to play contact. Now he's looking for the challenge.
Spike planted.
Continues to swing out. Retla just staying stagnant here, waiting for it. Jump onto the corner.
Retla has basically just been in tiles the whole time and let Zeta throw the game by pushing into him.
We'll look for it, the kill. They will be able to find it. Spear now in response to the lockdown. The bleed. Bought a decent amount of time here on the site.
2 people flanking.
Yeah, a lot of time bought here, and now they're just going to have to clear out every single corner.
Paranoia.
Safe side.
I think it hit the 2 players on site, the KO and the Jet.
Continuing to delay. Yay, gonna be taken
Fucking
down.
Zest is just being annoying.
Coming through.
Oh my god, he's actually... Oh my god, it's done. It's done.
Oh.
Done.
Zest things off so very gorgeously for Bleed here on this map, and he will be the one to get them across the finish line.
All right, Lotus.
Same score line, but different winning team.
Oh, I don't want to watch fucking Bleed Lotus again. It's been shit both times.
Zest was the guy on this one. Ye as well, pulling 20.
And it's the map where Ye plays Raze again.
Trying to pull his team back in, but it was not quite enough. So we're
That's so
done
much
for
shit
map
open.
number 2. Let's go back to the analysts to break it down.
I'm not gonna
man.
lie, anime. By reading the whole sentence, I know what you mean. But writing in my chat, Ye got a wide back.
They ended up taking each other's
Not what you
map
think
picks
it
from
means.
each other.
Yes.
And I mean, we were questioning a bit about their map
Hey, yo.
here, and look what has resulted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, continuing from the first map, Bleed continues to play a lot better as a team, but
I know this game has got to so many people's mentals so much that it's like,
comfort map. Like this.
I know
yay,
you people.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a wide back.
Peeks everything. Like he just knew when to peek, which angle, where to clear, and that made everyone else so much more comfortable. And even Ye was
Have Zeta played
way more confident in this map of a
Lotus? I don't remember.
15 first kills.
That's-
right? And a lot of those is actually Ye's contact as well. So
Yeah, I mean, Ye as a duelist today has like been fine. How many first kills did he have on? 3
Oh,
and
they played it
3 and
versus
3.
Secret, didn't they?
he's definitely
Oh, this is the neon map.
So obviously it started
Yeah.
really pulling his weight in the beginning couple rounds.
Neon and Chamber. Okay.
I mean, what? So like, Bleed have started playing like the normal comp, haven't they? I feel like that'd be Zeta then. Zeta just playing something a little bit different just seemed to kind of fuck Bleed on Sunset.
Well, it's more so just give Depp an agent where he's allowed to int.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, this is the play. And, you know, not just Zest, but obviously it helps that Ascent is one of those maps that's been around for a while, and all these guys have been playing for quite some time on the side of Bleed.
And this is where it gets kind of tricky too, because on the side of Zeta, look at Depp. He's 10-19 out of what, 22 rounds? The first couple of rounds on the first.
I mean, Ye was doing his job.
Not getting that rhythm, that impact that we usually see from him. Even though we have seen Zeta Division actually try to make those contact plays for Depp.
Yeah, 15-7, 3 sniper kills.
Yeah, and you have to look at the Silvas when it comes to that, in my opinion, right? Just what areas of the map.
Zeta having 5 first kills and they only win 2 of the rounds.
Maybe you've cleared the other side, so you have an idea of, okay, well, that means like maybe 2 or 3 people are on this side of the map, etc. But I mean, when you get your confidence, we know we always say like Valorant is a momentum game, it's a confidence game, and we're not just trying to say this just to brush off the analysis and the stats, but it really is. And we've all felt that when we're playing solo queue.
Depp was 1-7 on first kills, first deaths that map.
Retla even again starting off so strong, they're all positive.
That's the least surprising piece of information you give me today.
The Bleed we want to see.
And Ye was 7-3.
They're coming together finally, and like you said,
Ergo,
we were eyeing the
Ye's better than Depp.
It's just so important on a
Thoughts?
in particular how they perform. And Zest, you know, since last
Ye
year,
is
he's
better
always
than
proven
Depp?
to be
Yeah.
quite incredible on Ascent.
Yeah,
On
Zest, whenever he
Jet.
takes a break and he comes back and he plays
Yeah.
Silva, like even when he was on DRX and Vision Strikers, he just looked strong.
On anything else. Yeah.
Really
No.
studies the maps.
Well,
wherever
maybe
he
Chamber,
plays,
but
whether
we
it's
don't
just
know.
lineups or again, okay, the
Sup,
internal
Ted
timer
Drugs, how
of
are you?
This is the rotation. This is how long it takes. I mean, that cover for his teammate was just so crisp, and that's when we all kind of felt, okay, the momentum.
The thing that tilts me is that round really tilts me that just Depp didn't fucking peek after the flash. He peeked after his teammate died. It's just like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what? Why?
It's not as if you're the, you know, the entry. It's your job.
Bro, that you can have a dash. Release the prediction points. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot.
Everyone adds 2. Sorry.
We don't see Ye kind of just peeking back and forth like that. Just
I think I wouldn't, my conscience wouldn't feel good having somebody join the stream, sit through like a minute of ads to then watch this game.
On a swivel, really trusting his teammates for the trade as well. Just overall, I mean, listen, the match is
That's not fair for any of us.
But all the criticism, I think everyone
Would Atari do that? I don't think so.
all the things that we talked about of this is just what's missing, and it's a lot of
Definitely
the
not.
basics. At least now they have the basics. So now the question is how much further can they go upwards?
That's right. And we are going to go to Lotus.
I like the odd tweet was I'm ready for some close games.
I think there's a lot to break down.
Like you just had
But
to.
it should be. Well, this is close. It's just shit.
Yeah.
Someone else has to go upwards.
No clove until week 4 of VCT.
They won, but they won.
Valorant Studio Stages will be eligible for International League competition starting with VCT week 3 matches.
Coach Legia likes to take early timeouts.
But it's week. Oh, because yeah, week 3 for EMEA starts tomorrow.
Yes.
So I guess it'd be back for. Ooh, it should be back for China on Friday.
Obviously, there was genius behind
Okay, minus that percentage and everything. The play itself was very questionable from Bleed. All right, they should have won that. They got the first pick.
Okay, though, I'm happy about that. I was worried that like I don't think Clove would necessarily be like super popular in any of the regions. Might be played a couple of times, but I was a bit worried that they were not maybe going to be seen at all in stage 1.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a little stressful in the green room. It was a little stressful. Hey, it's me and it's you guys, the wingman. Here we go.
Honestly, in series like this, having like the
Korean casters, they
the scoreboard stuff and the silly questions, like it gives me some peace.
To the Korean cast as well. I think he would fit right in on the.
It's like going. No worries. It's like working a grueling job and then going home and watching Bluey to just ease some of the trauma of the day.
I'm glad the games are over.
Yeah, I mean, Avalanche, you put it perfectly by saying that, like, yeah, ZETA play up or down to their opponents because that's all it's been today. It's it's not nice.
Lotus now. We're gonna see Chamber Ye, Laz.
No.
Chamber together.
Oh yeah, I also saw that Keanu Reeves is voicing Shadow the Hedgehog. But I saw somebody say that Hayden Christensen was like the front runner for it, and I kind of like Hayden Christensen voicing Shadow more.
What we were all hoping for. If they're doing this, what that tells
Like
me
Anakin Skywalker vibes on Shadow the Hedgehog would be cool.
They were just saying, okay, we have faith in what we originally cooked up. Let's go through the reps, right? Let's make sure that what's breaking down, what's wrong. And this is one of those maps, again, in their opening match against Talon. Zest had a very great showing, even though it's been a long time since he played in Tier 1. Bleed, even back then, they didn't look like they were on point as a team, but Zest looked like he knew exactly what to do as a mate. So I think this could be close.
And you know what? It seems like
Star was the best. I don't really follow. I used to follow it a lot, but now I don't.
Technically was, you know, that super dominant team from NYSG that even though sure they got
Like I've not watched The Mandalorian or anything like that.
coming into stage 1, this is still the team that has the same.
Depends if Sonic accidentally killed Shadow's dog. Yeah.
You know, their
I just wonder if they're gonna give Shadow a gun like the games.
to multi-kill their way into a site. This is iconic Bleed, and it's starting to come into play when it matters the most.
Yeah, and I hope they continue that on Lotus.
Isn't Yoran like?
Being a 3-site map, even
No, sorry, that's his role. I thought Yoran was a controller play for a second, but obviously that's Sugar Zero. I'm gonna go get some food real quick. At least Star Wars show that isn't worth it is Kenobi. That's ironically the one that I watched. I didn't mind it too much. I just didn't feel like it needed to be made.
10 points versus 1 point. Damn.
Right.
People really going crazy on the gambling.
Fantastic point, and that's exactly right because that is what stopped Bleed in their tracks. In their losses in the previous games, it's when they hesitate, they're taking too slow, they're overthinking it, they're not going, you know, based on instinct, all the practice that they've been doing. And Zeta Division, you're right, with that Neon, I mean, those rotations, those swings are really fast. So Bleed is going to have to stay on top of it, continue this momentum.
Right, so now there's 8K on Bleed and 31 on Zeta.
Yeah, no, I mean, they looked a lot better, right? I mean, this is one of those things where if you're watching
I'll make some sandwiches afterwards.
you want to at least be able to tell that there are comms, right? And we don't need to know all the details, but you just want to see like, oh, someone spotted something and there's that rotation. Okay.
It broke law, the rest of the story didn't break law. What law did it actually break? 'Cause I think like so much of it, they kind of like tried to reset itself on.
I'm still wondering.
Trying to be a bit coy.
Yes. Neon Dep, easy win. No doubt.
I don't know if I could deal with like yay 0% win rate against the chamber, but we'll see.
That composition, but Zeta, they're putting in the chamber as well. So, I mean, you mentioned it, Victoria, but it's going to be the fast rotates both on attack and defense. I think that's something that some of their opponents didn't quite account.
Yeah, with how it's looked so far, I think Bleed is going to really struggle against this.
The other side in an instant.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Because Bleed are trying to play in the same way you're playing up against stuff that's meta. So if it's a little bit different, I don't think Bleed have enough about them to actually adjust to it properly. JD Gaming have the same issue.
Neon's really good.
Yeah. He's fantastic on it.
I just also want to add, on defense, Rubble control, you can reset it a lot more because of the double stun for the Neon.
Playing Metacoms isn't going to help you with your shit, just let your individuals frag.
Yes, so we are about how this is going to go on the third map of
Can you open for a second more?
I don't know.
No, I can't. That's not how that works. I can't. I would have to restart the whole thing.
Hello, as a hint, I need to clean my glasses as well. But honestly, if it restricts my vision of the game, it's probably a benefit.
In their last outing on Lotus.
Maybe I should just not wear my glasses for this series, like map.
This composition. As far as his strength on the Neon is concerned, would have said similar things about his Jet, and it was severely lacking for them there on a set.
It's a little bit one of Bleed.
Back over onto this where he needs to be the one very much setting the pace and catching Bleed off guard.
Yep, absolutely do need to do that. And it might just come down to how aggressive...
Like, Bleed went from playing double initiating a Viper, which was tragic at kickoff, to playing what's meta. And so they're just behind on how to play it.
If Zeta are going to start off with some aggression, and then maybe going for a push of their own.
But I think that's the problem with a lot of teams. They just kind of copy Fnatic and don't really have the theory and protocols
They clear out all
as built as Fnatic.
Orb. Say, well, there's no push coming in from Bleed just yet.
Bought the check, no pressure being
Sounds like this series has been good so far. Good for mortality rates, I guess.
A random spray, Prowler going to be spotted, relay bolt sent.
Hey, he's got the left buddy.
Couple players spotted there. Is Dizzy going to be
He had it on the last series. He had it on Sunset.
Yeah, it was because his record got broken by Aspas.
Ah.
Reclaim this one. Does get it and can successfully back away, but all of this just going to be sending them over towards Laz. 6 bullets. The haunt sent, cleared. Looks for the shot.
It's him. No, no.
Quite get it through the corner of the wall.
25 seconds.
And there's 3 people here ready.
Does he have Mosh? Oh, he's on the other side.
Oh, I love just pushing through this with no fucking utility.
They didn't even check the fucking corner.
The Euro clone cosplay from like 3 of them. They didn't even get to plan.
And it's done.
Hooray!
Up their second here of the series, and their first opening pistol round win of the series as well.
Yeah. As you mentioned before, when they were just trying to push into Rubble, they just really jammed up that area, and it felt like Bleed wanted to go for a bit of passive play into a push, but then eventually they lost out on so much time that the rotation over to C was very readable, and Deb's hitting some great classic headshots.
Nice! Good job!
All right, energy coming back in.
I'd like to imagine that he's saying that ironically over to Bleed. Good job.
The hours of the later evening.
Yep. Well, the outlaw shot ringing out. Is trying to deter them from pushing up, but will just be the orb take here from Darion to try to get.
This is like 2023 KC level gameplay. Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Pretty much.
EA says, you know, I'll probably pick up some kills anyway. So
I don't know if it's worse or better though. I think it's about the same.
And well, he was able to do a fantastic job on the last map. Who's going to have the hottest hands here on Lotus? Still question to be
I
answered.
feel like Bleak could solve what Ryan would spit anytime someone said their name.
Attacking side play from the side of Bleed, of course. Just trying to see if they can catch anyone off guard with 5 classics.
Damn, that fake's been so crazy.
A little bit of info there for him. As Laz just creeping back around. They know that this outlaw is likely still going to be here. With a push, just 2 shots there, fishing for it. But Yodan
Oh, get fucked.
gets him vulnerable and gets him dead. Lurk from Zest to see if he can try to find a catch, but hit it on ready.
I imagine that there's probably other watch parties that have been way more critical than I am.
No flawless to be found, but Yodan trying to fast track that Viper's pit as he's just 3 charges.
Like, why did the neon peak?
All on his lonesome.
Yeah, we just fucking, bro, just run straight through the fucking smoke.
Out there, but instead it's going to be Sugar Zero. Able to come up with the goods. So, only 1 player lost in the anti-eco. Zeta now up 2-0.
Yeah. Once again, a bit predictable. I mean, it's not a big deal.
No, but Sliggy's not allowed to use words like throwing. So.
It just felt like you're almost like, okay, they're right there. I'm just going to. I've got the Spectre. I've got a snake bite on the ground. People are dying if they're here.
I wonder why it's so against the word throwing too.
I think Yodan was actually running to knife him.
I guess because people just say it all the time.
Should have let him.
Like, you can throw a lead, right?
Appreciate Sugar Zero not wanting to die.
Like, a throw doesn't need to be like an intentional thing.
Push up, create some space for Yodan to be able to try to get that thrash online.
Same as like choking. If you don't like the word throwing, you surely wouldn't like people saying they're choking. Similar sort of thing. I guess you can't intentionally choke. The Bleeder just like shoving like walnuts down their throat, just like.
And they're allergic to nuts as well.
Yeah.
I don't feel so good.
Just Ye's neck is just bloated out like one of those freaking like African frogs.
Entry so
Oh, that's an image.
it does look like maybe a chance.
Throat coat.
Arms. Just the outlaw at the moment.
Again, this game, it's like some sort of fucking like cabin fever.
See what he can spot. Oh, there's one. It's gonna be Ye taken down.
Did he have light shields? He did have light shields.
With the raise in that position, should suspect that there's going to be more towards this A side of the map, but rotation's still going to be slow here from Zeta.
I swear, if this is Bleed executing onto a map and just getting mincemeat on their way in.
I mean, his bailout
30 seconds left.
But Laz is alone here, so like, he should have a plan at least.
Just wait for the rest of the team to join in here as they get ready to go for a 5v4.
Yeah, will be interesting.
Okay, you're planting more out for the open. Okay, no, this is a good adjustment from Bleed. I was going to say they're planting like more from out of this site, and then they've got 2 players in tree.
That angle himself. Meanwhile,
Now not having any players in trees is a little bit rough, but I mean, it's got out a wall, a paranoia, and a smoke.
Much there. Pass lane is available.
Molly.
Let's get inside a little bit more. Relay bolt going to be sent in. Couple shots flying. Scary push.
I don't know why you peeked that. Scary, but okay.
Across over onto Yodan for the headshot. Wingman now going for the plant spray through. That'll just clean it up. Snake bite as well. Going to be invested for good measure. Time ticking away.
Any more damage?
Have to stick to it right here for now. So it seems like Bleed, yep, will just be able to find the win. Sugar Zero. Just looking to see if he can try to deal any additional damage. But
Right, actually not a bad like recorrection from Bleed. 4 versus 5, good post plant.
Well, Zest dying to the spike hasn't helped.
I mean, they're on a bonus, right? I don't think he even had a proper gun.
Zest dying.
Oh, Zest, sorry.
But got the job done eventually anyway. They held the angle very nicely here from the baby door. And
So they only have 2 surviving in the end.
power to put it down. So let's see.
What
now
gun
as
is
both
Ye going to
sides
use?
gonna be picking up rifles. Looks like, yeah.
Oh, he's going to go light shields again. Okay. I guess that's fine. We don't have a outlaw this time.
Unsurprisingly with that Phantom, just in case he needs to go sliding in. As Laz cheating forward.
I'll find you.
Oh dear.
Not gonna reveal his position. Kept secret.
Satchel out.
Didn't get the trap either. And then they get scary too. It starts re-clearing C alone.
After all this, he's going to walk in and have to shoot it anyway.
Yeah.
Does come his way. No peek out from Yuran just playing this one cautiously.
They've got no smokes and they've got no paranoia.
Okay, they are actually going to begin to head in towards C. But Poison Orb up, and that's going to allow Yuran to just rotate back over.
Hey, you know, it would be an alpha male move just to go into a round with just a classic.
Hit, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a fake out.
Made as much difference, I guess.
They could pivot any which way.
He's gonna waste now, I know it.
Mitchell's going to be sent down into the back. Relay bolt now flying through. Hit it on. Give the gun down too.
Nope, never mind. Classic would have been fine.
Right now,
They are playing down to the last 25 seconds.
Yep.
And they're not baiting out U2. Sugar Zero stirs his paranoia. They still have Wingman and a Flash. And the round's already ended.
And then some of the bigger stuff that they need, like being able to have the raise like Satchel in. Well, can't do that because Ye's used his satchels to try and clear a trip, which he hasn't been able to do.
Able to go ahead and win out now, 3-1. Not allowing for Bleed to come up.
They're improving for next year. Let's be real, they're not going to have this team next year.
Across the last 2 maps, it's widely been Bleed starting things off very strongly, having that 3-1 score line. This time though,
they're really
ZETA. Yeah, really bold.
What are they looking? Sorry, I'm eating.
Not much to say about that one. Will be a relatively early timeout from Bleed this time around. We saw ZETA doing this earlier.
Bleed need Juicy back. I think I'll just sign fucking money out or someone. I don't know.
It's been just a lot of passivity from the side of Bleed, not really pushing in. They're getting picked off.
Would Monia want to go back though? You'd have to throw the fucking bag
His
at him.
aim is alright.
You know, ZETA's bonus round.
His jet is fine. His chamber's probably good, but his raise, which is like the main meta agent right now, is bad. And I don't. Has he tried to play Yoru? I don't even think he's tried to play it.
Didn't he do it on
Nope.
Breeze?
The big question, of course.
I thought they ran like double duelist there.
He's played Yoru once ever, and it was not in the last 90 days.
Let's see if this can be the change up here for the squad where they do need it quite badly.
They played Neon on Breeze during kickoff.
That's when he's really going to be unleashed. We saw that from him on his entries versus Secret.
It's already looking pretty good. I mean, the relay bolt timings have been excellent, and there are
Does
a lot
May
of
speak good
small
English?
chokes on this map where you can get pretty good value from that ability. Laz is up here.
Laz just doesn't get cleared.
Let's just crap back. There's the
To be fair, that's some random ass fucking off angle. They should expect that he does this shit on Chamber, especially because they've already played this map again a couple of days ago. But even still.
Slow there.
Well, you got prowlers and stuff.
Attempted a 4v5 for Bleed.
Dizzy paranoia push. That's kind of nice from Zaya. I like that.
Oh, get fucked.
Stuck in upper B.
Now what?
Back away as Laz is just holding for the defuse.
No one?
I mean, nothing more to be done.
Hello?
Save the weapon, scary.
Hello? Wakey wakey!
He'll be able to get one, grabs the weapon, and then is going to be dropping it. Zero puts him down.
Yeah, that was a very easy cleanup.
Yeah, I think May to Koi. May to Koi, maybe?
I mean, Laz reads the push, reads the pressure, assesses that they are going to get aggressive, hits the shot, goes back, and then they still aggress on a B, and just, you know, one Dizzy gets thrown in, everybody's blinded, it's just free cleanup for the side of ZETA. They make it look like they weren't pressured at all.
Jing 10 RG, yeah, these are all banging moves.
Really want to see
May to EG, they've already got Jorgamo, you know.
Why would you haunt that and then one-way it? Because then it covers where Laz is playing from. It's all you're doing is trying to clear mound. You throw that haunt and you don't smoke that, it might ping where the chamber's facing. But instead you smoke them off.
Later in the round. In the meantime, Showstopper is available. Right now, seemingly Bleed not.
Yeah, to Team Liquid, another banger move. Who are you taking out? Kiko? Obviously clear upgrade. XMS back to KC? Yeah, fuck it. On op. Exclusively on op.
Stop it. I'm not in the mood anymore to listen to this.
Last time they tried this. Matched on the opposite side. Dizzy goes out. TP having to be used. Showstopper gonna get sent. Goes in towards.
He doesn't get either of them. Even the wallbang. He was like shooting up for ages to get.
Himself on the board.
He learned his lesson though, that's not cleared by his. Oh.
They're fucking scripting on this game against Bleed.
From Bleed.
Come on, Depp. Use 100% of your brain. What are you going to do here? I knew it. I knew it. 100% of his brain.
They open the door on peeking this? They open the door! Oh, for Christ's sake. Yeah, just come in.
XMS, New Zero, Depp, Hero Ron, and Bank. Hey, I'm not putting. I'm not putting Hero Ron in there. He's a youngster. I give him a break.
Oh no no.
Win it! Win it!
This can't be how it goes. You can't.
Win it! Fucking do it! Oh, he's dead. He's gotta be dead. He's gotta be dead. He's got
Time. He's got it.
The nano actually pushed him backwards into killing him. If he doesn't pop the nano, he doesn't win that round. Beautiful. Mwah. That's what I like to see.
Huge play there at the end of round 6 to continue the onslaught of ZETA. Just have to watch and see how he did it. Started with Euron. Really
but firstly, they gave Euron a kill by opening the door.
This was the worst.
Completely separate. And then his own util pushes Laz into an angle that he's not looking at. That's marvelous, honestly.
That's the worst 1v2 I've ever seen. That's a fucking Benny Hill. Like, that's a Chuckle Vision round. Oh my god.
Fucking hell. See, he's hit the 6. He's hit the 6.
Oh my god. I can't believe Bleed. I can't believe that round at all.
It was DFM. Yeah, DFM were this pretty much. And it's very, there's a lot of parallels because it was exactly the same with oh, what's their fucking duelist name? My mind's gone blank.
Yeah, that's
who are you talking about?
DFM, the TikTok one. Last year's duelist, Soldam. Soldam is yay. He'll have a game where it's like, he'll get fucking 20 kills and a couple of aces. You're like, oh my god, he's amazing. And the next game we get 4 kills.
Like he's got some limit breaker. Goes on cooldown for a map.
Funnily enough, Ye always does that whenever he's on an agent that has utility.
Isn't an upper.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone die to this spot more than Ye.
3v4, but now, okay, never mind. 2v4.
What is Retler doing?
Just
chilling.
We're gonna get flanked. Neither's gonna expect
no, he's still there.
Waiting. And Euron now arriving. Good turn from Scary. Is able to answer one back, but he's dazed up by the wingman.
Motherfucker waited the entire round in that spot.
Yeah, and then they get flanked.
Whatsoever. 6-1 now here on Lotus.
Yeah, and that was a pretty decent buy round there from the side of
He just stopped caring.
They got pretty much no value.
Wait a minute.
Killjoy is gone, and yeah.
How did they? Oh wait, he was playing Viper, wasn't he?
Spotted the push, and then they're just getting.
Okay.
Why have they
yeah,
swapped
for a second I
roles?
thought that was their Killjoy, and I was about to have a breakdown. Your eyes are bleeding. That's fair.
Who would win, DFM 2023 or 2024 Bleed?
6-1.
I still think 2024 Bleed.
Talk about vibe merchants. How about calm merchants?
Like,
Both Time Mouse and Bleed.
like, no matter how much I meme this team, I still think the record for the worst player in the VCT will be Takajay until the end of time. I've never seen anyone throw util that helped out the opponent's team more than they helped out his own.
I mean, I feel like it's been tested. Like, it's almost like that's what Bleed are aiming to do.
You do remember legendary plays of Takajay? Not on DFM, you don't.
7 rounds in.
He played, if he played Reyna back in the day like he did on ZETA, I think they would have been fine.
They need a breakout. They need something here to turn the tide.
We don't talk about last year DFM.
Gears spinning. Right now, very much shared effort from the side of ZETA Division. No one really breaking away, not seeing that huge, Sugar Zero performance like we had on Sunset. Everybody just very consistent.
What's the bleeds by? Non-existent.
Leader coming a bit quicker this time. They're going to take over Rubble.
Up the pace a little bit to gain some forward space.
What about DFM versus Scream's Calming Core? I don't want to dedicate more brain power into thinking of what it would be like.
No, I think Scream's team would win because he would just fucking run around shooting people.
Assuming that maybe somebody would peek out there, but ZETA not really taking any big chances. At least just Laz over at Mound just checking to see if anyone else is going to rotate back as Bleed.
So
do they either die immediately in the round or they just
or
do
nothing happens?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, look, they're actually doing nothing. Like, this isn't even...
Oh, wow. They, like, even...
like, what the fuck is scary watching right now?
We know they are not going in that
Look at where he is.
And it looks like ZETA have read it very nicely. I mean, already Depp is rotating over towards B, towards the
There's nothing there. He's just stood behind the wall. But he's holding a Spectre. So if they actually swung, it doesn't even matter.
Smoke just coming across here to make that A site unassailable. Sugar Zero, his back to the baby door here for the moment. As the Nightfall comes
He's processing what to do next. He's up to deep breaths, deep breaths. It'll be better this time.
On to the lurking Killjoy. Zest pushes his way up into the site. For now, Bleed will have control.
10 seconds.
Weapon upgrade for Ye.
I mean, this is a good hold for ZETA. But ZETA aren't stupid in they're fighting for heaven against... Like in this spot isn't easy for them, so they'll play further back. Bleed just push into them.
Take him down. Now it is all on Zest.
Oh, they need last map Zest. Last map Zest wins this. This map Zest. Back to normal. Back to reality. Yup, there goes gravity.
I think what Bleed are basically doing is they're getting a very, like, they're getting a big sword. They're giving it to ZETA. And it's like, hold it this way. Hold it straight in front. Thank you. Hold it like that. And then Bleed are just running into that sword. That's the series.
Getting one pick, and then here on really nice position here, just reading the pressure. Knowing they would try to rotate out and clear one angle after taking the B site. Gets a lot of value there, allows you not to follow up, and from there...
I mean, ZETA aren't doing anything.
So I feel like the idea was all right, but now you've lost another round and used both timeouts.
Look at this, though. Up in from Darian, a bit of a change-up, but a four-man stack from ZETA.
Talon split game last year is the worst game I've ever watched in my life. Like, there's nothing will ever be worse than that Talon triple duelist. Whoever fucking made that comp needs to be punched in the head. Like, I've said it to fucking Cruz in an interview, and he was like, oh, I was working quite well in scrims. So I'm like, don't lie, it fucking
Get new
wasn't.
scrim partners, blacklist them all, and start again.
Yeah, whoever you were playing either was trolling you or was shit. That was so bad, and they had no strats. It was just, I'm just gonna put your TP through fucking A heaven and just take the TP with no util and no info and just hope that no one sees it, and they did every time. You're like, oh, he's there because there's a big blue fucking glowing ball going on the floor.
Off guard, Red Light able to find that. Hironon creeping forward, gets himself in front of the smoke.
I mean, this is...
Oh, okay.
And then this is the round that you'd Viper's Pit on.
Yeah, with an extra second or two on the back end of that one. Would have preferred to hold on to the ult, but all the same, Bleed what they desperately needed was a round win, and they will find it in round 9.
Finally got their second one, and even though they got challenged out at Rubble, it was a great job from Scary to just get some nice value on the right side of that.
This must be a horrible game to cast.
Of Rubble, and then eventually they go for the retake. It looks like you'd almost just not really ready for that. The dry peak coming on in. Scary able to follow up, and that was the end of it with Laz going down. Doesn't need to hold on to that weapon as he's got his ult and a lot of money.
Okay, well, Tour de Force pop as are the Lightning Bangers relay.
This isn't even an eco. I thought you'd be using both these ultimates for it. It doesn't really fucking matter.
Oh, fucking just pound him. Right now, the rest of you, you can probably just fall. You know what? Fuck it. Push him. Fuck it.
You just better.
Alpha. Yes. Yes. Fuck it. Yes. Get fucked.
Isn't this one of the casters' first Valor cast? Yeah, it's second day ever. And they're going back to LCK afterwards. Never looking back.
And it pays off gorgeously.
Yeah. I just love that they just send it here. Especially
A bleed that young?
He leads the charge, puts the relay bolt in, and just against the flow of play, he said, okay, you got one round. And now I'm going to
Who's young on bleed nowadays? I thought like most of their players were at least like at least in their 20s.
Well, yeah, because you're thinking it was too young.
Darion is 23. Scary is 24. Yay is 25. Retler, it doesn't even have his age. And Zest,
oh yay,
is 23. They're not fucking, they're not youngsters. Yeah, they replaced all the youngsters because they were too young to play. Retler's been in and out of bleed for a while. I don't know about Retler, but I'm pretty sure
people are saying he's 20.
Uran is 18. Heroron is 19. So yeah. Yeah. How you like me now?
Just go ahead and rack up a third round win in this half.
Yeah, it kind of just looked like they wanted to keep up with some of that fast tempo, but immediately the two of them got punished so quickly.
3, 2, 1, die.
Yeah.
He
I
walked
don't
out
think
their
I've
own
gone too
smoke.
hard
Yep.
on fucking Retler anyway.
Some kind of pack.
I think it's all the other players. Other than when Retler died to his turret, but that was just funny.
Yeah.
So just gonna send it.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Send it. He does. Down he goes. Bleed picks up.
Hooray! Bleed are looking competitive.
Away from having the Nightfall online, so.
It's still 8-3. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Yeah.
Could be useful here for Bleed to try to get themselves up to a 4th round win in the half, but overall, a solid
Yeah, it has
start.
4 kills. One of them was that kill with the showstopper.
But
Yeah, yeah, this is I don't want to look like I'm teabagging here. I'm not in the position to do that right now.
You don't want to wake up this team anymore.
We don't want to wake up the Japanese fans.
Mm.
See if he can get there. It's really the question as thinking about utilizing
Going on.
Dizzy over the top, see if he can clear this one out with Sugar Zero, because
A little bit of a gamble to go pick this back up.
from Bleed on this angle onto Rubble.
Oh, we're right back at the Bleed do absolutely nothing for the first minute of the fucking round.
Yeah, at this point, they have just been over pushing.
And then going for a late push themselves. But now they are grouping up
Right,
outside.
what utility do you use to actually clear this back? Prowler? There's 3 people here. Doesn't connect onto anybody.
That alone is enough to shove everybody all the way back. Arion inching forward outside of C.
And like you know, it's gonna pretty much be
Hero
C at
needs
this
3
point.
attempts to open the door. That is kind of what it looked like.
Up that pit. Try to hold this one. Rotate coming through though. Looks like Hirodon looking to just go ahead and
Yeah, where is
force
the?
it, but it's
They have Zest is 1 away from having Nightfall, and there's an orb right there.
aware of this. Last trying to go for the shot through the doorway. Can't quite find it. Thrash now at the ready, leading the charge.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, gone.
Does get taken up, but Hirodon also finds another. Retla trying to keep things even, but Laz finds the shot, puts down the enemy Viper, and now it's he and Depp. Try to close this out and make it a 9-3 half.
15 seconds, buddy.
Seconds. Yeah, but have to stick to it. Cannot make it happen.
That was horrible.
Shot comes through. There's 9-3. Zeta way out in front.
Yeah, this map has.
Let's go, Zeta.
The others. There has been a bit of a difference here on Lotus. I thought this would be also a close map. What with the 13-9?
I mean, they were going to try and plant with the Fade, and then you have the Nightfall then.
9-3 now.
But considering how much the Zeta like waterfalled on you as you pushed into the site, you know, if you had a Nightfall there, stall them out a bit, give yourself a bit of space and plant the spike.
DRX did it.
They did. Can Bleed do it? I don't know. I don't know. After
I like
this.
the revisionism on the sign.
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
I didn't get the 2-0, so I'm gonna just scratch that
Still
out right
counts
quick.
if I just cross it out and draw 1, right? I knew this was gonna happen. Master predictor.
Well, now everything to be done here. 6 rounds down, not a good position to be in.
Brian's not holding back.
Let's see if the players themselves.
Honestly, thought it was a great half. Thoroughly enjoyed that.
Zest fan here in the audience. Many of them, I'm sure.
Just asking them to like.
I think I just got to be on Fraud Watch. Maybe because they don't have Ye on Chamber. Maybe Ye doesn't want to play Chamber.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. Make sure to hit that bell.
We don't know what the other one is. We're not endorsing that, but you know, on our YouTube and Twitch pages.
Yeah. But if you
Laughing till you just pee. That's one hell of a username, my friend. Hello.
You could be that guy.
I see we can off Adel, I presume. Yeah, I mean,
From the attacker side.
Make it happen.
at that point you've already made it clear that you're going to be hitting C.
10 out of 10.
You might as well just pick up the orb.
Well, for now, that's exactly what they're going to do. Here in formation. Want to check that first
Commentator.
corner. Nothing spotted.
I tried making like 1,000 username and all used, so I got angry. Fair enough.
So surely they're going to open the door, a bleed, and going to go fight this. I mean, actually, the spam damage is good. But you've given up them so much space. Nobody's playing for CT, so all of these plays from ZETA are able to just push and flank around. The alarm bot that you put earlier might be the one thing that protects you. Wasn't designed for that, but it's actually saved your ass. Good job.
Guessing every which way here, not give them any kind of comfort on this approach.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Second shot.
Well, even though he's tagged. Go on, hit the timer. Oh, it would have been nice.
Oh, nice paranoia.
It's good for one. Trade it out. Zest coming up with a second.
This is fucking trying, man. He's trying. He's like, Marco, why are you not helping? Where's Buzz gone? Fucking miss him, man.
Why would you do this to me?
Stacks, please, I'm sorry.
Fucking RB's just making a name for himself in China, and then just Zest is in this retirement home.
I hope he's getting the bag. That's all I'm going to say. I hope he's getting a serious bag. Because he's going to need it for the psychiatrist after this.
Yes, they came from every which angle, but eventually...
The thing is, I just don't think they're putting Ye on Chamber. I don't think it fixes anything.
The B site.
Stacks, what do I do now? Please.
With the deficit, no force up here from the side of Bleed. Just having the understanding in the call.
Yeah, to be honest, if I was scary at this point, I'd just start commenting tie ready for when I leave.
That's the A site, the gamble stack, having to be shifted over.
Just go into game and turn like teammates' audio off. Just play.
Taking their time, making it.
He's just calling the tech guys. Yeah, audio's a bit high.
Little lower. Please.
Little lower. Little lower. Yeah, no, little lower. Yeah. No, wait. Yeah, you say something? No, still here. Little lower.
Yeah.
Laz and Yuran. So 3 loss overall, not bad for the side of Bleed, but
yeah, they need to pay per kill.
Really lend itself to giving up.
Fucking hell, Ye needs to eat, man. Come on.
I think what when the thing is more like picking a meta comp and learning how to play it, but then also how to play the meta comp against stuff that isn't. It's something that's a little bit different. Like that was the problem on Sunset too. I mean, I think that's a problem with a lot of teams though. That they'll play popular stuff but not know how to really get the most out of it.
I think they've just got a hella limited agent pool, and like, so for example, I think Zest was able to frag on Gecko, but his util wasn't very good. I think that Ye's raise is horrific. Like it just doesn't take space, and he doesn't get the openers. So it's just like, what's the value?
Yeah. And it might seem like harsh, but it's like it is worse than tier 2 raise players who have like played it from the get-go.
Darian with the covering fire is going to help take down Depp, but Yuran at the same time able to get rid of the enemy Viper. In that regard, but a decent amount of damage.
They didn't realize that they had a Thrash, so playing super close against him might not be considered a good idea.
Okay.
Imagine if Stu joined Bleed. How fucking dare you?
Yeah. Bring in your scene.
Would your scene want to go?
That's the shout.
I don't think Chakra's good enough to save this team.
Fuck it, I don't know. You just like Leggy's like, we need someone who can play Raze, and he just appears out of a blinding light. A burning bush tells you, it's like, here is a man who can only play Raze. And whenever they need a Raze, they just sub in your scene.
Some of the sprays through the smoke were really key, and then of course we had
Soulcast, no, don't fucking. Sogas has been through enough with the fans. He does not need to be on bleed.
He's having a redemption arc in Apex at the moment. Sogas is
Bring
happy.
back
Don't
Bunny.
ruin it for him.
Fuck it. Yeah, why not? Bring back Bunny.
The pick up there on the Dizzy, as well as the Orb to try to get that next Thrash online.
No, I'd genuinely take if they put Scream on. Fuck it. I'd put Scream on Raze. Most Raze rounds in EMEA that one year he played Raze.
When they do go for the pushes, they really
His util still was mid, but hey, the
Yeah,
worst case you just
don't-
put him on Rainer and he kills everyone.
Don't talk to me about some of the Raze breakdowns of Scream from EMEA.
Yeah, there was one of him just blast backing away, he just threw the wall, popped it. Yeah, this was a really good retreat in utility. It's like, no, it fucking won.
And was
This
Liquid
is
playing that
ranked
day?
play.
No. Was it an important day? Yep. Qualifying for Copenhagen.
He has to get one, right?
Fucking, it was like stars in your eyes coming out of the fucking doors with all the smoke. Tonight, Steve, I'm going to be shit.
How does he get nothing, man?
Oh, for God's
Get the
sake.
Faikus up. Fuck it. But he did have to get one. It was harder not to.
Fucking Thea wouldn't put up with this shit. I can tell you that much.
That's the last bit of util that they have. Now they will have to challenge in. They'll have to go for the fight. Swing out. Can't quite steady the spray. Hit it on. Good for one, but eventually will fall. Fuse will come in and bleed. For the first time in the map, will win 2 rounds consecutively and now move up to 5.
Better late than never. This is how you begin that comeback.
Yeah, fuck it. Just give them Barber as well. Why not?
And so far, the defenses.
I think if Barber and Legio were like,
I don't understand the EA believers at this point. I think it was a bit more unlucky, but it's still just funny.
The information of the push, right? So didn't quite do a lot of damage, but his teammates were able to follow up, and then eventually it was a bit of a sticky situation for Zeta to actually get the plant down, and eventually that was just a bit too much for them to get through. So
Potter can save Bleed.
for Bleed, how many more
Maybe.
are they going to
I think
get?
she's got to try and save EG first.
This one.
Now they have the lockdown online. Depp rushing forward. Zest. Odin of his own.
Did a Haunt just not hit anybody?
Straight back the
Because of the neon wall.
Tap on the door. Paranoia not connecting. Ball goes up. Zest does take a shot or 2 there.
Oh my God.
Oh.
It is a
Well, they should be fucked.
The mental cognition from Zest just evaporated.
less HP to try to work with here.
It was literally like a sort of NPC security guard from Metal Gear Solid. Oh, what was that? Oh, what was that?
Positive for the side of Zeta.
They're so low. They should have no hope.
Okay, doesn't have the bullet to try to destroy
Oh,
it
for
here.
fuck's sake.
Will be able to just go ahead and finish the job, but still heavily costly.
Oh.
It's not a bad round still. It just is unfortunate they run out of bullets.
Expensive weaponry, but lockdown committed in. That hurts a little bit more, but Bleed ultimately they do stay in this. Now just 5 rounds separating.
Nobody comes out of this well.
Still in it here for sure. Coming in quickly was.
Oh
yeah.
It's lining up.
One enemy remaining.
Zeta got in there very quickly on the site.
Don't send Mini to Bleed. Yeah, the man who doesn't want to travel or do a lot of work. Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to
Doesn't want to
Bleed.
do a lot of work. Fucking might have the most work to do on Fnatic at the moment than ever before.
Okay, he doesn't want to travel and work 24/7.
Yeah.
Which is what he would
Has
have
a
to
better
do if he
work-life
was on
balance.
Bleed.
And now with the operator in hand, just going to be backing away. Relay bolts getting sent in towards the site. Spray into the box just to check and see if there's anyone there. And then silence. Just cutting noise, backpedaling, drifting away from C.
Yeah. And so far it does feel like the pushes.
He only needs. Well, you're considering traveling as him moving around, but I just mean if he's in Korea, that's traveling. He's not at home.
Who was there in the last round? So we've got 4 members. Laz, you know, he's doing his chamber thing. He's over looking at Mound still, but 4 members here on the side of ZETA looking to potentially just send it again.
Played him in the last year DFM moment.
Just back away.
I think it's funnier.
Okay, saw enough. Laz does not pull the
It's
trigger.
not as bad, but it is funnier.
Challenge the fight. But with that, now the call's going to be made to rotate back around to the opposite side. Laz looking for it, but Ye shuts it down.
Oh, I thought Laz was going to win that, if I'm honest.
I don't like that Ye. I mean, I guess it's Ye. He does that shit all the time. Just re-peeking on the same angle.
This is his ace round.
Looks like, yep, they are.
I was just going to say, fair enough.
Scratching their heads, wondering what to do.
Please don't throw from here.
And allow for Bleed to keep themselves in
You
this
can't
game.
be 9-3 up. Well, they win the pistol and then lose. You can't.
Bleed have a chance. They're making a big comeback here. It's actually happening. You never believe when it's like 11.
What a day.
I don't think he's going to push that, Zest.
The round goes the way of ZETA, but 4 rounds in a row now to the sign of Bleed. And what can you say? I mean, they've been quite clean.
I think Beth in the other room's having some sort of fucking fever dream.
Earlier, but they
This isn't helping.
Probably watching this.
As we'll take another look, it really just comes down to Ye hitting 2 shots, and then the round ended.
All the way back here waiting. Oh my god.
Well, his waiting paid off. And, well, ZETA certainly did not. Now,
What a vibe that team has.
see what is necessary for them to try and
Kick
get
a
this
flash
round
in.
forward. They take space outside of
You
door.
got a nightfall.
No, don't stand there.
Should anticipate this, though. For now, just avoiding the spray.
Are they waiting for him to reload?
Leading the charge. Paranoia connects. Depth
Paranoia's
for
nice.
the moment. Have that overdrive
Close the
ready.
sight. Neon has to keep going, though, is the thing.
Relay bolt. Sent up top.
Oh
They're
my god.
hit by a dog, so they've been nearsighted twice.
He's going to run out. He's going to run out. He's got to get a kill.
Scary.
Jump back up.
Or is he just going to play with Classic?
Yeah, I guess
just
he's
going to play with Classic.
Slide right back down.
I guess in the pit, that's okay.
Yeah.
Any kind of rotation.
He is just like a little turret.
Stairs. Looks like Darian might be heading in that direction, but Zaz just trying to flush
He's
him
doing
out.
like chunks of damage.
Being bought. Smoke. Blue.
Nice position actually from Lars. I like that.
Spots at the killjoy. Scary in the meantime. Going to be able to find depth. Now Zaz taking out Hirodon. 3 members left standing here for the side of ZETA, but Sugar Zero shuts down Ye with a shorty, shuts down Redlock. Scary will be able to identify Laz's position, but ultimately
No time.
It's alright, they got 12. They got 12.
That's
They got
12.
12.
They will go their separate ways.
And he's got tour de force anyway. So the up doesn't even fucking matter.
But ultimately ZETA will finally
They used
Doesn't matter.
4 free ults.
up to match point.
They had 5 used free.
Eventually, as you mentioned, you have 5 ultimate abilities. You got to find a way to win a round, right?
Is Ye like bottom fragged on all of these maps?
No, I think he top fragged the last one.
Oh, when he's playing Jet. All right.
Going to be able to clean up Sugar Zero,
Yeah.
but he's able to stand tall against 2 that push in, and he is just zoned in.
Curious.
Bumps, no anything. He wants to win this one. And let's see how this round is going to go.
Oh, the flash.
There we go.
That one flash that we saw there
That's
was...
my goal.
Okay, nice Rattler. I mean, yeah, maybe Depp pushing into that is rough. Somebody needs to help the
That's
Viper here,
that's the
otherwise
main
this is going to
problem.
happen. Oh my god, Rattler is just...
The main problem with Neon is just being too far ahead of the rest of your team.
Alright, nice.
Showstopper.
Come on, Hero on.
Oh yeah, it's Rattler out
Never
of the
mind.
ult, it's clearing him, okay.
Goes down.
Yeah, a nice try after all, but with the pick coming down was going to be
Brett,
difficult.
oh yeah, maybe Zest was top, but he was definitely up there. He had like 20 kills, I think.
And Bleed, they get back on the board. They give themselves another chance here. But again, kind of a similar spot to where ZETA were on
Oh
the
yeah, he
last
outranked
one.
him by 2.
ZETA are going to call a timeout just to make sure of it. They do not want to take any chances here. They want to really
Yeah,
come
Timmy
together
can't betray him
and get
again.
one last solid rounds because they know that Bleed have been a threat the entire night.
Do have a second timeout. They're going to be hoping that this is the only one they need to use.
Yeah, the only problem now actually is because they used so many big ultimates before. They don't really have them available for the next couple. If it gets closer to like overtime, they should get like another Neon ult, maybe another Viper ult if they're good at getting the orbs.
5 rounds thus far, not giving up. Can they go the distance? such a monstrous turnaround for them.
How does any of this affect C9's legacy?
Last time around, you just
Honestly.
It feels like they are pretty comfortable here.
If this will go to overtime, I'm done.
Now you gotta be super.
Or if it doesn't go to overtime, you're done as well, because it's the last map.
Yeah.
And nobody can quite
Not sticking around for the interview.
Imagine they get there eventually.
Nothing can be said.
They get to the final round.
The only reason I would watch the interview is because the person who's probably doing the translation, if it's ZETA, is Erica, who is just lovely.
Oh,
She's the one who gave me and Rin some ZETA merch.
oh that's cool.
But and Mitch and Gronya as well. And gave us a little tour. She was the one who invited us to go to the ZETA facility. But she's now doing the interviews, and she was like properly fucking terrified of them. But to be fair, she did very well.
Yeah,
You got bought out. I loved ZETA way before they gave me any fucking merch. Been supporting the team for like 3 years or some shit.
ZETA are going C. It's just a Viper here. If they run away, they got hit by the flash. Depp is not going to let up. Fighting this alone is brave. Really good read from Depp.
Can he get the gun?
Yep.
He's got the gun.
And he's going to keep going.
Rolling sixes. Come on, Depp.
Paranoia is really nice. Oh, he's satchel his team away from helping him.
Yes, Depp.
For a little bit more, slides back across to the opposite side. Now back out.
He's rolling those sixes.
Swaps it over now for the Vandal. But it's a 2v4.
Fucking natural ones from Bleed, though. This is an eco.
Down, Laz, headshot.
Yeah.
There's nothing to celebrate here.
Let's go, ZETA.
They managed to persevere.
Yeah. Like the call of the strategy as well, just to rush on into C.
Oh my god.
Than they had been going up until that moment.
I can only imagine the reaction online. I mean, I'm going to lay down.
Oh, you're not going to carry on
Oh,
streaming?
I'm not going to carry on streaming now. I got nothing to rewatch. I'm caught up on everything. I could watch some on the Pacific, but nah, not today.
And it was a team effort. I mean, it was a difference of 16.
It would have been hard to watch if it weren't so funny.
Top to bottom, right? It was,
I guess there's a lot. I'm going to go and look on like the fucking post-match thread on Reddit, but I'm going to do it off my monitor just because I imagine it's only going to be bad.
I mean, you're on with the highest first kills, but at the end of the day, ZETA do pick up the win. Lots of fans here supporting them, and they'll get the job done.
That they will. Hell of a birthday gift there for the squad.
Wait, what are some of these? There's some like clips and stuff. Let me check these out. What is this from FNS?
The thing is, people don't understand that the reason why Ye's isn't getting many kills is because teams are avoiding him.
Who's still streaming? Oh, Nuke streaming. Fuck it, I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna raid Nuke. Why not? Alright, guys. I'm gonna bounce.
GG's,
I will
Tom.
not be here. I will not be here next week because I'm gonna be back in the UK. But after that, I should be back to like do playoffs and different stuff as well. So I'll see you then. And I'll be on the broadcast every day this week. So I'll see you on EMEA. Bye.
Bye, Tom. Is T1 RRQ worth watching? I don't think so.
In that. Yeah, I did. Right, I'm gonna bounce, Ryan. Bye-bye.
Bye, Tom. Bye. I'll bounce to other. After their game, Bleed Esports, I mean, this is going to keep updating as we go along. How many comments have just joined in? 5. El Pablo Womp Womp. Coming back from... Okay. I want to just read some of these just before they like end up being something that's probably not good. My glorious king needs to reunite with Pokey-chan Methamphetamine. I mean, this is gonna be watched like a hawk from the fucking forums, because this is a game. 426 days since EA's last win. Oh yeah, let's look at that. Everybody's gonna take a big peek into that. My God, it's crazy that the last win was against Paper X too. I feel for him. What's your week 3 pick'ems? I guess I can maybe do those real quick for China. I'll do it like this as well. Because I'll just record it there. It's a red carpet, it is. It's bad. Alright. Everything's like looking normal, right? Yeah. Week 3. So first of all, who's the team that's playing twice? Nova Esports. They're playing Tyloo and FBX. So game day 1, Wolves versus Trace. I think I'd have to go with Trace there. Like Wolves, I'm sort of impressed with the win against All Gamers. I'm also impressed in them having to bounce back. But I think All Gamers kind of like had a lead on Icebox and should have seen it through. What were they up? 11-3? And ended up losing in overtime in like loud fanatic fashion. So like, yeah, Trace, they've looked good. They've been pushed a little bit more with like Billy taking a map from them, from example, but I feel that they have enough about them. A Wolves win here would sort of reinvigorate their chances of playoffs, but I don't know if that's like really that likely. Nova versus FPX. The big question, I suppose, is has Nova got enough about them to have a good upset win last week with JDG and then go on and beat FPX? I don't think so. If Nova was playing up against maybe like Trace, Billy, hell, even like EDG, there's definitely a world where I think Nova could actually come in and like continue this great run of form. But I think FPX at the moment are the team that's playing with the most confidence and the most dominant in the region, I think. So I think I want to see Nova like take a map here potentially, kind of like DRG did. But I think that FPX's map veto is a little bit stronger. This would be a really good series. Actually, having both these series could be a lot more close and exciting than they might initially look. Billy versus All Gamers. Yeah, I just think the Billy should be looking pretty good. It sort of comes down to like map pool. Some of the stuff that All Gamers has been running has been pretty splendid. Like Billy's bind has not been looking that great, but obviously still working on it. So I think All Gamers just continuing this sort of like run of losses after beating DRG in week 1. Just tough opponents to play up against. DRG versus JD Gaming. Ascension rematch, finally. So like Rare Atom versus DRG, effectively. Am I still like being wrong about JD picks thus far? No, I predicted them losing here, but I predicted them beating Nova and they didn't. I think DRG did look good last week. It was a tough week for them because they played twice, but they took a map off of FPX and then actually came out and beat Tech. Tech have been better than JD Gaming. Oh man, it's tough. This is a really like tricky series to call, I think, because neither team has necessarily been that high on confidence. So I think DRG is maybe the favorite here. Like, I think I've given like JD Gaming enough chances to beat teams around them like Nova, and it hasn't worked. So ultimately, it's them that have to do the surprising. But I'll be cheering on JDG, obviously, because I think that they looked good, I think, against Edward Gaming, and against Nova, they didn't look too bad. Actually, that's a good question. I'm switching it around. The main reason is JD Gaming against teams that are playing like off-meta stuff look completely lost. However, DRG have sort of run into playing a lot of meta stuff at the moment. So if it is kind of like mirror comps, I think JDG have enough or more about them to deal with that than DRG would. So I think that's the sort of win condition there for JD Gaming, but it depends on the maps and if DRG are going to do something that's a little bit off kilter that JD Gaming can't deal with. Tyloo versus Nova. Nova look great at the moment. Tyloo don't look that bad. Like, even against DDG, didn't look too terrible. But Nova are definitely, like, on a run. And then EDG versus Tech. I was really disappointed with, like, Tech losing this series against DRG. So I think that Edward Gaming, with their role change, actually having Smokey on the main controller, it looks so much better now. A bit rough around the edges, depending on the map. But I think that's just because they have a couple of roles to, like, switch around, really. So I think that's probably my pick'ems for China, at least. Like, Trace beating Wolves, FPX beating Nova, Billy beating All Gamers. I think this is the series that's the hardest to call. Nova beating Tyloo, and then EDG beating Tech. I think best case scenario for Tech is like maybe picking up a map here, but we'll go from that. Flexin needs some like help. Yeah, I mean, on Tyloo, it wasn't that bad, I think, on the second map, but the first map, yeah, he was pretty much missing on Sunset. Oh man, this is going to be the one that I'm like really unsure on. Like DRG, I'm definitely down and out on them a lot of the time. Some series that they've had, they've been woeful on. It's just all on like what we see from JD Gaming, honestly. And how prepared they are. I just think they have enough manpower to make this work. Luke hasn't really been in the best form for DRG outside of a couple of maps here or there. And Vukashu definitely hasn't been on the same level as they have been previously. So that'd be like my pick'ems that I'm locking in. But I feel like I'm more likely to be wrong about this. And maybe one of these like series throws a little bit of a curveball. But I think it's kind of a standard week, really. It's a shame that the game I'm the most unsure on is the one that I think I'm unable to watch because I'm casting. But yeah, that's probably where I'd say with my pick'ems. And then anything else? No, I don't think so. I don't want to stay around too long because it is a long day. But yeah, overall, I think for Tyloo, it's in the right direction, but it's still going to take a lot of time. Everybody's improving at such a rate, but I don't know if it's really like enough to keep. Like Tyloo have to catch up and also stay improving at the rate that everybody else is, which is pretty damn difficult. Is there anybody else streaming? Oh, that's a good time to go, actually. I'm not going to raid anybody. I'm just going to go because that's the door. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Bye-bye. Yeah.